Welcome to the only course on internet where we are going to develop software as a service mobile app. Yes guys, you have heard it right. In this mega course, we are going to develop SaaS but for mobile applications. This is the course that gives you an overview that how software as a service could be fit in mobile apps. After completion of the course, if you are having any software as a service ideas in your mind, you can develop them with ease. So you know that software as a service is just booming right now, and we are going to cache it and we are going to use that on our course. Guys, in this course I am going to explain that how we can work with artificial intelligence and how we can provide service for our customers. So this is an AI application, guys, that charges money from our customers but for the app. So as we know all of you that there are so many apps on world based on the artificial intelligence, right? It could be Remini, it could be any photo editing AI software like that. But in this course, I am going to explain that how can you develop that software as a service application here. And here in this course as well, we are going to work with artificial intelligence. We are going to cache this software as a service demand here from our users around the world. So how you can earn the money, that's the main thing here. So after completion of this course, you are going to know that how we can accept payments from our customers using Stripe here. Stripe is well known for international payments, right? Not only that, here is the magic thing here. So in the updates of this course as well, I am going to teach you how you can show ads to your free customers. That's the main thing here. So let me give you a brief here. So you are going to show ads only to your free users and not for the pro users. So because pro users are actually given money to use this service here, right? That's the typical software as a service app that would do in this world, guys. So you can take for example Remini or any application like that. They are showing ads to their free users and they are actually earning the money. That's the main important thing. By showing the ads, how you can earn the money, I am going to show you in this course in the updates as well. So in this course, I am going to tell you that how you can show ads and earn the money not only from your free users and as well as how you can accept payments from your paid users so that you are going to get money from both sides, right? So yes guys, this is the opportunity. We need to take this opportunity here. So software as a service is everywhere in this world and we need to cache that. So if you go to any website like any software as a service website, they are not going to show you ads to their free users, but coming for the apps here that lives in your phone, they are earning the income not only for their paid users as well as the free users as well. That's the main thing here. Okay. And artificial intelligence is everywhere and software as a service apps are everywhere. All you need to have is how the software as a service app would work coming to the mobile applications. So you have seen multiple tutorials searching for about software as a service websites. There are so many YouTube videos about how you can develop software as a service but for the only web applications. So there is no course on this internet present teaching you how you can implement software as a service for mobile applications. So that's why I am here to do how you can build software as a service mobile application so that you can earn the income not only from your paid users but also your free users by popping them the ads. That's the very typical software as a service mobile app would do. And after completion of this course, you are going to get a very clear understanding that how you can implement your idea, your software as a service idea into your app here. In this course, each and every topic was covered about software as a service. So this is why you need to take the course. This course will be updated again and again based on your recommendations. So that's why I am selling this course, guys. I am selling this course on Udemy platform. All you need to do is in the description, I am going to provide you the link for my Udemy course with having 30 days of money back guarantee. So if you are not satisfied, I am going to give you assure that you are going to get 30-day money back guarantee after enrolling to this course, guys. So not only that, I will update this course again and again based on your recommendations, guys. I have put a lot of efforts for this to actually tell you how the software as a service mobile app would works. So you are going to get this course in discount here, guys. It was validated only for 30 days. I am going to keep this course in a best price suitable for you, in keeping in mind that in affordable price. So just click on the link which was given in the below. After landing on that page, make sure to see the demo on that page as well. So yes, guys, thank you so much. Hey there, and welcome to the only course on internet where I'm going to teach you software as a service mobile app suitable for both Android and iOS devices. We are going to develop an AI image editor app which deals with layers of images with the help of React Native. This is a full stack application which we are going to build completely from scratch. Once you build this application, you can build any kind of AI based React Native applications. In this project, we are going to use Expo SDK 52, Clerk for authentication, Prisma ORM, TypeScript for type safety, Stripe to accept payments from our users, Tailwind CSS for styling, Cloudinary to store our images online, and as well as we are going to use Expo APIs here so that our app will works as a full stack application. So let me walk through the demo of our application. So when user comes to our application, this is the screen they are going to see. Later it was going to load. Later they are going to see this beautiful onboarding screen here. So first of all, this is the onboarding screen we are going to show to our users. So with the help of Expo, we can build this screen effortlessly. So this is the first screen here, first screen of the onboarding screen, where we are going to display a welcome message to our users. So user can slide to right side to see the second slide here. So to see the second screen here, which was upload your image. So we are going to show them the steps so they can know how actually work with our application. So first of all, they are going to click on upload image. When they uploaded their image, app will detect the subject and it will not overlays the text. That is the main concept of our application. So we can slide to right to see the third screen here, which is having a title of like this: let AI do its magic. So our AI app will detect the subject in the image here, and the fourth slide here, we are going to show this screen to our users: edit settings and download. So finally, they are going to see this screen here, and when they click on get started here, they will be redirected to sign in or sign up screen here. As you can see, guys, this is the sign in screen here. So where we are going to display the concept of our app here. So as you can see, the text is not overlaying the subject here. This is the thing we are going to show to our users when they landed after the onboarding screen. So user needs to sign up or sign in to use our application. So when they click on sign up here, they will be redirected to this screen in which they need to enter some details here. So Let me test here. So I am going to enter my name here, and for the email, I am going to enter my email here as well. And for the password, I'm going to enter my password here. So when they click on sign up here, so as you can see, this is the model we are going to trigger to actually verify the code here, which is sent the verification code to this email address. So user needs to come to here, they needs to click on Gmail. So as you can see, so behind image AI, this is the name of our app here. So as you can see, the clerk sends us the verification code, copy it, come to here and just paste it here and click on verify email here. When we click on this, we are going to hide this and we are going to show them another pop-up here telling that they are successfully verified their account. Our user is verified now. Now after that, they needs to click on this browse dashboard here. So when they click on it, we will redirect users to this subscribe screen here. So as you can see, it was acting like a typical SaaS mobile app would do here. So as you can see, this is the subscribe section here where we are going to display what are the benefits he is going to get when they subscribe to our application. On the free tier, he is only going to generate 5 images per month, and he is only going to save 3 generations in the cloud in the free tier, and he is only going to have 5 fonts as a access for this free tier, and we are going to show the ads to this free user. So in the updates as well, you're going to find how we can show ads to free users here in this course. So for the pro here, everything is unlimited and we are going to actually give them full fonts access, and we are not showing ads to this pro user here. So when they click on close here, so as you can see, it was going to show us loading here. After that, it was going to take us to this screen here, which acting like a dashboard screen. So as you can see, this is our dashboard screen. We can search for the saved generations and we are going to display the username here, and also we are going to display be a pro member button here. So when they click on here, they are going to see this screen here, right? Right. Now after that, we are going to show them the saved generations. Because they are new user, it was set to 0 here. Now when user clicked on this create button here, we will redirect users to this screen here where users can upload their image here. So now when they click on upload image, so this is the thing they are going to see. So they can actually select the photos on their file system. So now they can select any photo they want, but here I am having a photo here, so I am going to select it, and after selecting it, I can do like this. When I click on crop, as you can see, it was going to process the image and it will display the image on this canvas here. So yes guys, we are going to work more on this create screen. This is very huge screen here and we are going to see how we can create this. So now it was acting like a canvas here, but for the React Native. So if you ask me why and what's the need of canvas here, the canvas element in React is essential for rendering graphics and animation directly within a web page. So canvas is really helpful to display and edit the images here. So yes, now come to our application here. So as you can see, there are no changes here. Now when I click on add text layer here, when I click on here, so they are going to see this, right? As you can see, the text here was not overlaying the detected subject here, right? So now what I can do is I can actually configure my name here. For example, like good dog. For example, if I do like this, and as you can see, it was not overlaying this detected subject here. I can come to here and I can increase this Y position here, and as you can see it was fitting like this. So what I can do, or I can increase the Y position here as well. So as you can see guys, the subject here was detected and this text here was not overlaying the subject here. This is what our app will do guys. Now what I can do is I can reduce the font size here. So yes, it was looking like this, and I can reduce the Y position here as well, and I can increase the X position, and as you can see it was like that. And Y position here I can reduce this. So yeah, it was looking great. Now I can increase the font weight here as well. So if I do like that, it will immediately reflect on our canvas here. Now we can rotate here as well. So yeah, if we do like that, it was going to rotate like this. So yeah, now we can keep it as 0 here for now. And for the opacity here as well, we can decrease the opacity or increase the opacity here like that. Now as well as we can actually change the text color here as well. Now when I changed this, if you go to up, you're going to see it was reflecting here. Now I can choose the red color like this. Now as you can see it was like this. And yes, user can add any amount of text layers here. So as you can see, this is the text layer number 1 here. Now when I click on add text layer here, and as you can see the new text layer was added here, and now I can work here as well. So I can increase the X position like that and Y position here like that, and as you can see it was like this. So layer number 1 and layer number 2, user can delete this layer here as well, and as you can see it was like that. Now I can click on here, so I can work on here as well. It was going to apply it here. Now I can click on here, and as you can see it was like that. When they are having more than 3 layers here, users can scroll to right to work on that individual layer here as well. So yes guys, that's how our app will works. Now after editing the image, they can click on download or save here. So when they click on download, so this image will be saved onto their application here. But because I am using multiplayer emulator here, we will encounter an error here. So when I click on download here, so as you can see download failed here like that. So if you are using any physical device, you are not going to see this error here. So now when I click on save here, it was going to trigger a model here again here. How beautiful it was. So now they can enter the generation name here, for example like testing. So I am going to enter the generation name as testing here. So when they click on submit here, it was going to load here and it was disabled here, as you can see. So it was going to load and it was going to save the generation in our Cloudinary bucket here, and as well as it will fetches that URL and it will updates our database here for this user here. So yes, it was loading here, and as you can see, success generation saved successfully. When I click on OK here, so what I can do is I can go to back here, and here as you can see it was having a generation here, and here it was showing us the edited image here. It was showing the image here which we edited just right now with the generation name and delete option here as well. So how beautiful it was. Now what I can do is I can click on create here. Now we can save up to 3 images here only guys. Okay, now what I am going to do is, yes, after the processing the image, we can click on load the image and add a text layer here. Now I can actually do like this, and when I click on save here, it was going to trigger this again, and I can enter my generation here as well. When I click on submit, it was going to load here and it was going to say that it was successfully saved. Now when I click on save here again, and now I am going to keep it as text number 2 here or 3 here, and when I click on submit, it will again submits the generation here. Now this time it will won't work, guys. Now when I click on save here, and when I enter my test 4 here, when I click on submit, it was going to fail the generation here. So when user comes to here on their dashboard, they are going to see their generations here. 1, 2, 3. Yes, they are working same here. Now when I click on create, and here for example, when they click on crop here, it was going to process the image here as well. And it was only going to process 5 images here, guys, for the free users. Okay, now when I click on add a new text layer, and now it was the 4th processed image here, and this is the 3rd saved image. When I click on save, when I enter my name here, it was going to trigger this screen here, guys. So we need to actually show this screen here to our users here. So as you can see, they can generate 5 per month, and they can only save 3 per month, like that. Now when I click on here, they will be redirected to this screen here. So now if we go to our Prisma database here, because we are using Prisma, so I can click on reload here. So yeah, here as you can see, it was created the user not only on our Clerk dashboard but also on our Prisma database here. So as you can see, he used 4 credits and he was only going to have 1 credits left here. Okay, and he's on the free plan here, right? And now I can click on create here. So this time it was going to accept here. So it was going to process the image here for us. This is for the 4th thing here. Okay, like that. But now if I click on back here, and if I click on create here, if I uploaded the image here, this time it was going to trigger this screen here again, guys. So how beautiful it was. The logic of our app was working as expected, and it was going to show us to subscribe to continue with the generations here. How beautiful it was. So now they can click on subscribe now here. So as you can see, it was having $10 per month here. So when they clicked on here, it was going to trigger a stripe method here, and as you can see, it was going to trigger this stripe thing here. Now what I can do, because it was in test mode, I can enter the test card number here, and for the CVC I can enter anything, and for the zip code I can enter like this. And when I click on pay here, it was going to trigger that, and it was going to gives us the success model here. It was going to pop out the success model here, but because I am originated in India, it was going to trigger an error here, because Stripe disabled services for the India. But if you are not from India, you are going to see a success model like you are now a family of pro members, with the message like you are now is pro user as a title, and for the description we are going to keep like you are now a family member of pro users, like that, guys. So if you completed the payment, you're going to see a model like this showing the users like they are now a pro members. So as you can see, it was looking beautiful with this image, with this model, title, description, and a button here. When we click on here, we are going to redirect them to dashboard screen here, like that. Now user click on delete here to delete the generation here. So are you sure you want to delete the name of the generation? This action cannot be undone. So it was going to ask you like this. When you click on delete here, and as you can see, it was having 2 generations here. Now what I can do is I can click on delete here for this test 3 here. When I click on delete, as you can see, it was like this. Now If I click on logout here, logout icon here, it was going to trigger us the logout model here. As well, you can see it was beautiful, right? So you will be logged out if you confirmed. If I click on confirm here, we will redirect users to sign in screen here. So if they click on cancel, it was going to be cancelled. So if they click on sign out here, and as you can see, we are now on sign in screen. So now, because we already created an account on our app, we can test here our email here. We are on the sign in screen here, guys, and we can test the things here. So I am going to give the same exact email which I used before for the account creation, and same password here as well. Now after doing that, when I click on sign in here, it was going to load and it pushed me to this dashboard screen here. That's it for this demo of our application, guys, and that's how our app will work. So if you completed this project, I am going to give you a guarantee that if you are searching for a job, you are going to get the job immediately, because it was so complicated app, because you developed advanced software as a service application here. So yes, guys, that's it. That's it for this entire demonstration of this application. See you on the course, guys. Thank you. So guys, I actually developed this course with a lot of struggle. So I cannot explain in my words, but you can see the timing of recording of that individual lecture. You can see that ranges from 3:55 a.m. to 8 p.m. So I woke up early in the morning to record those sessions. So I really struggle a lot for this course, guys. Trust me, because I wanted to earn some money. That's my main aim. And I actually launched this course on Udemy platform. But after seeing the analytics of it, I came to one decision to keep this course for free in YouTube. So if you really wanted to show some support for me, in this course description, which was given in below, you will find a link for PayPal actually giving some support for me in the form of money. So it ranges from $1 to $10. So if you really wanted to show some love for me and to show some support for me, you can actually click in the given description and you can show some support for me. Thank you. So let's continue. And here, just a quick note that this project is suitable for both beginners to experts as well. So this is an AI application, guys, and we have not spent a single cent on it in order to develop this beautiful application. And in the updates as well, you are going to find that how we can show ads to the free users and not for the premium users, so that you are going to earn income from your free users as well without your effort, by keeping ads and showing ads to your free users by using ad mob. So I am going to update the course, so don't worry about that. So welcome back, my friends. From this lecture onwards, we are going to start our journey. So yes, guys, now in order to start our application, we need to have an emulator to run it, right? So as you can see, I prefer to go to Android Studio here, but as you know, all of you, that Android Studio is a very heavy application. So for that reason, I have found a really very better solution for this, a very better alternative for this, that is LD Player. So all you need to do is search for LD Player here. So to get started, and you need to click on here. After that, you need to click on download LD Player here, and after downloading it, just click on here to install it onto your computer. Of course, we are not here to play the games, but we are going to view all of our changes in LD Player here. All you need to do is just click on install and it will be installed onto your computer. I have already installed this LD Player onto my computer, so this is the thing which I am receiving, that I had already downloaded like that. So after installation, you are going to see the LD Player is opened. Now what you are going to do is you need to modify some changes here. For that reason, what you're going to do is just click on this hamburger menu icon and click on settings here. Now you are going to see that tablet is selected here like this. Now you need to select phone and you need to choose this first option here like 1080 into 1920, which is DPI 480. You need to select this because we are using phone here, right, and not the tablet. So keep in mind that, and you need to click on save settings here like that. After saving the settings, it will prompts you to restart this LD player. All you need to do is just click on that and it will reopens for you with the changes we made. After that, you will be landed on this page without having an Expo Go application. Now what you are going to do is just click on here. Now go to Play Store here. Now you need to sign in here. Okay, after signing in, you will be redirected to this page here, and now it's time to click on here and search for Expo Go. So yes, we are going to use Expo Go for our project to build our React Native application. So all you need to do is just install it. After installation, you need to click on open and that's it. Now we are here. Now what we are going to do right now is just come to here. Just go to your preferable location where you need to install all of the required React Native things. All you need to do is under here you need to create a new folder here called as behind image AI. Yes guys, we are going to actually develop this behind image AI software as a service application here. So React Native application we are going to develop, and now just click on here, just go to that folder. Now press on here and type cmd to get command prompt here like that. After doing that, so you need to go to expo.dev application here, website here. All you need to do is just scroll to down and just click on read the docs. Now here it was suggesting me to install this React Native Expo application here. All you need to do is just click on copy here, and as you can see it was copied. Now what we are going to do is just come to here. Now just copy this command here, head back to your command prompt, right click on it to paste down the command. Now press space and you need to type dot slash here to install all of the required packages under this folder here behind image AI, right? Now click on enter. So yes guys, it was going to install all of the required packages for us, and as you can see it was installing the things here like that. So you can do like that. So and yes, so as you can see guys, it was installed all of the required packages under our folder. Now what we are going to do is now press code space dot here to get VS Code prompted like that. Now it was, yeah, it was like this. Now yes guys, now what we are going to do is just press on terminal, press on new terminal here to prompt here like that. Now we are going to develop this beautiful application from right onwards. Basically it was a SaaS application which charges the price, the amount from our users to use this service, because we are selling service here, and that is the reason why it got the name like software as a service. Right click on it, copy address, just press on here. Now here under our VS Code, what we are going to do, we need to go to file and we need to click on open folder here. We need to go to E drive and we need to go to tutorial. Just click on tutorial and select this behind image AI folder here, because this is the folder we are working on into from right onwards. Just click on select folder like that. Now what we are going to do is, first things first, without any fuss, what we are going to do is we are going to run this command here, npm run reset project. This is the command that resets our project because there are so many folders and files here which we don't require right now. So all we need to have is a very basic template without any extra folders or extra files added. So for that, without manually deleting them, we can run this command here, npm run reset dash project, and we can click on enter here and it will resets our project. So as you can see, it was going to ask us to move the existing files to app dash example. So now we can press n here, no, and click on enter. And as you can see, it was deleted all of the unnecessary folders and files on our project, and it keeps only the required things on our folder or project. So now guys, we are ready to go. See you on the next lecture guys. Thank you. So welcome back my friends. So before we get started, what we are going to do is let me explain what are the extensions I have on my VS Code. So just go to extensions here. So as you can see, my first extension was auto import. It will automatically finds, parses and provides code actions and code completion for all available imports. Works with TypeScript and TSX. And of course, we are using TypeScript for this project. Remember that. Okay. After that, we are going to go to auto rename tag here. So it will automatically renames the tag when we change the initial tag name here. So after that, I'm going to use color highlight here. So it will basically finds the color code color and it will elevates that under our VS Code only. So after that, the main extension I'm going to use is ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. As you know, all of you, that it was very popular, and we are going to get snippets from this package here, get boilerplates. Okay. After that, I'm going to use GitHub Copilot, but it was not required. But it was not required in this project. So what I am going to do is I'm going to uninstall this. So you can click on restart extensions here, and yes. Now after that, so we don't require this as well. After that, we are going to have this highlight matching tag. So now I'm using pale night theme here for our project. I am just clicking on set color theme, and I am choosing this pale night mild contrast as a theme for our project. So after that, we are going to use Postman here to test all of our Expo API routes. Okay, like that. Now after that, we are going to use Prettier here. So it was actually a code formatter, and it requires some settings as well. So all you need to do is you can search for Prettier code formatter setup for VS Code in YouTube, and you will get so many videos. You can follow them. Okay. After that, the main thing here was Prisma here. So yes, guys, for this project, as you know, all of you, that we are going to use Prisma for this project to deal with our database, which is MongoDB database. It acts like a interactor between them, and yes, it was it was really a very great package to have. So it was also having an extension here under our VS Code. It's basically adds syntax highlighting, and it will formats and it will auto completes the thing here, the Prisma here. So like that. After that, we are having Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension here. So install it. So after installation, you will get these recommendations from the VS Code. So like that. Now after that, we are having this template string converter. It was very lightweight package, and yeah, it works fine here. Okay. So as you can see, this is the GIF here. When we keep dollar and opacity bracket, it turns into template literal string, and it will do all of the things for us. It simplifies the process like that. Same goes for the to-do highlight. So it will basically only have two flags here. One is to do and second one is fix me. So the first one is to do. We can keep the to do list here and we can fix the things here like that by using to do highlight. So I am using VS Code icons here. So as you know, these all icons are coming from VS Code icons like that. And that's it. That's it for my extensions, guys. That's it for this lecture. See you in the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to run test here. So whether it was working fine with our LD player Expo Go application or not. So to do that, what we are going to do is we can click on here to maximize this plane here. Now npm start with clear the cache command. I always prefer to start the Expo Go application with this flag because it cleared the caches. It cleared the cache before running. Okay, that's the main point to keep in mind. And click on enter here. It was going to start our project here. So let's wait. Okay, so as you can see, guys, it initializes our project here. So now it's time to go to ELD player and Expo Go application here. So now, so now what we are going to do is just copy this URL here. Just copy it. Now come to here and click on enter URL manually. Just click on it and just paste down the URL you had just copied. So because we are using LD player, we can't scan this, right? If you're having any physical device, you can, but in this case, we are using LD player, right? So now just click on here and click on connect here. So as you can see, it was going to bundling. It was bundling the things here. So, okay. My PC is so slow. That is the reason why it was taking too much long. So as you can see, it was like that. So as you can see, guys, the thing here is like this. So now what we can do is we can test it here. So as you can see, it was like this here. So now it was suggesting me to edit this screen here by going to this file here. So to do that, we can come to here under the app, under the index.tsx, under this app, under this index.tsx, we are having this thing here, right? So now let's write our names here, guys. Now let's write our names here instead of this thing here. Okay. So as you can see, guys, it was like this: edit app or index.tsx to edit this screen. Now let's remove this and let's write our names here. My name is Raghunath, so I am writing Raghunath here. So write your name, exciting, right? So after editing the text, let's save this. Now let me go to LD player, and as you can see, guys, you are going to see your name here in the place of that normal text. And it was exciting, right, to have your name on your app at first. Now it's time to install the NativeWind onto our package here, guys, to work with Tailwind CSS. So basically Tailwind CSS is for the web and NativeWind is for the app, as we know all of you, and we are going to use it right now. Now it's time to install NativeWind and some other popular packages onto our project, guys. See you on the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can add even more extra configuration to our this project. First things first, let me go to assets here. And as you can see, we are going to have three folders here, which you can find on the resources itself. So I'm going to provide you these three folders on the resources itself. First of all, you need to delete the assets folder. Then you need to again create an assets folder here. Then in the resources itself, I'm going to provide you the link for Google Drive so you can download these three folders here. Number one is for fonts, number two is for icons, number 3 is for images. So let me show you what are the fonts, icons and images we are going to use in this project. So the first things first, we are going to use Rubik font in this entire app, guys. So as you can see, TTF refers to fonts here. So yeah, we are going to have a different versions of different fonts here. So Rubik bold, Rubik extra bold, Rubik light, Rubik medium, regular, and finally semi bold. So if you don't like Rubik font, no problem at all. You can literally use any other font by just going to Google and by searching it and downloading them. That's it. Now after that, we are going to have icons here, right? So these are the icons which acts as a icons, but there are actually images. So first things first, we are going to have email.png here, and as you can see, it was referring to email icon here, icross icon here, which was so helpful to switch between to show or hide the password input. Google.png. So we are going to use Google as a provider as well for Clerk here, right? In Clerk authentication, we are not only going to use credentials, but also we are going to use the Google provider here as well. Okay. After, we are going to have lock icon here, as you can see. Later, we are going to have person and search.png, which acts as a icon here. After these icons, we are going to have images here, guys. So in these images, going to have so many images which we are going to use under this project. So first things first, let me go to onboarding here. So on this onboarding folder, we are going to have 4 images here. Let me start by one here, onboarding 1, where we are going to have this image here. Onboarding 2, it was going to have this image. Onboarding 3, this image. Onboarding 4, this image. So on the onboarding 1 screen, we are going to show welcome here. So welcome screen here. So on the second onboarding screen, we are going to show them the steps, okay? The steps of how our app works, right? So we need to show them this second screen here to upload their files here. Let AI do its work. So after doing that magic, we can literally change the settings and we can download them. That is the core concept of this project here. So after this onboarding, we are having normal images here. Now if I go to diamond.png, so this is for premium users. So if he was premium or if he was not a premium, we are going to display them just below of his username to upgrade to pro with this icon. If he was a pro user, we are going to display this same icon as well, but on that case we are going to display premium user. If I go to favicon.png, and as you can see, this is the thing which I generated using Canva, guys. If you don't know Canva, you can literally come to here and you can search it for canva.com here. Canva.com is very special for designing the elements here. I actually designed it and I downloaded it. So that is the reason why it was showing like this. Same goes for the icon.png here, but this time we are going to use a wide image here. But coming to the favicon.png, if I right click on it and if I click on revealing file explorer and if I right click on it and go to properties here and details, and as you can see, it was going to have a dimensions of 180 width into 180 height here. Remember that favicon is always going to have that type of sizes. Okay, coming to the icon.png, which is our logo, it was going to have a detail. It was going to have 500 width into height of 273 pixels, like that. After that, we are going to have no created generations.png. If user is not having any generations at all, which means at the initial stage, we are going to show them that there are no created generations for them, like that. We are going to display that state with this image. After, we are going to display no such results.png here. We are going to display this image when users search for their generations. So if the saved generations is not at all there, we are going to show them this state with this image. If the user completed his payment, we are going to show this image with successful message that payment is successfully completed, like that. If he was out of credits, that means if he used more than 10 credits, we are going to show this message here, this state here with this icon here, showcase.png. We are going to show this state here, we are going to show this image here on the sign up and the login pages. So what our app does, like that. Okay, so coming to this subscribe to us.png, we are going to show this thing here with subscribe to us section here. So what this section means, so after signing in, the user will redirect to dashboard, right? Before the dashboard, we are going to show them the pop-up like a page for them, showing them to subscribe to our app. And we are going to show all of the benefits he was going to get by using our app, like that. And white gradient.png, like that. So that's it, guys. That's what it is under our assets folder, which we have configured right now. Now it's time to go to app.json. So now in the app.json, it's time to make some of the changes here. So all you need to do is, now you can easily follow me along by keeping your window on the right side of the screen here. I am going to keep this screen on the left side. Okay, now I'm going to press Windows left icon, so it was shifted to my left screen. Now what you can do, you can follow me along with keeping your window or keeping your VS Code or any IDE at the right side of the screen. You are going to press Windows right arrow here, okay, like that. Now I'm going to explain you the things well here by seeing on the right side and by explaining you what I have done. Okay, now under the app.json here, first things first, we are going to have a lot of configurations here, right? But we are going to change a lot of them. So as you can see, we are going to have a name of behind image AI and a slug of behind image AI, which is great. Orientation is portrait, version is 1.0, and icon is assets, images, icon.png. If I go to here, if I go to assets, images, icon.png, there is no icon.png here. Sorry, there is a icon.png here, as you can see, and it was sitting on assets, images, icon. It was sitting under assets and images here, like that. This is the thing here, it was reflecting to, okay, like that. Now coming to the scheme, we can turn this to behind image AI, like that. Coming to the user interface style, it was set to automatic here, and it was new architecture enabled, which was set to true, and For the iOS, it supports the tablet because here we set it to true here. Now coming to here, first of all, we need to make a new object here called as splash. You can write it as here splash. So as the name referring here, it was the settings for the splash screen here, right? So yeah, under the splash, we are going to display an image here, right? Under the asset slash icon dot png. Same here. It was reflecting the same path here. We are going to show this image on our splash screen here, which is this image, okay? Like that. After this image, we are going to have a resize mode here. So we are going to display this image on a resize mode of contain like that. After that, we are going to have a background color here. So what is the background color of our splash screen? We can set to white here, which means hash 6fs like that. So yes guys, so under our splash screen, we are going to display an image which was having a path of this, and it was going to have a contain as a resize mode, and for the background we are going to show white screen here like that. So after that we are going to have Android here, right? Now here as well we need to make a configuration here as well after this adaptive icon here. So under this Android we are going to have other thing here as well. We need to keep it other thing here as well. Yeah, permissions here. Why we are doing this, if you ask me like that? So our app will ask permissions to read the user's external storage to access the media of him. Basically to access the media of him, which means the access the images of him, we are going to take permissions from him. So he needs to click on accept read the external storage. So basically our app will ask them to give their images data. So to read the external storage of them and also access the media location and things like that, we are going to take permissions from them. Okay, for to do that, under the permissions we are going to have, we are going to read the external storage here, external storage. So this is the thing here. After that we need to access their media location. So basically for the first thing here we are going to read the external storage here. Make sure you are not going to have any typos, otherwise it will won't work perfectly. And for the second time we are going to access the media location of them. Okay, later we are going to write image here, write image on their file system, right? So we are going to take information from their file system. We are going to access all of their media. Later we are going to write an image on their external storage. So for that, write external storage like that. So under the Android we are going to have a permissions array here, which we are going to read the file images, access their media location, and we are going to write an image under their file system. So when the user clicked on download after completion of image editing, he will see his image on his file system. So that is the reason why we are going to keep this permissions array here. Later, under this adaptive icon, after that foreground image and background color, we need to keep another thing here, which is for users permission, which we are going to keep it as Android dot permission dot internet, like that. After that, under the iOS here, come to top here, under the iOS we need to keep here info p list here, like that. We need to open the curly braces here because it was an object, and here we are going to have NES. We need to write NES photo library usage description, like that. Library, make sure to keep it like that. So make sure you're not going to have any typos here. We are going to ask user to accept it. So what is the message you're writing into? So hello behind image AI, which is our app's name, to save images to your photos library. He needs to click on accept in order to work with the file system or the photos library of him, right? Like that. Press Alt Z to wrap it here to come the code in the next line, like that. So we are going to display this message to them. So when they click on accept, we are going to take all of the permissions from them, like that. So we can work with images there, like that. Under this web, we are going to change this output from static to server here. Make sure to keep it like that because we are using Expo API routes under our project here. So for that, we are going to keep output as a server. Make sure to keep output as a server when you are using Expo API routes. It was so important and very crucial point, like that. Now after that, we are going to have plugins here, which we are going to show some of the things here, like that. Expose splash screen image, you can leave it as it is, like that. Okay, no worries. Now what you are going to do is you need to cut this down. Okay, export auto, cut this down, press backspace 5 times, and after this expo splash screen here, when you are using Expo API routes, is the second very important factor to keep this setting here as well. After this ending array, here you need to keep comma here, and again you need to open a bracket here, and here you are going to keep expo router here. Here you need to keep expo router, but this time you can press on like this. You can keep comma here, and you need to open a curly braces, and for origin, for just right now, you need to keep a dummy origin here. Okay, for example, we can keep it as a dummy URL of uber.dev, and make sure to keep slash at the end. So this is very important factor when you're working with Expo API routes. You need to keep this setting as well here, not only here output as a server, but also you need to keep origin as a some random thing here, some random URL here. It was so important to keep it like here. So like that. Now after that, after this array again, we need to open another array here again. Now this time we are going to work with fonts here, because as you can see, to use the potential of the fonts which is under our assets and fonts folder, we are going to configure under our app.json and tailwind.config.js here. So under this, we are going to make it as Expo font here. We are going to use this package to maintain all of our fonts. Now we need to open a curly braces here and we need to keep fonts here like that. And we need to open an array. Now we need to keep all of our file paths here. Dot slash control B control J. Okay, dot slash assets slash fonts slash rubric dash bold dot pdf. So, and as you can see, assets under the folders, we are going to have rubric bold.ttf here, right? So like that. Same goes for the extra bold, light, medium, regular, semi bold. What you are going to do is do like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Duplicate it for 5 times and remove comma here to remove error. Now here you are going to keep extra here, extra bold, like that. Now remove this bold here again. You need to keep medium here. Same goes for here. You need to keep light. Instead of bold here again, you are going to keep regular here. Regular. Why I'm having so many typos here? And here again, we are going to have semi bold, like that. Now save this file. So as you can see, our fonts are configured under our app.json, but not yet on our tailwind.config.js. Okay. So yeah, that's it for this app.json file here, which we had made some configurations to it. So now it's time to initialize the NativeWind onto our project. See you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you. Welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to initialize the NativeWind onto our project. So NativeWind is nothing but Tailwind CSS, but for the React Native applications. Okay. So first things first, what we are going to do is open terminal by pressing Ctrl J onto your VS Code, and now here you need to click on here and you can press on command prompt here. So we are now working with the second prompt on our project here. On the first command, we are actually running our app here on the first terminal. On the second terminal, we need to install some of the things and we need to configure some of the things. For that, to install it, what you can do is you can go to NativeWind here, NativeWind, like that, NativeWind for Expo, like that. Now click on installation here. So as you can see, it was referring us to download it. We are here under installation here. So as you can see, this package is available for both Expo SDK 49 framework-less, Next.js and Expo SDK 50 plus versions. We are now manually installing the NativeWind onto our existing project. So what you are going to do is you need to come to here. You need to click on copy here. So under this npm tab, now go to this thing here and right click on it and click on enter. So it was going to install all of the required files for the NativeWind. So after that, we are going to set up the tailwind css here. So we need to run this command here and bx tailwind css init to create a tailwind.config.js file. So let me go to here, and of course after this thing here, right click on it and click on enter. So it was going to create tailwind.config.js here. Now let me go to tailwind.config.js, and here as you can see, it was going to have a content like this. As it was suggesting, what you are going to do is copy this thing here, come to here and just paste down the thing here like that. Now what you are going to do is you need to copy this for the you need to copy this thing here, copy once again to open string here. Under this string you need to paste down this, but here not for the app folder but for the components folder like that. So now we are not only working with the app folder existing on this project, but also we are working with components folder. Under our components folder as well, you need to keep tailwind css. We need to work with tailwind css under our components folder as well. For that we are going to save this like that. Control Z to wrap the things like that. Now let me go to here. Now create a global.css here. Now what you're going to do, copy the contents here. Now under the app or under the root, you're going to create a globals.css, but my preference is go with app folder. Create a new file called globals.css. I prefer to use the globals.css, which is in a plural form rather than a singular form, and just paste down the contents you just copied from that site and save it. Now after that we need to create a babel.config.js file here, and as you can see there is no babel.config.js here. So how can we create that? So for that, copy it. How to create babel.config.js on my project. If you create like that, now if you click on here, and as you can see this is the terminal. It was so useful to create some of these required files here. So what you are going to do is copy npx expo customize. Now come to your VS Code, close this, right click on it and click on enter. Was going to ask us to actually choose one of the files here. So as you can see, babel.config.js is the first preference here. Later in this video as well, we are going to create metro.config.js, but for just right now, you need to press space here to select it. And as you can see, it was selected here. It was showing that a star mark, which is it was selected, and click on enter here. So as you can see, babel.config.js is installed. Now let me go to here, and as you can see, babel.config.js is under our project. Now here you need to copy the contents of Babel and you need to paste down here like that. Now save this file. Later we need to create metro.config.js. Again the same thing, npx expo customize, but now we are going to keep metro.config.js file under our project. Now click on enter. And as you can see, metro.config.js file is installed onto our project. Now let me go to metro.config.js, and here as well, as you can see, it was here. Now copy the contents of this file and just paste down here. But here we need to make sure that under the app folder slash globals.css, right? Now if I go to app folder, we are having globals.css file here. Make sure to keep the exact filing name here, okay, like that. Now after this we are going to import our css file here under the app.js, but under our project we are having layout.tsx file. Under the layout underscore layout.tsx file we need to paste down the globals.css here like that. Now save this file. Now after that we need to change this to metro bundler. Go to app.json, under the expo web the bundler is set to metro here. Yes, it was set to metro. Because we are using TypeScript, we can go to TypeScript guide here. Now here, what we are going to do is create this file here under our root of the directory. Copy this file, come to here, create a new file called nativewind-env.d.ts. Now we need to copy the contents of this file and just paste it here. That's it. Now save this file. So that's it, guys. So now it's time to test our things here, and as you can see it was broken here. Our app is broken. Now what we can do, we can press Ctrl C here to exit from the terminal. Now again npm start with cleared cache as a command and click on enter here. So it was going to start the server once again. So sometimes Expo will complain to us when we install some packages on the time. We need to quit the server and we need to rerun the server once again like that. So yeah, NativeWind made some of the changes here under our tsconfig.json. Okay, it was going to start the metro bundler and yes, it started it. Now what we are going to do, we need to quit the server once again. We need to go to Expo Go, and here, and as you can see there is no favicon.png here. So what you are going to do is you need to actually uninstall this thing here, uninstall this Expo Go once again, and you need to install it once again to work with this thing here to get favicon.png, to get favicon here. Okay, now let me press on here behind image here, let me press on here. So as you can see there is no splash screen here. I think after 3 attempts, I think when you open and close your Expo Go application, it was going to take the data from our project and it will opt out. So don't worry about splash screen. It was going to initialize after 2 attempts. Okay, now let me close this thing here. So as you can see it was like that. Now close all. Let me test the tailwind css here right now. So what we can do, we can remove this and we can give it as class name here. So we can give it as class name like, for example, text blue 400 and bg as, for example, like white, like that. Now save this file. Okay, we can keep it as red here to see the changes bit more better. Save this file. So sorry, not here. You need to cut it down here. But for our text here, you need to paste down text red 500. You need to apply this class name here. Now save this file. And as you can see, it was reflecting here. So our tailwind css, which is our native wind, is perfectly working for our project. See you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you. Welcome back, my friends. In this lecture we are going to configure our tailwind.config.js file. So what you are going to do is press Ctrl P on your terminal, and as you can see we can literally go to any file under our project by filtering this. Now I am going to go to tailwind.config.js like that. Now after this content presets, we are going to have theme here and we are going to make some changes in this theme object here. Okay, first of all, under this extent we are going to have font family here. So to use the fonts which was initialized by our app rubric, so we are going to use this rubric here. So because we are working with tailwind css, we need to access fonts here. So how we can access fonts? So we can access fonts in tailwind by coming to here and making some changes to our tailwind.config.js file. That's it. Now under this rubric, so we are going to keep rubric regular here as a thing here, rubric regular. If the Rubik regular font is not initialized, on that case, we can go with sans serif here. So this is a fallback font of this font here. Okay. So after this, we need to keep Rubik bold here. Here we are going to keep Rubik bold like that. For again, for the fallback font, we can keep it as sans serif like that. Now what you can do is you can copy this for 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we are going to keep Rubik extra bold here, and here we need to make sure to keep the correct filing names here extra bold like that. And here Rubik medium. Make sure you're not going to have any typos. Medium like that. Rubik again medium. Medium like that. Rubik light here, and here again you need to keep it as Rubik light. Same goes for semi bold. Semi bold like that. Now save this file. So yes, we can use this font family right now. Now let me go to here, and for this thing here, font, if I type like this, and as you can see, it was suggesting me to use a Rubik font here, how good it was. So we can use Rubik extra bold here to test it out. Now save this file. Now what you're going to do is refresh this page once again. Okay, extra bold is somewhat, it was not working. Okay, what we can do is we can continue working with this tailwind.config.js file. Okay, for just right now, under this extend object, we are having another thing here for colors here. For our colors, for the primary, so primary, just keep like that. I am going to show you why it was so important to keep all of our theme colors in this project. Why we need to keep it here. Okay, I am going to explain it within a minute. For just right now, you can follow me along. For the default version here, you can actually keep the color code here as well, like that. So this is our primary color here, which is sort of purple color. After that, for the primary 100, we can keep it as this color code here. Don't worry about these color codes because I'm going to give you all of the sources in the resources itself, so you can follow me along. For the 200 here, you can keep it as this color code, which is a pink color. So this is very famous color codes which is in color hunt here. And for the 300 version, we can keep it as FFE1FF again, like that. Now save this file. So these are the colors which I had taken from color hunt, guys. If you don't know color hunt, you can go to color hunt here, color palette here. Now if I go to here, for the popular of all time, you're going to see all of the things here. So if you go to color hunt, you are going to get so many color codes here which you can use on your project as well. Okay, you can literally use them. So for this color, as you can see, it was like this, it was like this, it was like this, and it was like this. It was going to show all of the color combinations, which is the best color combinations here, like that. So yeah, for my project, I think this color code theme is better, so I am using here. So yes guys, that's it. That's how you can work with this. Now let me go to here, and let me, instead of text red 500, what I can do is text primary. So as you can see, it was recommending me to choose one of the things here. I'm going to choose text primary here. And now if I save this file, if I go to my app here, and as you can see, it was applying here. Now what we can do, text primary 200. So if you do like that, so, and as you can see, you can see the change here. So yeah, so to work with Tailwind CSS easily, we are going to keep our theme colors here. So yes guys, it was working fine, but coming to the font family, it was not working. We are going to debug it, so don't worry about it. So we are going to debug it, why it was not working, on the next lecture. See you on the next lecture guys. Thank you. So welcome back my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can set up our folder structure perfectly for our project. We can continue working with our project. Now let me go to the app here, and as you can see, there are so many files here, right? So for now, what I am going to do is I'm going to create a new file here, sorry, new folder here. Now I am going to call it as API here under the brackets here. Why? So under the brackets, I am going to keep it as API here. So if I keep like that, it was not going to show any effect here. So for that reason, I'm going to keep here like this API. So under this API, we are going to work with our backend. Okay. So now under this app folder here again, I'm going to create a new folder which is for tabs folder here. So the screens which are having tab bars will comes under this folder here. Okay. Now again under this app folder, you're going to create another folder called as no tabs. So make sure to keep explicit filing names so you are not going to have any confusion. Here again, you're going to create another folder called as root in brackets, and you need to keep this no tabs and tabs under this root folder. Okay, that's my mistake, so sorry about that. And yes, so now we are having a perfect folder structure on our project. Now here as well, under the root of the folder, you're going to create a new folder called as components, like that. And here again, you're going to create a new folder called as, for example, like books, like that. And now here, it's time to create constants here. Again, constants folder here, constants folder here. And here again under this root we are going to have server folder. Okay, we can keep it as server folder here. Again under this folder, under this project, again we are going to create a new folder called as library, like that. Now after the assets, we are going to have components, constants, books, library, server, like that. Now that's it for this folder structure guys. That's how it looks like in what you see in professional companies. Okay, see you on the next lecture guys. Thank you. So welcome back my friends. In this lecture we are going to see how we can work with Clerk authentication. So from now we are going to create Clerk here. So how can we work with Clerk authentication? So it was so simple to integrate within Expo here. So now what you are going to do is you need to right click on it and click on close all here. So now let me go to Clerk docs here. Clerk Expo, or what you can do is go to Clerk here. Under this Clerk, you need to sign up here if you are a new user. If you are already a user, you can click on here. Okay. So I am going to continue with sign in because I'm already having this Clerk. So now after landing on your dashboard, what you're going to do is you need to click on create application here. So we are working with Clerk, so we need to create a application name here. Now what I'm going to do is behind image AI. So yes, now it was having an options of email and Google here. And yes, now create application here behind the image AI. So after doing like that, so now it's time to go to Expo here. So we are working with Expo here, right? So we need to choose Expo here. Just click on Expo. So now come to down here. Now as you can see, we are having this command here. It was going to recommend us to install this Clerk Expo package. Now what you are going to do is copy this. Now come to your VS Code, go to another terminal here and right click on it, click on enter to install it like that. Now after this, we need to install the types here as well. Now copy this. Because we are working with TypeScript, we need to use this command here. So as you can see, it was installing the Clerk package here. So let's wait. Now what you're going to do is right click on it and click on enter to install the types that was coming from Clerk. Now here is your Expo Clerk publishable key here. So we need to set up this key under our env file. So we need to create this .env file at first. Now copy this thing here. Under the root of our project, you need to create a new file called as .env. And under this, we need to copy this just like that. And we need to paste down here, paste down the Clerk publishable key. Now save this file. That's it. Now under this Clerk provider here, so we need to add this Clerk provider to our root layout here, right? So yes guys, here is the thing here. Please forgive me that I have forgotten one thing which we need to set here for our fonts, which we need to go to app layout.tsx here. Under our app layout.tsx here, we need to make sure to load all of our fonts. I am so sorry about that, but it's okay here, right? I know that you will forgive me. So now what we are going to do is we need to import these things here, Clerk provider from this thing, come to here and just paste down the thing here. Now again slot, so there is no need of slot here. Now copy this publishable key here just like that. It was coming from this process.env.expo public Clerk publishable key which we had defined here like that. Now after that, if there is no publishable key, we are going to throw an error here like that. So now in this stack here, we need to control X it to cut it from here. Under this return, open brackets here and here Clerk provider like that. And here we are going to have Clerk loaded here. And here we are going to keep stack here. And for the screen options, we can keep it as header shown here. So header shown which was set to false here. So let me explain you why and what's the need of this option here. Now if I go to my app here, as you can see, it was triggering the index as a header here. So we don't require this header here, right? So for that, for all of our files, we are going to hide this header here by keeping this option here, okay, like that. Now it was spitting an error here. What we are going to do is we need to keep publishable key here. Now we need to set it as publishable key like that. Now save this file. Now after this thing here, let me come to here. And now it's time to configure token cache here with Expo. Now what you are going to do is install this package here because it was recommending us. Right click on it and click on enter to initialize the Expo secure store. So why we need this? Clerk stores the active user's session token in a memory by default. In Expo apps, the recommended way to store sensitive data such as tokens is by using Expo Secure Store, which encrypts the data before storing it. To use this as your token cache, here are the steps. Okay, now like that. And of course, it has installed it. Now what we are going to do, we can roll back to here. So now to keep token cache here under this library folder, you're going to create a new file called as auth.ts and in the resources itself I'm going to provide you the code for auth.ts file, which you can keep it here as well like that. So in the resources itself you are going to find this code for this file here auth.ts, which you can keep it there. Okay, like that. Now come to layout.tsx file. Now it's time to initialize our token cache here. So we need to import this token cache that was coming from our library and auth folder here. Now come to down here. So here under this we are going to keep token cache here, and we can keep that token cache here as a value here as well. Now save this file. We are now good here guys, so we can work with Clerk seamlessly. Now here is the thing. So as you know all of you, that missing publishable key. Okay, .env expo public Clerk publishable key, we defined it here, right? So now what we are going to do is, for example, we can reload the app once again. Why it was showing us the error? So yes, it was good here guys, it was working fine. So now here is the thing. Now what we are going to do is under the app, under the index.tsx, why it was not working, font Rubik extra bold, why it was not working. So to work it, what we are going to do is under the layout file, we need to load the fonts here. So sorry about that. It was so simple to do that, but I have forgotten it. So what we are going to do is now, yeah, you can cut it from here and you can keep it here under our component like that. After that, we need to have our fonts here. Const fonts loaded here, which is coming from use fonts like that. Use fonts, we need to actually import it from React Native Expo fonts. Import use fonts that was coming from Expo font like that. Now save this file, come to down here. Now under the resources itself, I'm going to provide you the code here to initialize all of our fonts here. So just copy them like that. Now we need to initialize these things here: Rubik bold, Rubik extra bold, Rubik medium, light, regular, semi bold, and we are going to require them using these things here like that. Now here after this thing, we are going to keep use effect here. If fonts loaded, then we are going to hide splash screen here, hide async like that. And of course we need to install use effect here, and when the fonts loaded, it's going to trigger this function once again. Okay, now if there is no fonts loaded, if fonts are not loaded, we are going to return null here as a value. Now save this file. Now reload this app here, and as you can see, we got this thing here with the favicon here as well. So at the initial, what I had said to open Expo Go application two or more than two times. So after two times, you will see favicon and splash screen, and that's exactly what happened here. But here, as you can see, the things are a little bit different here. why it was not giving us the index file here. We are going to see it in next lecture, guys. Thank you. See you in the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. And here, as you can see, there is no screen here at all. So what we can do now is, for just right now, go to layout.tsx. I think we made the things faster here. We can uncomment these things here. So yep, like that, here as well and here as well. For now only we can comment this. Later on this course we can initialize our clerk here. So just save it. Now reload the app once again. So as you can see, this is our splash screen here. So yeah, it was going to render our content here right now. And here, as you can see, when I go to here, font rubric extra bold is applying here as well, and font rubric bold Raghunath is applying here. So now we are good to go, guys. So now, instead of going directly and contacting directly with Clerk authentication, we can develop sign in, sign up, welcome, onboarding screens. Later we can go to there. That's the very good practice here, I think. So yeah, we commented those. So later on this course we are going to go to this file and we are going to uncomment this, and we are going to use the Clerk provided and Clerk loaded options here. So don't worry about that. So first things first, what we are going to do is, working with React Native is so simple these days because of Expo, by God's grace. So now what we are going to do is, we are going to develop onboarding screen here in this lecture. So for that reasons, I'm going to close all. Under this app root, you are going to create a new folder called as, under the curly brackets, onboarding, like that. And here you need to keep index.tsx in this folder here, like that. So it will works on any folder, because onboarding folder and root folders are the folders which are not included because of their file naming, like that. So why we are actually creating folders like this? To increase the readability, we are using this file structure which uses in professional companies. Okay, in this onboarding screen we are having index.tsx, and it's time to develop onboarding screen here, guys. And yep, this is the file which the user is going to see when they landed on our app after this splash screen, right? So now it works as a onboarding screen here. So now here we need to make some data here. So const slides equals to an empty array, and which containing 4 objects. So on that object we are going to have id here, which is type of 1, id of 1. Image, we are going to require that image by making this thing here, and at the rate of slash assets, under the images, under the onboarding, we are having onboarding1.png, right? Copy this, onboarding -1.png, like that. Now for the title, we are going to keep it as welcome to the app, or what we can say, behind image AI, like that. You can keep dot here as well. And now we can write description here. So you can ask ChatGPT or DeepSeek here to generate the content here, okay, for our description. But I already had my description, which was generated by me and not ChatGPT. So coming to the description, so we can keep the slogan of our app. So our description or slogan is this: don't let your text overlace you. So it was all about overlaying. This app is all about overlaying. Okay, so it will de-text the subject and it will overlays the text just behind that subject. So that is the reason why we keep like this. Don't let your text overlays you like that. For the first slide here, so you are going to have a doubt here. Why we are defining slice data here? For the onboarding screen, we are only having one onboarding screen here in which it contains a different slides. You are scrolling to the right to see more onboarding screens here, right? So those are called as slides, and we are not going to create multiple files for those onboarding slides here. So we are using slides here. That is the reason why we are using slides in one screen. So which we can slide to right to see second slide, third slide, fourth slide. Okay. So this is only one screen which we are working on into. Okay. We can duplicate this and we can keep it like this. Make sure to keep it like this too here as well. Now for the second screen here, we can write like upload your image. You can keep dot here. So for the description, upload one of your preferred image which you press Alt Z to wrap it like this, which you, for example, which you want to not overlay the text here. For example, like that. Now for the third slide here, when user scroll it to the right side here again, we can keep it as 3 here as a value, and we can keep it as 3 here as a value. Now for the title here, we can keep it as let AI do sorry do its magic, and we can keep it as an icon here, so an emoji here. So press Windows V here to get this thing here and click on emoji icon and select magic here, magic, like that. Yep, it was looking great here. Now for the description, our AI app will detect the subject in the image like that. You can keep it like that. Now save this file. Now after this, for the fourth slide here, copy this one more time, change this to 4, onboarding as 4 here. Instead of this title, edit settings and download is the title here. Edit settings and download, like that. Edit your preferable settings and download the image, like that. You can keep dot here for goodness, like that. That's what you can do. Now after this thing, what we are going to do is we can rename this file as onboarding screen here, onboarding screen, like that. Now save this file. Now just minimize these slides here. Now here we are going to open use state here. So we are going to keep current index here and set current index. By default it was going to have 0 as a value. So initial stage we are going to start by 0 slide here. And now we are going to make a slides reference here. So it was going to use a reference here like that, and it was coming from null. Now after these declarations, we are going to make a functions here to update current slide index. It was going to take e as any for just right now as a type, and it was going to have const content of set x equals to e dot native event dot current offset dot x here, like that. Now after this, we are going to have to declare another thing here, const current index equals to math dot round by content offset x divided by width here. I'm going to explain what is the need of this function in a minute, but it was prompting me like cannot find x here. So now what we are going to do is here, after declaring this, after these imports, we are going to have const width here, which was coming from dimensions dot get of window here, like that. So we are going to get the width of the window of the app here. For different mobile applications, it was going to have a different width and height, unique width and height. So we are going to get that width from there, and we are going to divide it by here. So don't worry about this function. I'm going to explain you in a minute using ChatGPT. So if you don't know any code, what you're going to do is you're going to ask ChatGPT or DeepSeek to explain it. You need to use the AI tools for the productivity like that. Now save this file. Now after that, we are going to have go to next slide here as a function here, and we are going to have next slide index, which is current index plus 1. That's it. If next slide index is not equals to slides dot length, then we are going to keep slides dot current, okay, slides reference dot current dot scroll to index. We are going to scroll that to index of next slide index, and it was going to have animation here which was set to true here, and later we are going to set current index to next slide index, like that. So make sure to keep the thing here like that. You are not going to have any typos here, just to make sure, like that. Now save this file. After this, we are going to open another function here which was called as slide here, which is a JSX component, and it was going to have item here, which was having item of any for just right now, and it was an arrow function like that, and it was going to return a view here like that. And yep, now we can define class name here as width. We can remove this and we can keep it like this here, open curly braces and open this, and we can keep it as width here, like that. And items as center, padding horizontal of 24 pixels here, like that. Now save this file. Now in this view here, we are going to have to keep an image here, right? Image. This is a self-closing tag, and it was coming from React Native. And now it was going to have a source of item dot image here. So it was coming from here, okay? And for the style, or okay, we can give it as class name here. We can go to here, and for the width, we can keep it as, for example, like 300 pixels. And for the height, we can keep it as 300 pixels. And for the resize mode, it was going to have
contain here, or what we can do is we can remove all of these things here, and yep, we can keep it as margin bottom of 32 pixels and resize mode of contain here, like that. Now save this file, and here after this image we are going to keep it as text here, and it was going to render the item dot title. We are going to display the slide title here. Later we are going to display the slide description here. For the title class name, we can keep it as font size as 24 here. For that, what we can do is font 24 pixels in a brackets. And as you can see, font weight is okay. We can keep it as text 24 pixels here, font size 24 pixels. And for the font, we can keep it as bold here, or what we can do is font rubric bold here. That is the best option. Text is having a color of black, margin bottom of 16 pixels, and text should be in center, like that. Now save this file. For the description, what we can do is we can keep a class name here again, and here text font size of 16 pixels here, like that. And for the color, text gray 400 is the value, and text should be on center. Padding horizontal should be 24 pixels, and line height, now here for the line height we can keep it as leading as 24 here as a value. Now if I go to here, and as you can see, this is the thing. Now save this file. We had completed this slide here. After this slide, in this written statement, we are going to remove these things here, and we are going to keep safe area view here, and it was coming from React Native safe area contest, and it was going to have a class name here which is for flex. It is flex of 1. So it was going to occupy full height and size, full size. It was going to occupy full width and size of that screen, and it was going to have a background color of white here, like that. And in this safe area view, we are going to show the header here first. So for that reason, we are going to open a comment, and we can show it as header for the reading purposes. And in the view here, yeah, in this view we can keep it as another view here, and in this view we are going to show the text here, and here we are going to show current index plus 1. So we are going to show on which slide we are currently on. So for that reason, we are going to keep current index plus 1 here, because we are working with array here, right? So array is having an initial value of 0. So we need to show the 0 plus 1, 1, like that. And after this text here, we are going to display another text here. We can keep it as slash here, and we can keep it as slides dot length here, like that. After this view, okay, in this view here, first things first, we can go to here, and we can give it as a class name here, a flex of row here, justify as space between here, between items as center, padding horizontal of 24 pixels here, like that, padding top of 16 pixels, padding bottom of 24 pixels, like that. Now here for this view, we are going to have a class name here, and it was going to have flex direction again row here, and items of center. And here for the current index, for this text here, we can keep it a class name of text 18 pixels. So it was going to have a font size of 18 pixels, and font is going to have a rubric bold, and it was going to have text color of black. And for the slides length, we can keep it as class name here again, and text of 18 pixels here again, and text as gray 300 here, like that. Now save this file. Now after this view here, we are going to keep a touchable opacity here. It is for the skip here. Okay, so here is the thing, we are going to keep a touchable opacity. So in React Native, touchable opacity means a button here, guys. So we need to require this from React Native, and here we can display a text here, and it was telling to skip here. It was for the skip button, and if you keep any text, you need to make sure to keep that in text tag that was coming from React Native. And for this text, we are going to keep font size as 16 pixels here again, and text as gray 600, sorry, 300, like that. Now here, when we click on this on press, we are going to redirect users to router. First of all, require this router from Expo router here. Just click on it. Dot push. We are going to push them to slash sign in screen. So we are going to make this screen here. Okay. So you can ask me, what are you doing here, brother? So when you click on skip button, we need to redirect users to dashboard screen, right? But you're redirecting them to sign in screen. Why? If you ask me why, so on the sign in screen again, we are going to make sure to keep one checking code that if the user is already signed in, that means if he already signed in, is going to the dashboard screen without any rendering of sign in screen. Okay, so don't worry about that. We are going to make it this screen for the lectures, so don't worry about that. After this view here, now it's time to make a carousel here, a carousel that we can slide it to right to see more items. So we can comment this, and we can make it as, we can tell it as carousel component. So to make carousel component here under the React Native, by default, React Native is going to give us flat list, which was coming from React Native. So just import this flat list here. And now it was going to have a reference type of slides reference. We are going to keep it like this, a data of slides here, a render item here. So for each slide item in this slides data, we are going to render one item individually like this. Okay, so now here by default it was going to provide us the item here. This thing is going to give us item here as a value, and here we are going to call this slide component which we made just right now, and here we are going to pass here the item here like that. Now save this file. After this thing, we are going to keep horizontal here as a value. Paging enabled, yep, was paging enabled. Shows horizontal scroll indicator, which was set to false here. So when we are scrolling to the right side, just below of that, we are having some indicator for that. So we are going to hide that. So then it was going to look exactly as it is like a onboarding screen. Otherwise it will won't. Now after this, on movement scroll end. So when user scrolls and when he leaves his finger, we are going to update the current slide index here, how beautiful it was, and we are going to keep bounces here, which was set to false here as a value. Sorry, false as a value, like that. Now save this file. Now after this flat list, which means carousel, we are going to open another what we can say comment here for bottom navigation container, like that. And here we are going to keep a view here, and in this view we are going to keep another view here. So this is for indicators, guys. So we are going to show on which slide they are currently in. So for that reasons we are going to map through individual slides here, and we are going to keep like this an instant written here, and it was a view, which was a self-closing tag, and it was going to have a key of index and style. We are going to keep a style of styles dot, okay, indicator here. So make sure to keep it here under like this, styles dot indicator, comma, if the current index is equals to index, which, so that means we are on that slide, we are going to show that this is the active state here, this is the active slide you're on. So to show that, we are going to make this thing here active indicator, indicator indicator. Okay, why it was like that, indicator, like that, guys. So now save this file. So of course we need to make sure to keep styles here, so don't worry about that, we are going to make it in a minute. So yes, so now it's time to style our properties. So here in this view we are going to have a class name of flex of row, items of center, justify as between, padding horizontal of 24 pixels, margin bottom of 32 pixels, and it was having an absolute as a position value. And for the bottom it was going to have 0, from the left it was going to have 0, from the right it was going to have a 0. After this we are going to have a class name here for the indicator container, and it was going to have flex again of row, flex of 1, justify of center, items as center, like that. For the view here, now it's time to make styles here. Const styles, we are going to make sure to keep it from style sheet, which was coming from React Native dot create. We are going to create a style sheet here, and here we are going to have an indicator styling here. So yep, indicator, and it was going to have a width of 8 here, comma, a height of 8 here, comma, border radius of 4, background color of DDD, which is a light gray color, and margin horizontal of 4 here, like that. For the active indicator as well, we need to make sure to keep active in the background color of black here, width here of 24, like that. Now if you go to top here, we are having one error, and here the second error. So this is the error it was going to remove when we create this screen here, so don't worry about that. Now after this indicators, we are having next button here. So to go to next button, okay, it was going to have a touchable opacity, touchable. Why I'm not having any recommendations from the VS Code, okay. And here we are going to have a text here, and it was going to have a class name of text primary 100, font rubric, and text of large here, all Z to wrap it like that. Okay, text large. And here, if the current index is equals to slides dot length -1, which means if we are on the last slide, we are going to keep it as get started as a value here. Otherwise, we are going to keep it as next as a button to go to next slide. So here we are going to keep that logic here on press. We are going to check if current index is having the last index here of slides. If it was, we are going to go to sign in page slash sign in. Otherwise, else we are going to trigger this function here. Go to next slide like that. Now save this file. Now it was going to have a style here, or what we can do, a class name here, a next button here. So yep, we don't require this. Now remove this. Now save this file. Now if we go to here, now if I pressed R here to reload the app, it was going to show us the splash screen. Okay, unable to resolve this thing here. So what we can do, okay, we are having this because we keep it like slash here, not slash, but we need to keep dot here. For to select cursors like that, you need to press alt and you need to click on here like that, backspace, and keep dot here. Now save this file. Now reload this app once again, and once again it was going to bundle it. And here, as you can see, it was looking like this. Okay, we are having an error here once again. Now reload the app once again. Okay, the thing here is really so big. So what we can do, we can come to down here, and as you can see, there is no description here as well. So many bugs are here. So now what we are going to do is, for example, we can go to, so no problem. What we can do, we can come to down, we can go to slide here, we can change width as 200 pixels and height as 200 pixels. Now save this file. Okay, it was looking like this. And width here, this is the thing I think which was not having the correct thing here. Now for the style, we can keep it as width here, which is width. Now save this file. Yep, it was looking great now. Now here it wasn't looking great here. Don't let your text overlays you. Okay, what we can do is reload this app. We are having an error here, so don't worry about that. So what we can do is come to down here, item dot description. So we can remove this thing here, leading. Now save this file. And yes, it was looking great. So remove leading here, which we don't require right now. And it was looking great here. So as you can see, it was looking here as well. So if you don't want this, you can remove this as well. So now if I scroll to right side, we are going to see this, but cannot read the property of x of undefined. So the error lives in here, guys. So it was not current offset.x, it was content offset.x. That is the thing here. That is a silly mistake by me. Please forgive me. Now save this file. Now if I go to here, and here as you can see, it was looking beautiful here. Now, if I slide it to right, you're going to see no problems at all with second slide triggered. How beautiful it was. It was like a onboarding screen, but we are dealing with carousel here. If you right click again, you are going to see a thing here like this. The third slide here, and finally a fourth slide. But I think we can increase the size a little bit more here. So for that, what I can do is I can come to here and I can give it as 300 here, for example, and here for the height here as well, 300. Yep, it was looking absolutely amazing. Now I can right click on it, and yes, it was looking amazing, guys. Oh my god. So these are the illustrations which I actually taken from Icon Scout here. Now if I go to Icon Scout here, Icon Scout, here is the thing here. Now you are going to go to Icon Scout and you can search here for icons or illustrations here, but I had used illustrations here. Now click on here and select illustrations here and select, for example, um, welcome here, for example, like that, welcome, right, and click on enter, and here you can see a beautiful set of things here like this. These are the vector icons and illustrations here. How beautiful they are, like that. Okay, you can go to Icon Scout, you can download them, but you need to pay in order to download. Okay, so yeah, and as you can see, this is the thing, you need to continue with your account and you need to download it like that. Now, yep, here is the thing, guys, how beautiful it was. Onboarding screen, the first screen is like this, the second screen, third screen, and finally fourth screen. Edit settings and download. Now as you can see, if I scroll it to the last screen, last slide, this text is changing here to get started. This is the thing I am speaking about. And yes, it was working perfectly fine. See you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to develop some of the custom components which we are going to use in this project. The buttons, inputs, and header, we are going to create those custom components in this folder called as components. In these components, let me create a new file called as custom button.tsx. And here I'm going to give you the code in the resources itself, which you can copy and paste down easily like that. Now if I go to top, you're going to see some of the errors here which was coming from button props here. So for that, you can create a new folder called as types here, and here again you're going to create a new file called as types.definition.ts here, which is a definition TypeScript file, and I'm going to provide you the code in the resources itself, which you can just paste down the code here. It's all about TypeScript. Now save this file. So we are going to extend the button props with touchable opacity props, which was coming from React Native. Same goes for the input field props as well. It was extending the text input props, which was coming from React Native. So to get the suggestions from the VS Code and to get the TypeScript safety code, we are using these things here. I have declared this file called types.definition.ts. Now come to here, remove this yes once again and keep it here. That's it. The error will go away like that. Let me explain this component here. Okay. Now save this file at first. Now first things first, coming to the custom button here. So it was going to accept on press, title, page variant, which is by default of having primary as a value. So after that, it was going to have a text variant, which is by default, it was having a default value as a value. And here button is having icon left and icon right things here, so which we can display those icons on the button itself. And here it was going to have a class name and the other props. So these are the props that was coming from button props here. If I go to button props, the touchable opacity props, it was coming from React Native. So we are going to see it in action in a just a moment, but for now let me continue. Okay, so other props are nothing but the touchable opacity props. Okay, we are going to see it in a moment, but for now let me continue with my explanation. Here in this written statement, we are going to have a touchable opacity here, which was coming from React Native. This acts as a button, but for the app, when we clicked on it, based on that, what we returned here for this component custom button, it was going to trigger that function. Okay, for the class name here as well, we are going to keep width as full, rounded off full, padding of 3, flex row just for center, item center, shadow of medium, shadow neutral, and it was going to have this color. And we are going to get the BG variant style of BG variant here, which we sent here. So this function will do like that. This function was going to get the variant here, and if the variant is secondary, it was going to return bg gray as 500, which is a tailwind css utility class name. Same goes for the danger, success, outline, and finally a default, like that. Same goes for the text variant here as well, so don't worry about it. It was a very simple. If we are having a icon left, we are going to show it. If the user is passed the left icon, we are going to show it like this. Because we had kept flex of row, these items sit side by side, okay, like that. And for the text here, we are going to show the title, which was passed here for this button component. And if it was having right icon, we are going to show right icon, like that. Now that's it for this custom button component. Now let me come to here and create a new file called as custom input.tsx. So this is the thing we are going to concentrate now. So now I'm going to copy it and paste down the code. So you can find this code on the resources itself. You can follow me along. So as you know, all of you, that we are going to import text input, view, text, image, keyboard avoiding view. Why this is useful, I'm going to explain it in a minute. Touchable without feedback, keyboard and platform, that was coming from React Native. So we can check the platform of the user as well. If the platform dot OS operating system is iOS, we can show that as a iOS. We can show the styling that was fitted for that particular operating system as well. So input fields that was coming from types here, it was just extending the text input props which was coming from the React Native. And here for this input field component, we are going to get label, icon, secure text entry. By default it was set to false. Label style, container style, input style, icon style, comma class name, comma other props, which was coming from text input props, which are text input props, like that. So here the keyboard avoiding view, why and what's the need of it? If you have any doubts, what you can do, you can copy it, come to here, you can go to ChatGPT and you can ask it what and why the need of keyboard avoiding view in React Native Expo application. If you have any doubts, you can ask the ChatGPT like that. So keyboard avoiding view is a component in React Native that helps you manage the behavior of your app's layout when the on-screen keyboard is displayed. So you can see in many applications that when you clicked on that input field, you are going to get keyboard from your phone, right? So this is the behavior here, like that. It's especially useful in forms or input focused views where the keyboard might overlap or obstruct input fields, making it difficult for users to interact with the form. So what is the use of keyboard avoiding view? When user taps on input field in a mobile app, the on-screen keyboard typically pops up. If the keyboard covers important parts of the UI, especially the input fields or buttons, it can make it difficult for the user to interact with the form. So keyboard avoiding view ensures that the view adjusts its layout when the keyboard appears so that the input field remains visible and usable. This helps to create a smooth user experience, especially in forms and other input driven screens like that. So, yep, after that, it was having a behavior. If the we are checking the platform OS is iOS, if it was, we are going to set it as padding, otherwise we are going to set it as height here, and touchable without feedback. So we know that touchable opacity, and what is the need of touchable opacity? Then what is the need of touchable without feedback? So when we pressed on touchable opacity component, it was going to give us, it was going to reduce the opacity of that button background, meaning that it was pressed, telling us it was pressed. But here we are not going to give any feedback to the user when the user clicked on this button. That's the main purpose of it. On press, we are going to dismiss the keyboard here. Okay, like that. View margin y of 2, width of full here for this view. In this view, we are having text, having a class name like this, and it was for the label. After this text, we are having a view here, which is having a long class name. So all set to wrap it correctly like that. And we are going to also display the container style here. So here is the question. If we pass the container style here, and if we pass the flex, for example, column, what will apply? Flex row or flex column? It will apply the flex column here, guys, because it makes sure the preference is here. Okay, like that. So after that, we are having an icon here. If it was the left icon, we are going to show this icon here in the image source of icon like that. Width of 6, having width of 6, height of 6, margin left of 4, and other icon style. Same goes for the text input here as well. If the secure text entry, if the text input we are working is of password, we are going to keep it as text secure text entry here like that. Now that's it, guys. Save this file. Now that's it for this custom components here. Now here under this components, we are going to create another file here that is for header.tsx, which we are going to show it on our dashboard screen and other screens as well. So now here RNFES to get the recommendation from the ES code via this extension called as React Native Snippets, S7 plus React or Redux snippets like that, RNFES or RNFE to get it like this, and click on RNFE here. So it will get header here. So make sure to keep it here like this. Now here we are going to have a class name for this view called as width as full, flex as row here, item size center, adding here horizontal of 4, adding vertical of 3, PG as white, shadow of 2XL, shadow as gray, for example 9 or 500, and it was going to have a rounded of 2XL. All Z to wrap it the things like that. Now here we are going to display the hamburger icon here. So when the user clicks on that hamburger icon, it was going to pop out the left sheet here. Okay, touchable opacity. We are going to import this touchable opacity, which was coming from React Native, of course. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake here. Make sure you're not having any typos. And class name, we are going to have a padding of 2 here. Now here we need to display a menu icon here that was coming from Lucid React Native. Click on here. This is very good package and click on here Lucid. Right click on it, click on enter. It's going to install. Now what you are going to do is under this touch blue opacity, we need to keep an icon here, which is menu that was coming from React Lucid React Native icons. Import it correctly like this. And it was going to have a padding. Okay. And it was going to have a size of 28, a color of black here like that. Now save this file. After this thing, now finally we are going to render a logo here which is on center. And here we are going to have a view class name of clicks of one items of start. And here under this view we are going to display an image here, and this image is coming from React Native, and it was going to have a source, and we need to require this require at the rate of slash assets slash images slash icon dot png. And now we are going to have a class name of width of 100 pixels, height of 40 pixels. And now we are going to have a resize mode here of contain like that. Now that's it for this header where we are displaying the hamburger icon and image on the header. So that's it for these custom components as well. See you on the next lecture guys. Thank you. Welcome back my friends. In this lecture we are going to see how we can create sign in and sign up screens here for our React Native. So before doing that, let me do a simple thing here. So under this node tabs, you need to drag this onboarding screen here, just like that, because onboarding screen is not having tab navigation bars at bottom, right? Like this. So that is the reason why I had kept onboarding screen on this folder. Now under this node tabs, you are going to create a new folder called as auth, and this filing name is required to do that. So make sure to keep auth file name under the brackets so it will won't recognized by React Native. Click on enter. Now here I am going to create a new file called as sign-in.tsx. So it works like a Next.js application here because React Native Expo works with folder navigation. Okay, now again create a new file here called as signup.tsx like that. So these two are like screens for our React Native app. So here under this sign in, what you are going to do is type RNEFE to get a recommendation from of one of our extensions from VS Code. Now change this to sign in screen like that. Now what you're going to do, copy this, come to here RNFES. So yep, RNFE. Now create sign up screen like that. Now save this file and this file as well. Now if we go to our app, root, no tabs, and under here we are going to have onboarding here, right? So under this onboarding we are having auth, but this is not correct. Under the no tabs we are going to have auth folder here, move it like that. So under the no tabs we are having two folders, auth and onboarding. Now under this onboarding we are having index.tsx. Now if you can see, there is only one error which was relating to TypeScript, which we can ignore right now. But if we scroll it down, when we are here at earlier we are having error at this line of code sign in. Now what we can do is, as you can see, there is no error right now because we created this screen here. So React Native automatically detects the filing names on your project and it will verifies your project here. So like that. Now what if I pressed get started or skip here. Now when I click on get started, you are going to see unmatched route. This is the reason why we need to press R here to reload our app once again. So as you can see, there is a favicon and a splash screen here. Now what we can do, we can click on next, 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 and click on get started. And here, as you can see, it was reflecting our changes here like that. So now we are ready to build our sign in screen here. We are going to make sure to import Clerk here. So for that, what we can do is we can go to app layout.tsx and make sure you're uncommenting these things here. So like that. So Clerk provider, import it correctly, go to top and import it like that. Now save this file. Now if you come to here, we will reload once again. Why it was not working? Okay, we can fix it later. So we ended up here in sign in screen. Now let's build this sign in screen here as well. So first things first, let's import some of the required props here. So under this sign in screen, you're going to initialize some of the things here. So before we do that, let's build our application from the scratch here. So first things first, we are going to import safe area view, which was coming from React Native safe area context. And here we are having a class name of flex of 1, which was going to occupy full width and height and bg as white here. After this, we are going to have scroll view here, scroll view, and it was coming from React Native as well. Now we can keep it like this. Now save this screen. Now if I go to here, and as you can see, by giving safe area view, it was giving respect to this thing here. So when we are not giving safe area view, this text will go here, will come here, and it will merges both the notification bar and with this content which we have written in our code. So make sure to always keep safe area view and scroll view here. Scroll view, what is the need of scroll view? If you ask me, if you are having a content more than enough, the users will scroll to down to see more content on native applications, right? That is the need of scroll view. So we can wrap the things like this. Now after this, we can cut it from here, not here actually, we can keep it here. Save this file. Now here under this view, under this scroll view and view, we can keep the class name as flex of 1 again. Here as well, we need to keep flex as 1, bg as white, like that. Now after this view, we are having another view here. So we can remove the text and we can keep view here. Class name, which was relative, width of full here, height of 250 pixels. Here we are going to render a showcase image here, okay, like that. And the source will be required of at the rate of slash assets slash images slash showcase dot png. And here we can keep here a class name, z index of 0, width of full, height of 200 pixels. Now save this file. So the first thing here was come to here and search here for this. Now what we can do is slash, keep it here, and when you click it on control space bar, you're going to see a suggestions from VS Code. Now click on here, sign in screen. Come to here and same goes for here as well. Like that. Now save the screen. Okay, why it was not referring to this? So I can comment this save area view for just right now. Now save this file. Okay, the error is here. So what you can do is you can avoid this save area view here like that. Comment this out. So there is an error here. React Native save area context. So I think we can keep it here. What I can do is I can remove this from here and this from here and save this file and restart this server once again to see the changes. Okay, now it was working. So for the here, we can keep it here. Class name as flex of 1, bg as white. Okay, the problem exists here. What we can do, we can cut it from here, save this file, and we can keep it here. So now here we are going to take this. So yes, it was working fine. Now what we are going to do is come to here. Okay, it was working well. After this image, we are going to keep a text here with the class name of text of 2XL, text of black, font as Rubik and Rubik. I think Rubik is enough. Absolute bottom of 5 here. All set to wrap it like this. And left of 5 here, and just below of this we can keep as welcome with the emoji called as handshake like that. Now save this file. If I go to here, you can see it was looking like this. Yes guys, what you can do is we can remove this class name here and we can keep it for safe area view, and it was looking perfectly fine. So don't keep class name for scroll view or view here, keep it for safe area view. Okay, remember that, and it will applies here. How beautiful it was. So now the thing here was it was processed image by our app. The original image is not like this, not having a background of this swag like this. So what we can do is we can keep here the thing here, so we can compare the images. So how we can compare the images? So we can ask ChatGPT for that. So before asking to the ChatGPT, let's continue my work here. After we can ask to the ChatGPT. Okay. So now after this welcome, after this view, here we are having another view here, having a class name of padding of 5. In this view, we are going to have an input field. We are going to call this input field, which we developed in our previous lecture, and it was going to have a label of email, a placeholder of enter email here or email, save this file, and it was going to have an icon here. Now we are going to require this required the rate of slash assets slash icons slash email dot png. So if you can go to assets icons email dot png, so this is the thing here, it was looking like this. So this is an icon, but it was an image. Now save this file. After this icon, we are going to keep text content type to email address, a value here which we can leave it like this for just right now. Later we can change. On change text, we can keep it like this for just right now. Okay, we are going to make some changes here, so don't worry about this. So after this input field, there is another input field to enter the password. For that, we are going to call this input field component once again, but this time we are going to have a label of password, a placeholder of enter password, password like that. And an icon here that was required. We need to require this asset at the rate of slash assets slash icons slash lock.png. Now save this file. Now after this icon, we are going to have secure text entry, which was set to true here because we are entering password here, right? So when we are entering password, that password text should be hidden like that. Now after text content type, which was again a password value, for just now, leave it as it is. Again, unchange text here. We can keep, we can leave it as like this for just right now. Later we can change, but for just right now, we can leave it as it is like that. Now after we are having a custom button component which we made. Let's call this custom button and give a title of sign in like that. On press, we are going to call one function here, which we are going to make it in a minute. Now for the class name, we can keep it as margin top as 6 to differ from these two input fields. Now if I save this, now if I come to here, and as you can see, it was looking like this. How clean it was. It was so cool and so clean here, right? So we can enter password here, but it was not accepting it. Why? Because we are not changing anything here. So for now, so after this, what we can do, we can keep OAuth here. Now, after this custom button, we are going to keep a link here. So this link was coming from Expo router and it was referencing to slash sign up here like that. And it was going to have a class name here of text large. Text should be on center. Okay. Text center. Text should be on primary 200 like that. And it should have margin top of 10 here. And in this link, we are going to keep text here and we are going to keep don't have an account. If it was there, the user will clicks on it to go to sign up screen. So for that, here again, under this, we are going to keep text here once again, and it was going to have a class name of text primary 200, and it was going to have an underline property here, and font should be Rubik medium, and it was having sign up. Now here, what you can do is we can remove this here, and we can keep gray 400. Now save this file. Now if you come to here, you can see that don't have an account. We are going to keep a space here and user will clicks on here, sign up like this. Now it's time to make some logic here, guys. To make the logic possible, what we can do is first things first, we can copy this sign in screen here for just right now. And we are going to make sign up screen here as well. Go to sign up here and here we can paste down the thing here, but this time search for sign in screen here and replace with sign up screen by pressing Ctrl F here and searching it, and by replacing it, click on here, replace all like that, sign up screen. Later, remove this welcome and type create your account like that. You can keep it like that. And now we can copy this thing here and now we can name it as name here. Enter name. And here we can keep it as person here. Now if I go to here, for example, assets, icons, person.png here, right? So we can keep it here like that. And email here, password here. and a button called as sign up, and Control Alt Z here to wrap the things. And okay, if you already have an account, you can go to sign in screen here like that. Now save this screen as well. Now if you come to here, if I click on sign up, you can scroll to down here because we had enabled scroll view here. This is the thing. Now if I removed this, you're going to see that it was not scrollable. So make sure to keep scroll view here, and it was looking fine here as well. Now here we are going to make some changes here. So first things first, we are going to make a logic here. For that sign in screen, what we can do, we can import some of the things that was coming from use sign in, that was coming from Clerk here. Import use sign in, that was coming from use sign in, that was coming from, oh sorry, at the rate of Clerk slash Clerk Expo, like that. Now here we are going to make sign in, we are going to take sign in, set active here, and is loaded here, like that. Now here we are going to make some form here. So const form comma set form equals to, we are going to take it from use state here, use state, just import it correctly, and here we are going to have email and password here, which was by default having initial values of empty strings. Now after that, we are going to make a function on sign in press. Const on sign in press equals to, we are going to use callback here, use callback, that was coming from React, and asynchronous function here. Make sure to import it correctly. So remove this thing here and click on here. So if the clerk is not loaded, we are going to return nothing here. And we are going to open a try catch block. And under here, under this try block, const sign in attempt is equals to await sign in dot create. We are going to create a sign in here. So the identifier was form dot email. Sorry. So make sure you're not having any typos here. Form dot email password. You know that password. Form dot password, like that. So if sign in attempt dot status is complete, it means we are completed the status successfully. We are going to call this set active function, which we are going to store this session here, which was coming from sign in attempt dot created session ID, like that. After, we are going to replace this router dot replace with this root tabs. Okay, we are going to replace with dashboard here. Okay, dashboard, we can keep it like this. We are going to create this file here, so don't worry about that. Otherwise, we are going to log it. So these sign in press is not my own attempt, it was coming from the Clerk dashboard. Now if you come to down here, sign up and sign in screen, you're going to see on sign in press. This is the thing here. Okay, now copy this thing, come to here and just replace with this thing here. So copy it correctly, paste it here, and here as well. Catch, copy it, come to here, paste down here. So Clerk is recommending us to use callback here. So that is the reason why we do like that. So here is loaded, comma, form here. That's it. So the form contains both password and email, right? So that is the reason why we declared here as a form. Now save this file. Now, of course, you will see some of the errors here that was related to clerk, because we haven't kept as a wrapper here for our layout file. So we are going to make it in a minute. Now, so we can keep error as any, and we can keep error here as well, like that. Now save this file. Now here we are going to check if the user is already existing. So if the user already signed up, and if he visits our app again, we are not going to ask him again to sign in, right? So for that purpose, we are going to make this function. Const user is equals to use user here once again. If user is already there, we are going to redirect him to dashboard, which we are going to create in a minute. But just for now, we can save this, no problem. Now, if I go to here, if I click on skip, you are going to see that use sign in can be only used within the Clerk provider component. Now it's time to go to layout file, and here it was giving us the things here. So token cache, comma Clerk provider, just copy all of them. Come to here and paste down the values here. Come to down here, token cache is coming from, can go to layout here. So what we can do is we can import Clerk provider globals.css splash screens and the things like that, and we can import token cache that was coming from one of our file. Now come to down here. Now here, instead of returning this, we can do one thing here. We can wrap this up like this, Clerk provider and Clerk loaded here. And here we can keep the things like this, like that. Now do like that. So it was good. So now, okay. Now save this file. Now, if you come to here, if you reload the screen here, so we completed the logic for sign in screen here, right? Now we need to make sure to keep logic for sign up screen here, which we are going to do it in the next lecture. Because now if I go to Expo application here, as you can see, it was here like that. So let's wait until the project starts. Click on here. It was going to load. Why it was giving me an empty screen here. So we are going to fix it in the next lecture, guys. See you on the next lecture. Thank you.
So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see what is the error it was causing for the blank white screen. So first things first, if you can see what are the changes I have made, I actually changed the env here. Actually, I switched to another account in Clerk, and I actually made an application from another Clerk account, and I have taken the publishable key here. So that's not the error. That's not the error it was causing. The error it was causing here was this auth.ts. We need to remove this token cache that was coming from types cache slash types, and we are going to keep it like this. We are going to keep token cache that was coming from Clerk Expo dist slash cache. That's it. We are not going to keep types here. And if you come to down, there is, yeah, that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. And yep, we are done. That's it. And coming to the layout, I have made some changes here. If you come to down here, so if there is no publishable key, we are going to throw a new error calling like missing publishable key. Please set Expo Clerk publishable key in your .env, like that. If you come to down again, I have added a new use effect. When we are working with this publishable key, we are going to see this. If there is no publishable key, we are going to log this missing Clerk publishable key with this alert as well. Configuration error as a title, as a description, we are going to keep it as missing Clerk credentials. Now, if you come to down, we are going to keep Clerk loading here. So if Clerk was loaded, we are going to show this
stack here, this children, if it was loading, we are going to show a text called as loading. Later on this course, we are going to see how we can create loading component as well for this entire application. So don't worry about that. But just right now, we are going to keep loading here. That's it. Now, if I come to here, as you can see, it was working as expected. Now, if I come to here and give a reload, after some time, it will redirect me to the onboarding screen, just like that. And it was working as expected here. Now, if I click on get started, we are redirected to sign in page here. Again, sign up. As you can see, it was working as expected. So make sure to keep the correct imports here under your file. Okay, like that. And yeah, see you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can develop sign up screen and sign in screen logic. As you know, all of you, that we had already developed these two screens here like that, but we haven't integrated the logic here yet. But here in this lecture, we are going to integrate logic here. So for the sign up screen, we are going to start with sign up screen here. Okay. So let's do it, guys. So now for the sign up screen, first of all, what we can do is we can close this terminal for just right now. Now we are going to require some of the things from use sign up that was coming from Clerk Expo. And what are those items? Is loaded. First of all, we are going to check if the clerk is loaded, and we are going to import sign up function here and set active function here. So sign up, as you know, all of you, that it was helpful to sign up the user with clerk here with this function. Coming to the set active function, a function that sets the active session. It keeps the session, okay, like that. It's meaning it stores the user in session, so user will not redirect it to again sign in page. So we are going to check by that, okay, by session, like that. Now coming to here, we are going to have another use state here, form here, form, form, and set form. And by default, it was going to have use state values of an empty object here, sorry, an object having email, name, and password here. We go to your Clerk dashboard, and under the settings, you need to enable the username as well. Now, if I go to here, after redirecting to the Clerk dashboard, go to configure here, come to down, and please enable this username as well. If you haven't enabled this, you will get an error. Okay, make sure to keep this username like that. Now after this form, we are going to keep on sign up press here. So when we click on this sign up press, we are going to create sign up instance in Clerk here, right? So const on sign up press, which was an asynchronous function. So first of all, we are going to check if let is loaded. Otherwise, we are going to return nothing here. Otherwise, we are going to continue with this thing here, try catch of error here, like that. Under this try catch, first of all, we are going to create a sign up instance in Clerk here. Sign up dot create email address, we are going to set it as form dot email, like that. Coming to the password, we are going to set form dot password, like that. And coming to the username, because it was required field, we are going to keep form dot name, like that. After creating the user, Clerk will stores this user but it will not take that user to its dashboard, to its database. It will checks for that. It will checks for confirmation for that. So we are going to do like this: sign up dot prepare email address verification. We are going to prepare email address verification here with the strategy called as email code, and not email link here, just keep email code. So user needs to open his email and he needs to take that code and verify this code to our app. So then only the user will be created. If he enters the wrong email code, he will be not registered as a user. So now here what we are going to do is we are going to create another use state here called as verification here. So verification, and set verification. By default, it was going to have an object of state of default here, and it was having an error here as well. If we are going to show error, we are going to show error here as well, and the code here as well. So when we get the code from the user, we are going to set it here. Okay, if there is any error that was thrown by the clerk here, we are going to keep it here. By default, it was going to have a state of default here, which means it was good, like that. Now after this verification, we are going to have another use state for showing the success model here when he completed registration. That means when he was verified, we are going to show this. Okay, show success model comma set show success model. By default, it was going to have false as a value, as a boolean type. Now coming to here, after sign up, after preparing, it will send the confirmation code to that user's email address. After, we are going to set the verification. On that time, we are going to set verification to, we are going to spread all of the values relating to the verification state, and just beside that we are going to set state as pending here, because it sent the email address and user needs to sign up. On that time, we are going to keep state as pending. After that, we are going to keep error as any. In this catch block, we are going to log the error. So guys, here is the thing. Make sure to keep error here in console log every time. Okay. So if you are having any error, make sure to keep console log every time in this catch block. After you can return anything, but always choose to keep error in console log, because it was very important to see what is the error it was causing and from where it was coming. So console log is very helpful for developers. Without this console log, I had struggled for 5 hours literally searching for what is the error and where is the error coming from under my app. Literally, I have wasted 5 hours of my lifetime. So make sure to keep console log every time when there is any error. Okay. So we are going to show the alert message if there was any error in here, like this, with the message here as well. Error dot errors was going to have different types of errors dot long message. We can keep it here and here as well. Okay, now save this file. When the user clicked on sign up after filling all of the fields, and when he clicked on sign up here, why it was not scrolling? I think it might be, I think we need to reload the app here. And as you can see, it was loading, skip, sign up. Yeah, it was working fine.
When when the user clicked on sign up after entering all of the required information, the email code will be received to their email address here. Okay. Now he on that time, our app will trigger a model here showing that to verify. So user needs to enter that code here. We are going to ask the code from the user again. So after receiving the code, he will enter that code here, and when he clicked on verify, on that case we are going to manage it, right? On that case we are going to manage with this function here. On When he clicked on verify, on press verify, and this was an asynchronous function, try catch block, we need to open try catch block as well. So first of all, if is loaded, if the clerk is not loaded, we are going to return nothing here at first, at initial stage. After later, complete sign up, complete. When he complete sign up here, which means await sign up, why it was coming like this, take it from here, copy, await sign up dot attempt email address verification, and we are going to keep the code here which was written by user via the model here. Okay, we are going to show the model to the user to enter code here. Okay, verification dot code here, like that. So we are going to make sure we are changing this verification code state here when he enters the code here and submits. Okay, on press verify, we are going to verify with this verification code that was given by the user. So after that, if completed sign up dot status, if it was equals to completed, on that case only we are going to store the users credentials, users data on our database as well. So if the user completed sign up and it was having a status of complete, that means he was completed the full sign up process. We are going to store the database not only on our Clerk dashboard, as well on our database as well. So we are going to store it here. We are going to store the users data on database here later, but for now we can continue with my explanation. First of all, we are going to set active here, and we are going to set active to session. So set active is coming from here, and we are going to set the session here that was coming from again this set active function, and we are going to set session as completed sign up dot created session id, like that. Now save this file. After that, we are going to set verification to, we are going to spread all of the values that was in verification, but now we are going to change the state to success instead of pending here. After later, finally we are going to show the success model at last true, like that. So like that, guys. So don't worry about this, we are going to create our own database and we are going to work on our database, so don't worry about this. Okay, else what we can keep it here is, if the user entered the right credentials, we are going to continue with this thing here. Otherwise, we are going to write, we are going to set verification to, first of all, we are going to spread all of the values in verification, comma, and error here, verification failure, verification failure. Please try again, like that. And we are going to give state as failure and not success here, like that. Now save this file. Now in this error, first of all, we are going to make sure it was having an any type, and we are going to log this error, and we are going to show that verification error, and we are going to show that error to our user as well. Sorry, we are going to show this error here
now. So const error message here, we are going to show this error message, error dot response dot data dot message, otherwise error dot message here. Otherwise we are going to write this fallback error as an unexpected error occur, like that. And we are going to set verification to, first of all we are going to spread all of the things here, verification, sorry, three dots here, verification comma, and error as error message. State was always having failed here, like that. Now save this file. So yes, now it's time to come to down here. So in the name, when we change the text here, first of all we are going to grab this value here which was given by this on change text value, and we are going to set form as like this. First of all we are going to spread all of the values under the form, comma, we are going to keep name as value here, sorry, value which was given by on change text, and make sure to keep value as form dot value, form dot name here, because we are working with name, right, like that. Now save this file. So here the text content type was email address, just change it to name here, like that. Now coming to down here, same goes for here as well, but this time we are going to change something here called as email here. We are going to keep email, and here as well same goes for password here, just paste down here and change this to password, and here as well, sorry, password, like that. Now come to down here. So when we pressed on it, what it was going to happen, it was going to trigger this on sign up press function here, and make sure you're not having typos, like that. Now coming to down, here is the juicy part. We need to install a React Native model. We are going to ask the user to enter the code here, right? So we are going to ask the user to enter the email code he received. For that, we are going to install one package called as React Native model. So React Native model, and as you can see, this is the React Native model. We are going to work it. Now what we are going to do is just copy this command here. We are going to install this package because it was a very beautiful package when it comes to showing us the models. Right click on it to paste it under the command and click on enter. So make sure you're not stopping your server. So I am in this second terminal, and yes, as you can see, it was added the package here as well. Now what we are going to do is, first of all we are going to import React Native model that was coming from React Native model, like that. Now coming to the down here, so we are going to show this model to our user when he received his email code. So now we are going to React Native model, like that. React Native model, and we are going to pass some required fields here as well, is visible here. We are going to show this verification dot state equals to pending. If it was equals to pending, on that case we are going to show this model here, like verification. So when it was state was set to pending, we are going to show this. Okay, so yeah. So here what we can do is we can write a normal React Native code here, like that. So having a class name for this called as bg as white, padding horizontal of 7, padding vertical of 9, rounded of 2xl, minimum height it should have 300 pixels here, like that. In this view later we are going to keep a text here, and it was telling that verification to the user. So he was going to see that, okay, this is for the verification and I need to be verified via email code, like that. Font rubric here, and we are going to keep text as 2XL, margin bottom of 2 here, just after this text. Now here we are going to keep another class name here, text for the text here, font as rubric here again, margin bottom of 5. And here we are going to say that we have sent a verification code to users email here, form.email, like that. Now save this file. Now after this, we are going to call our input field component here. But this time it was going to have a label of code here, an icon here, and we are going to require this icon, which was an image, at the rate of slash, it was in assets, slash icons, slash lock.png. Now save this file. After this icon here, we are going to keep placeholder to having a normal code here, an example code. And now we are going to set a value here, which was verification dot code here. So verification dot code, like that. Now keyboard type was numeric here, sorry, numeric, like that. And when we change on change text, we are going to get the code here, and we are going to set verification to, first of all, we are going to spread all of the things in verification, comma, we are going to set code as code here, like that. Now save this file. So if the user entered the wrong code here, on that case we are going to show an error here, right? Just below of this we are going to show that error here, verification.error. If it was there, then only we are going to show this message here, which was in text format, having a class name of text red 500. Text should be small and margin top should be 1. Here we are going to show that verification.error, like that. Now after this, when he entered here, we need to call a custom button component here again, so he can click on submit here, title here as verify email or email, like that. And on press, we are going to call this on press verify function, and having a class name of margin top of 5, and having the bg as primary 200. Now save this file. Now that's it guys, that's it for this React Native model when it was in pending state. So we need to hide this React Native model because we are going to show the another React Native model for the verification state called as success here. So how can we do that? So for that, what we can do is we are going to show on model hide here as well. So this is the function that was coming from this package, and if the verification dot state is success, we are going to hide this model, right? Now we are going to set show success model to true. We are going to call this React Native use state here, and we are going to make sure to keep it as true here. So on model height, we are going to show this, so it will be hidden. After this React Native model, you need to just copy the contents of it, and we are going to show the another React Native model, but for this time we are going to show it for success state here. Now what you're going to do, you need to remove everything here is visible. We are going to show when it was going to be visible. Show success model. When this state was set to true, then only we are going to show this model here, right? And we can ignore this on model hide here, like that. Now save this file. You can save this file. View, same, text, same, but here just above this text here we are going to show an image here which is for to show the icons as check here. Now if I go to assets icons, I think we are not having this check.png here. So under the assets icons we are going to put it here like that and keep it like here as well. So in the assets, you will find this check.png. Do not worry about this, okay? Because I have updated it. So for the source here, what we are going to do is we are going to use the required method here, required at this time at the rate of slash assets. Under the icons, there is a new image called as check.png. So we are going to show this image here as well with having a class name of width of 110 pixels, height of 110 pixels here again, and margin auto. It was going to have mx as auto, so it should be on center. It will be on center, and margin y. So margin vertical, it was going to have 5 here, and yes, that's it. And rounded as full here, so we don't require to do that. That's it. That's what we can do it. After this thing, now it was going to have this thing here, font as Rubik, text as 3xl here, margin bottom of 2. So make sure to keep text on center like that, font as Rubik, text as 3xl, and yep, text as center. So we can ignore this margin bottom 2 here like that. Now we are going to show that he was verified like that. Now just after this we are going to make sure that we are going to keep text as base here, text as gray having a color of gray 400, font as Rubik here, yes, margin top here, okay, margin top should be 2 here, and make sure to keep text on center here like that. Now we need to remove this thing and we need to keep you have successfully verified your account, just like that. Just below of this we are not going to ask any codes here anymore. Just below of this we are going to keep a custom button to browse dashboard like that. And on press we are going to take the user to, first of all we need to have this router that was coming from Expo router.push. We are going to push them to dashboard here. Okay, we can keep dashboard here. We are going to create this screen, so do not worry about this. Now it was going to have a custom button here, and yes, that's it. That's how it will works. Now save this file, guys. Now we are going to check the user here. Okay, now we are going to check the user here. Okay, so keep in mind that we are not integrating the database here. Okay, store the users. So what we can do is we are having an extension called as like this to do. We are going to keep this. Okay, we are going to store the users data on our database, but for just right now we are going to test. We can test. So what we can do, we can come to here, and what we can do, we can create an account here with this name, email and password. Now I can enter a name here calling like, for example, Raghunath, because my name is Raghunath, and I'm going to enter my email address here. I'm going to enter my password. Now click on sign up. When you click on sign up, as you can see, the model is triggered here. How beautiful it was, guys. Now we need to go to our Gmail here and we need to verify. Now as you can see, it was came here behind image AI. So you need to come to here, and as you can see, there is a code here. Just copy it and come to here, paste it here. Now click on verify. After clicking on verified, as you can see, guys, the model was hidden, the pending state was turned into success state, and it triggered this model here calling like verified. You have successfully verified your account. Now when you click on browse dashboard, of course you will see this unmatched route. Now if we go to our Clerk dashboard, we are going to see a new user here. So as you can see, under our users, there is a new user with this email here within Clerk dashboard. Now what we can do is we can create a sample dashboard here under our app, under our root, under our tabs. We can create a new file called as dashboard.tsx. Here user will see all of his details here, but for just right now, for the purpose, what we can keep here means a dashboard, simple like that. Now come to down here, and here keep this root tabs slash dashboard like that. Now save this file here. Now what we are going to do is we can refresh or reload the page here. So it was loading, and okay, we can skip here. And as you can see, because we have saved the user under our session, it redirects me to the dashboard without asking me to go to sign in or sign up screens here. How beautiful it was. The functionality is working as expected. Now we need to keep a sample sign out button here, because to kill the session here. Okay, so what we can do, we can come to dashboard here. So for that, what we can do is we can come to here and search for sign out expo clerk like that. So here, guys, under the use auth hook, under the clerk hooks, we are having sign out method here. So what we can do is import this method called as sign out. It was coming from slash clerk. It was coming from use auth here. So what we can do is const sign out, which is coming from use auth here, and clerk expo here. Make sure to import clerk expo. So like that. And here what we can do, we can render a button here, full opacity, sign out like that. And it was going to have a class name of bgs primary 200, for example. And on press, what we can do, we can call this function called as sign out like that. Now what we can do is we can come to here, we can skip here. Okay, text strings must be in like that. Okay, make sure to keep this in sign out like that. And as you can see, sign out button appears here. Now when I click on sign out here, it will signs out. And if I refresh the page, if I reload the page here, it was going to load. Okay, it was going to load the page, and when I click on skip here, we will be in sign in page here or sign up page here like that. Now because we are signed in already, what we can do, we can click on here and we can enter our email address here. So do not worry about forgot password here. We are going to make forgot password component as well, so don't worry about that. So first of all, we are going to enter our email address. So as you can see, for the sign in, actually we didn't done anything here. So we can come to sign in page here. So as you can see, sign in press, we already have this thing here. Okay, form on sign in press here like that. So we can remove this dashboard and make sure to keep this dashboard as well. Now come to down, just after this console log, not only we are console logging, but also we are going to show the alert message to our users. So the title was error and the message was failed. Please try again, like that. Now save this file. Come to down here. Okay. Now, instead of this input field, what we are going to do is we need to remove this and we are going to keep form.email address here. And on change test, we are going to receive email here and we are going to set form here and with spreaded values here dot form comma email we are going to set it as value, sorry, form value here, right? Value, just leave it as it is like that. So email like that. Now save this file. Now come to down here for the password form.password and here we are going to receive password here and here we are going to do set form here just like we did in sign up process dot form comma we are going to set password here. We are not going to change anything but we are changing password here, that's it, besides of password. Okay, and password we can keep it like this. Now save this file. Now after this on sign in press we are going to call this on sign in press here like that. Now save this file. Now coming to down here, yes, that's it, that's what we need to do. And now if I come to here, now I can enter my email address here. So for the password I'm going to enter my password. Now I am going to enter for example like a dummy password like this, a wrong password. When I click on sign in here, login failed, please try again, like that. Now I'm going to remove this and I'm going to enter my real password and click on sign in. Okay, we are having an error here. So the password is incorrect. So make sure to keep the password. Okay. After entering the correct password, you will be redirected to dashboard. Yes, as you can see, we are in the dashboard here, just like that. So that's it for this lecture, guys. This is a very long lecture about the Clerk authentication, but here we need to keep forgot password functionality here as well. So yeah, see you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. What we are going to do right now is come to here and just keep a message here. Okay, so I am going to keep a message like completed sign in and sign up functionality, like that. And you can click on commit here. So make sure to always commit your changes when you completed the lectures. Okay, so yeah, that's it, guys. Now if we come to here under our dashboard, this is the dashboard. It was looking like this. Now first of all, now it's time to actually store the users data on our database. In this lecture we are going to see that how can we work with Clerk, how can we work with Expo API routes. If I go to Expo API routes documentation, and this is a very simple API routes that was provided by Expo, and learn how to create server endpoints with Expo router. So app slash hello plus api.ts here. Now here, if you are keeping API routes, you need to specifically mention that to keep the endpoint as plus api.ts. If you keep like that, so the Expo will understand that this is an API file like that. So yeah, it was very simple. So now I can go to my project here. Under this app we are having an API folder here already, right? Under this, for example, as our document mentioning here, what we can do is we can create for example like hello.api.ts. So here I am going to create this file here. So here what we can do, copy it and just paste down here and now save this file. Under our dashboard we can, for example, we can get this. Okay, we can use effect here. We are making sure that it was working perfectly or not, because if you're working with Expo API routes, we already keep these settings on our app.json. We need to keep web.output as a server, and under the Expo router, we need to keep a dummy origin URL here. So make sure to keep those two settings here. Because we already kept, what we can do is we can call it directly here. So working with Expo routes is fun on my opinion, because it actually doesn't require any individual express server. That's why I love Expo API routes. Now in the use effect, what we are going to do is we are going to call this. How can we call this? You can write a function to do that. What we can do is we can call this function, and we can keep try catch block here, and we can keep a response here with fetch here. We are going to fetch this API route here. So yes, slash API, which was in brackets slash hello. And as you can see, plus API is not used here. Why? Because plus API is for only to understand the Expo, because it was an extension that was understandable by only Expo. So we don't require to keep that plus API here. Remember that. Okay, under the API slash hello. If the response is not okay, we are going to throw a new error. If the response was okay, we are going to log this data here, like that. Now what we are going to do is save this file, and as you can see under our console log, it was printed hello world, because we are passing here hello as world. To get only world, because it was an data dot hello, you can keep it like that. Now if I save this, you are only going to see world as a value here. And yes, it was working fine, guys. Now Expo API routes are working fine. Now it's time to initialize Prisma onto our project. Now, as we know all of you that Prisma is a connector between the database and the client here. Now it's time to initialize Prisma onto our project, guys. See you on the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how can we connect to Prisma here. As you know all of you that Prisma acts like a interactor between the backend and the client. So first things first, to get started, we require Prisma installed onto our project, right? So for that, come to the second terminal. Now it's time to install Prisma onto our project, guys. As we know all of you that Prisma ORM is so useful. It acts like an interactor between our database and our backend. And yeah, it was so easy to work with, and I love this Prisma, guys. So yeah, if you are new to Prisma, what I recommend is you can go to any YouTube channel and you can search for Prisma, and you can learn Prisma within 45 minutes. I'm going to promise you, because it was so easy as it is. And yeah, let's work on Prisma here. So first things first, what we can do is we can create a new git bash terminal here. We are going to initialize our Prisma onto our project, right? So for that, npx Prisma initialize as data source dash provider equals to MongoDB, like that. So we are going to initialize Prisma with the database as a MongoDB. So that is the meaning of this flag, and click on enter. And it was going to initialize the project here, npx. So let's wait here, guys. So yeah, why to proceed here, and click on enter. So it was going to install all of the required things for Prisma here. So as you can see, there is a new folder on our project called as Prisma. And if you open this, you are going to see a new file called as schema.prisma. And this icon is coming from one of my extensions called as Prisma here. Prisma is also having its own extension, so make sure to download this extension here as well. Now coming to here, when I click on here, it was going to have a schema.prisma like this. How beautiful it was, guys. We are going to have a provider as a MongoDB and URL as database URL. Now, if we go to env here, .env, as you can see, Prisma added a new lines of code under this file with this database URL here. So it's time to go to MongoDB URL and grab the URL here. So yeah, and as you can see, it initializes the thing here. If you don't have any MongoDB database, we can create a new MongoDB database here for MongoDB data. What you are going to do is search for MongoDB database here and go to database, MongoDB database here. So make sure to sign in here. So if you are not having any MongoDB account, what you are going to do is you are going to click on sign up here and you need to sign up for MongoDB database. When you go to dashboard, first it will ask for your work here, right? It will ask for you need to just enter your work details and you can click on enter like that. When you go to that, you are going to see a cluster here, cluster creation. So what you are going to do is you need to select your nearby location. So if you are in Asia, you are going to select Southern Asia or Central Asia like that. If you are living in Europe, you are going to select Europe like that. So after selecting your nearby location, after doing that, you are going to choose free as a and you are going to click on enter. Later, your database will be created. You will be redirected to dashboard after that with cluster 0 and your database name. After it will processes and it will create the database for you. Okay, let me sign up here. After you will be redirected to this page after selecting your tire and after selecting your nearby location. It will create a cluster for you with that all the database here. Now under the database section, you can come to clusters here to see what are the clusters here. So as you can see, your cluster has been automatically passed. Okay, we can click on resume here, resume cluster here, because I am not using this cluster. So you will see a cluster is being processed or created like that. So yeah, like that. Now what we are going to do is my region was actually in India, so I selected Mumbai. And under the database access, you need to come to here and you need to click on edit and you need to enter your password here. Okay, so make sure to keep the password authentication here as well. You can click on edit password and you can keep your password here and make sure to copy that password like that and keep it anywhere because it was so useful, so important. After doing that, you are going to come to here network access and you are going to keep access list entry as 0.0.0.0/0. So when you keep like this, we can access this database anywhere around the world, right? Like that. Now go to clusters here and as you can see, it was deploying it. Now what we are going to do is browse collections here, for example. So we are going to retrieve the databases here and yes, it was working as expected. I have created so many databases here. So I am going to delete some databases here as well. Now coming to the clusters here. So when you go to clusters, now we can click on connect here. So when we click on connect, it will prompt a model like this. Now click on compass here. Now you need to copy this connection string here and all you need to do is come to here and just replace with this MongoDB URL. After doing that, make sure to keep your DB password here. I said it right. Now click on database access and click on edit. This is the password here. Okay, just keep it here like that. Now save this file. So as you can see, Prisma was initialized and it was okay with our MongoDB database. Now what we can do is, so we can create a new database here. So how can we create a new database here? Just after like this, we can keep our database name behind image AI. So this is our database name like that. It acts like a database name. Now save this file. Now go to schema here. It's time to initialize our models here guys under our schema. So to initialize that, we are going to keep user model here. So first of all, we are going to track the user model here. So for that, what we can do, we can create a model called as user here, and we can initialize the things here like that. So first things first, so if you are working with MongoDB database, we need to keep ID here as a value of string, and it was acting like an ID and unique ID. By default, it was going to have auto here, and it was going to map through the underscore ID which was coming from MongoDB database, and it was having a database dot object ID. So if you're working with MongoDB database, you need to keep this ID here, which is unique, and it should be like this only. We are mapping through the underscore ID from our MongoDB database, because when we created the MongoDB database, it automatically creates the underscore ID, which is a unique identifier for that document, right? So like that. Now after that, we need to have email here, this type of string, and it should be unique. Now if I save this, okay, why it was not indenting? Okay. Now after that, we can keep username here, which was type of string, and also it should be unique. Save this file. Okay. Now after that, we are going to have Clerk ID here. So of course, we need to have Clerk ID here on our database, right? So we are going to make sure it was having a unique property and it was string as well. Save this file. Close others, so we don't require them, like that. After this Clerk ID, we are going to require password here. And this password is an optional and not required, because later on this course I'm going to introduce you the how we can work with Google with Clerk. So that is the reason if we do like that, so the user is not having password on that case, because when he chooses his accounts, he will be redirected directly to the dashboard without having any password. That is the reason why I kept password field as optional. After that, we are going to keep provider here of string here like that. And here we are going to keep layer credits here. Credits, for example, credits like that. And it was having an integer value, and credits left here. Credits left integer. Or what we can do is credits used, for example, like used, credits used and credits left. After that, we are going to show ads to this user or not. So we are going to show users by default to this user, because by default user will be on free tier. When he signed up, he will be redirected to dashboard. Before going to the dashboard, he will see an ad that was given by Mobex. By default, he is not a premium user, right? On that case, we are going to show ads right through here, and a plan here. Show plan. So yeah, we need to create a enum here, enum for this plan here, like enum plan, whether it could be free or pro. That's it. So what we can do, plan equals to plan enum here, and by default it was having free here. After this, we are going to keep generations here. So user will have so many generations. So one to many. So this is one to many, guys. So what we are going to do is, for now, we can delete this. Now we are going to keep created it, which is date and time type. And by default, it was going to have now, like that. Now updated it. So it was going to have also a type of date and time, and it was having updated it as a value, like that. Now save this file. So now it's time to create generation model here, right? Generation model here, like that. So yep. So user is going to have so many generations, right? On that case, we are going to do like this: model generation, and it was going to like this, and he was going to have ID here. As we know, all of you, that we can copy this, and we can keep it here, like that. And user ID, and it was going to have a value of string, and it was going to have db.object_id as a thing here, and user, and it was going to have a type here. So ID, user ID, and also created it and updated it. We can copy this from here and we can paste here like this. Now save this file. Now as we see here, why it was not working here. Prisma, why you are not working? Keep indent here like this, like this. Now save this file. So we are having a error here, right? So as you can see, it was like this because we are using this. So what we can do is we can keep it like tree here and row here like this. Now save this file. Now what we can do, we can cut it from here and we can keep it here like that. That's it. So yes guys, that's it. Now let's test this. So in order to test it, what we are going to do is we need to initialize the schema here. That what we can do is under the library we can create a new file called as prisma.ts here. So in the resources itself, I'm going to give you the code for the Prisma code here for this library.ts. We are going to connect this Prisma with Prisma client here. So in order to do that, what we can do is we can install this Prisma client here, Prisma/client. So make sure to install. So this is the code responsible to connect to our database, guys. Okay, like that. So this code will connect to our database here, so don't worry about this. Okay, so first of all we need to install this Prisma client. So we are installing this Prisma client here. So as you can see, it was installing, and yes, we are done it. Now save this file. We are having this user and generation here, right? So yeah, it's time to actually create user here. So what we can do is under the app API hello.api.ts, what we can do is we can create a new file called as user plus api.ts here. We can go to sign up screen. Here we kept here the to-do list here to store the users data on our database, right? So it's time to actually create the user on our database using Prisma. In order to do that, the resources itself, I am going to provide you the code for fetch.ts here, fetch.ts file here. I am going to provide you the code in the resources itself for this file called for fetch.ts here. So we are going to call this function when we require to post, when we are going to post the data to our API endpoint. So for that, we are going to call this function called as fetch API, where it was taking URL, which is the type of string, and options, which was a request init type here. So basically it will fetches the things here with this URL and with the provided options here. If the response was not okay, we are going to throw this error here. Otherwise, we are going to return this response.json here, like that. Same goes for useFetch here as well. We are only going to use this useFetch function when we are only fetching the data, when we are getting the data, not posting the data. Okay, like that. So yeah, instead of instead of declaring these states and these functions again and again, we are actually keeping all of that logic in this use fetch function, and we are passing data loading state, error state, refetch state again and again here. When we refetch the data, it will again fetch us the new data here. How beautiful it was, like that. Now coming to the sign up here, so for this, we are posting the users data to our database, right? So for that, we can come to here and fetch API. We can use this. So we are going to call this fetch API function here. Now copy this. Now go to sign up here, and here we are going to call this await method, await fetch API, like that. And here we are going to call this thing here API slash user, because we use it here, right? Use API slash user. So ignore this plus API here because it was assumed that it was an extension for the Expo. Okay, like that. And now we need to pass here the options here. So the first thing was method here, which is of a post method, and we need to pass the body here, body which was in JSON, stringified version of JSON here. We need to pass this like this. Username, which is form.name, like that. We are going to pass the username. We are going to pass the email here, which is form.email. Sorry, make sure you're not having any typos here, otherwise it will complain to us. Form.email, clerk ID here. Come, so we are going to get this clerk ID by within this object called as complete signup dot created user ID, like that. And finally, we can also pass the provider here like credentials, because we are working with credentials, right? So we are passing this data to this API endpoint. Now it's time to go to API here, or we are going to make sure export const post method, because we are dealing with post method here, right? Which was an asynchronous function, and it was a type of request here. And now it was having a try catch block. First of all, if we are having any error, we are going to show that error here, and we are going to return response. We are going to send this to JSON here, response.json data. We are going to pass it in error here, error and error, like that, comma. We are going to send the status here as well, like 500 internal server error, like that. Now in this try block, first of all, we are going to get username, email, clerk ID, and provider, which was passed here, and we are going to get this from await by calling this like await request.json, like that. Now if there is no username, if there is no username, or there is no email, or if there is no provider, or if there is no clerk ID, on that case we are going to return a response here, which was in JSON format, calling like error missing required fields, like that. And we are going to pass the status here as well, which was 500. Save this file. So if we passed all of the things here, all of the fields here, on that case we are going to pass this const new user equals to, we are going to call this await prisma dot user. So as you can see, we are not having any recommendations that was given by Prisma here. Why? So when you changed anything on the Prisma, let me go to Prisma schema. When you changed anything in this file, all you need to keep in mind is to you need to update the data here. So for that, what we can do is we can clear the terminal here. npx prisma db push. You need to enter this command here when you changed anything on this file, right? And click on enter. npx prisma db push. So it will pushes the updates to its database. Now if you are having any k7 total security, just click on allow here. So make sure you're having the correct password under your MongoDB database, otherwise it will fail like this. So make sure to keep the correct values under your .env. Now push this npx prisma database push. Click on enter. Now let's see how it works. So as you can see, it was going to create the collection called as user. It was going to create a collection called as generation, an email index, username index, clerk ID index, like that. And as you can see, it finally completed generating the Prisma client here. How beautiful it was. In order to view what is under our Prisma client, we can run the studio as well, that was coming from Prisma here, guys. npx prisma studio, and it will opens the Prisma studio for you, which runs on localhost 5555. So yeah, so it will opens for you, so don't worry about that. So as you can see, guys, under our Prisma Studio, we have two models here, generation and user, and they are having nothing here. And that is the reason why it was showing 0 as a values here. Now what we are going to do is we can actually quit this. I can actually quit this. So close the things which don't require. Now as you can see, now come to here under the user here. Now uncomment this, press here dot user. Now it was going to have user here dot. We are going to create the database here with this data. Okay, we need to pass this data to this database here, to the database here, right? Like that data, and we need to pass username here, email here, ID here, and finally a provider here. If I go to here, what are the required files? So why it was having an error here? Now keep it right side here. So ID, it was generally automatically generated by the ID here, email, username, clerk ID, password, right? After this, we are having provider here, credits used and credits left. Okay, we need to provide them as well. Credits used, let's keep credits used here. Credits left, by default, we are going to keep 5 for him. Because he is a free user, we are going to keep only 5 at the initial stage, and credits used by default 0 here. That's it. Now the errors are not here. That's the great thing. Now save this file here. Now after doing that, so we are going to return this new created user our front end here, if you can. So return new response, and we can keep it here in the JSON format, json.string file version of data equals to which was new user, and we can set a status here as well, which was 2 not 1, like that. 2 not 1 status refers to creation of new document, like that. Now save this file. Now that's it, guys. Now come to sign up here. So it will call this API slash user when the status was completed here. Now let's test this, guys. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to go to our thing here, go to Clerk dashboard here, go to Clerk dashboard. Now what we are going to do, click on sign out here and reload the app here. So make sure to sign up, make sure to click on sign out and reload the app here. Now come to here Under the users, you are going to delete this user here, like that. Now come to here, and as you can see, it was like that. Now when I click on next, 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 and get started, we will be redirected to sign in page here. Now click on sign up here. Now this time we are storing the user's information on our database, on our Clerk, not only on our Clerk's dashboard, but also on our database. Now if I go to here, there are no users here, right? Now come to here, there are no users here as well, as you can see. Now come to here. Now what we are going to do is, when he pressed on verify, if the status is only completed, then only we are going to pass this. Okay, if he entered the wrong code, is not going to, it was not going to trigger this code here, else it was going to trigger this code here. Okay, so we can remove this to here as well. Now save this file. Now let's test here, guys. Now come to here and give a name, like for example, yeah, Raghunath, because my name is Raghunath, and my email here, and finally my password here, and click on sign up here. When I click on sign up, it was going to send the verification to my Gmail address, to this Gmail address. So I need to go to here, and I need to go to Gmail here, and as you can see behind the image here, come to here. So this is the thing here, 900,899. Copy this, come to here, and just paste down the values here and click on verify email. So here the error was here, network request failed. Why it was failed? We are going to make sure why it was failed here. So API slash user, the method was post. We are having error. Okay, so we can fix this error on the next lecture. See you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you. So the error lives in here, guys. That was my mistake. So sorry about that. Keep slash here just before this API thing here. Okay, just keep it like this. And now save this file. This time it will work. I am promising you. So sorry about this. And now refresh this page here and just delete this user once again, like that. So yeah, it was deleted. Now come to here, give a reload once again. Now this time it will work, guys. I'm going to promise you. Now click on skip here, sign up page. Now I'm going to give my thing here, Raghunath. I'm going to fill my things here and password here at last, like that. Now I'm going to click on sign up here. So yeah, it sent me a verification code to my Gmail address. So yep, it was here. Copy it, come to here, sorry, come to here and just paste it here. Click on verify, and as you can see, it was going to render this API here. How beautiful it was, guys. This was really awesome. And as you can see, after the thing, it was verified here. How beautiful it was. Now we can click on browse dashboard here to go to dashboard. So now if I go to my Prisma studio here, and if I refreshed this user model, we are going to have the new user here. How beautiful it was, guys. Literally, I am amazed by this. Am I right, guys? So that's it for this lecture, guys. See you on the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can create dashboard page for our user, right? So for that, what we are going to do is, first of all, come to here and keep a message before committing here, like integrated, created, Expo API routes, and saved user, like that. So you can do like that and click on commit here. So you can literally type any message you want and you can commit the changes. So that's the main thing here. Now it's time to develop the dashboard page here, guys. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to dashboard page here. So as you can see, it was like this. So now what we can do is RNFE, type like this, and now save this file. Now, as you can see, it was going to refresh this page here. Okay, now skip, and here as you can see it was like this. Now here, first things first, we need to make sure to remove this view to safe area view which was coming from safe area context here. Make sure to rename the tag also like that. Now here we are going to keep a class name for this, width as full, height as full here, background as white here. Now if I saved this, if I come to here, okay, it was not applying here. Sometimes it will not hot reload the application on the time you need to click on R on your terminal to reload all of your applications like that. Now click on here. So it was working. Now if I click on save, as you can see, it was working as expected. Now here, this is the time. Now after this safe area view, we need to keep scroll view because user can scroll to down to see more content here, and it was coming from React Native. And here we are going to keep a view here with the class name as margin horizontal of 5, adding y of 0 here. And here we are going to call input field here. Why we are going to call this input field? Because user can search for their generations with their given name for that generation, right? So for that also we are going to make a model here. So schema.prisma, not only generation but also we are going to save the users generations. For that also we are going to make an individual model for that, so don't worry about that, we are going to create. Okay, so come to here, just beside this we are going to keep an icon for this input field, and that was an image actually, at the rate of slash assets slash icons slash search.png, so user can search for about that. And it was going to have a placeholder for search for saved generations like that. Now save this file. Now here we are going to keep text content type as name here, and a class name for this as padding as 0, margin as 0 here again. Now if I refresh this, now if I come to here, and as you can see it was like this. So we can keep header here. Okay, so just after this header we can display this thing here. So yeah, how can we keep that? That's the main point here. After this scroll view, we can keep header here as well. Now for that, we can keep and close others. So under the components here, you are going to create a new file called as header.tsx. So as we know all of you that we already created the header here. We just need to call this. That's it. After this scroll view, we can keep header here. That was coming from components slash header, and it was a self-closing tag. Now save this file. If I come to here, it was going to reload the application. So as you can see, it was like this. It was looking great for me. So as you can see, the hamburger menu icon is here and the logo was here. And here as well, we can search for the saved generations here. After this view, we can actually render a text here by their username. We can show their username here by calling hello. So now after this view, we can show the user's username here. After this view, we can create another view here, and it was going to have a class name of padding of 5, or what we can say is margin horizontal of 5. And here in this view, we can do one thing here. We can render a text with the class name of font as Rubik, text as Excel, and it was having capitalize. So when we keep this capitalize, it was making sure that if we keep like this, Raghunath, like this, it will remove the first character, and it was making sure to keep the capitalized version of that letter, like that. Okay, and now here we are going to do like this, hello, and here we need to render a text here again, which was like this, a class name here, font Rubik bold, and here we are going to display user dot username. So where this user is coming from, this user is coming from Expo Clerk. Okay, like that. Now come to down here, user dot username, like that. And what we can do is, after this text here, we can keep exclamatory mark, oh my god, exclamatory mark, and we can show them one emoji here, which was handshaking emoji, like that. Now save this file. Now if I come to here, you're going to see that hello Raghunath, like this. So it was better. So yes guys, that's how we can design, but we can keep margin y as 3 here. It was better, like that. Now just after this, we are going to display another view here. So this view here, after this view, we can keep another view, and it was going to have a class name of padding top of 1, padding x of 5, padding horizontal of 5 here, or what we can do is margin top. Yep, that was better. Margin top, flex as row here, items as center here, justify as between here, like this. In this view, we are going to render again the text here with the class name as font Rubik here, text as Excel here, and we are going to capitalize this. And here we are going to keep generations, like that, generations, and we are going to show how many generations he was having, like that. So how can we do that? So class name, font Rubik as bold here, and we can show the generation counts, not like that, but we can show the saved generations count here. So we can keep it here, saved generations. By default, we can keep it 0 for now. Later, we are going to change this. Okay. Now save this file. If I come to here, you are going to see that saved generations like this, but it was having text as base here, and remove this text Excel. Keep two Excel here and Excel here. That's the better option. Now save this file. Now just after this text here, we are going to keep a view here. Okay, we can render a custom button here, like that, and it was going to have a title of create. And for the icon right, we can keep it like plus icon here, create, and we can keep plus here, like that. And yes, I think it was good. Now save this. If I see here, okay, so we can keep this in one view, like that. Oh, okay, we need to cut this from here and we can keep it here. Now save this file. Now as you can see, it was like this. Instead of keeping button here, what we can do is we can do like this, and text here like create with plus icon. Yes, it was looking great. And we can keep margin x here, and we can keep class name as font Rubik, text Excel, like that. Now here I can give text as primary 200, and yes, it was looking great here. Now when I click on create here, it will be redirected to that. Now instead of this view, what I can do is we can keep touchable opacity here, like that. Yep, it was looking great. Now, when I click on this, when I on pressed on it, we will redirect users to that screen here. Okay, like that. So now it's time to create a state here, guys. A state for managing empty states and as well as error states on our application. So it was under components, and here you're going to create a new file called as custom state.tsx, like that. Now here all you need to do is RNEFE to get the boilerplate from our extension, and here custom state. Okay, it was looking great. Now here keep class name as margin horizontal of 5 here, and this custom state takes props such as title, description, and image, like that. And we can keep it like title is string, description is string again, and image is, it could be any here, like that. Now save this file. Now here we are going to display an image before this. So here we are going to keep like flex items center, and okay, justify center, like that. So we are making sure that this custom state is appearing just center of our application, like that. We need to display an image here that was coming from React Native. Source here equals to image here that was passed by the props, and it was going to have a class name. We can leave it here as this, like that, for testing purposes, and here we can give it as title, and after this text here again we can give it as description here, like that. Now save this file. Now come to here. After this view here we are going to create another view with custom state here, custom state that was coming from this, and it requires title here. Title is, if there are no generations left, we are going to show this state here, no generations, like that. And descriptions are, description is saved generations here, right? No saved generations. To save the generation, click on save to cloud on create page. For the description, no, there is no generations here, no saved generations here, like that. You can keep it like that. And for the image we can pass it required prop here, required prop of at the rate of slash assets slash images slash, here go to assets images, and we can do like that. No created generations. Click on here, click on F2 to copy the file name. Just click on Ctrl C, come to here and just paste it here, .png, like that. Now save this file. So as you can see, it was like this, no saved generations, and there is no saved generations here, like that. Now we need to reduce the file size here as well. Image here, right? Come to here, and for the image we can keep it like class name here, width as 110 pixels and height as 110 pixels. Save this file. Okay, it was like this. Now what we can do is margin x5 and margin y is also 5 here. Now it will looks like better, but we can increase the size of it. For example, 3 here and 3 here. Okay, what we can do is we can keep 2 here, 210. Yes, it was looking great here. Now, okay, it was looking great. For the title here, what we can do is we can keep class name font as rubric here and text as black here, like that. So font rubric medium is better, I think. Yes. No saved generations. For this class name, we can keep size as base here and color as text day 400, like that. And yes guys, it was looking absolutely amazing. We are only going to show this state here, custom state. We are going to only call this custom state when there are no generations here. For now we can keep it like this, no problem at all, and it was looking amazing, right? Now yes, we completed the dashboard here. So if we are having generations, on that case, we are going to show another state here. So for now, what we can do is, for now only, we can keep on show generations. For example, for now only, we can keep it like false here or true here. But now come to down here. So, okay, just beside this, what we can do is, if generations, show generations, if it was, we are going to show a view here, otherwise custom state here, like that. Now save this file. So this should be in text here, generations. Now save this file. And as you can see, because we kept it as true, it was showing like this. If we keep false here, it was going to show us this. So now what we are going to do is, okay, after getting the user, now it's time to go to schema.prisma, guys. So now it's time to make another model for saved generations model. We are going to make this model saved generation, saved generations, for example, like that. And it was going to have an ID, of course, was required one, and updated it. Make sure to keep updated it property here. So okay, what we can do is, here as well we are going to keep generation here, generation, which is a type of generation model here. Now if you saved this, error validating generation in model user, the relation field generation on model user is missing on opposite relation field on model generation. So here also we need to keep the user ID and user here as well. Okay, for that to update it at property like this, and here after this thing we can keep user relation here like this, user with user model here. So why we keep here and state here, if you asked me, so this user can hold multiple generations. For that, I kept like this. Now here for this user, it was only having one thing. Okay, user, that was coming from user model, and we are going to keep a relation here like fields equals to user ID, comma, and we need to keep here the reference here as well. References equals to ID here, like that. If I saved this, and as you can see, the error was not here in the saved generations. Now it's time to make here the relation here as well. Now after these generations, you're going to keep saved generations here, which was again a model saved generations. Call this model here, and again a user can hold multiple saved generations models here. Right now here as well, copy this thing, come to here, just paste it here, user ID. Okay, now also you need to keep here the user ID, like that, ID, user ID, user. Now after that, when user clicked on save on the create dashboard, after creating, when the user clicked on save generation or save on cloud, it was going to save on our Cloudinary database, right? It was going to save on Cloudinary. So we are going to keep image here, which is a type of string, image URL, because we are saving that image
on our Cloudinary database. So we are going to use Cloudinary to store the user generated images. Okay, so when we store the image on the Cloudinary, it will gives us the image URL as a response to us, and we will save that image URL in this saved generation, right? Like that. Now save this file. Now what we can do is we can move like this, and we can copy this, come to here and just paste it here. Timestamps, we need timestamps here, like that. Now save this file. Now come to down here, so you can create another git bash terminal. Now you can do npx prisma db push. Make sure to call this command when you made some changes in this file. Don't forget to call this command after updating this file called as schema.prisma. Okay, and click on enter here. That's it. Now it will pushes all of the modifications to its database here, right? And yes, if you are seeing like this error, APRM operation not permitted, on that case you need to close this VS code here, and you need to open it once again. You need to write npx prisma db push. Click on enter. If you have seen any of the errors, all you need to do is close the VS Code and run this command once again until you see this thing here, generated Prisma client, like that. Now npx Prisma Studio. If you go to here, it will opens the studio for you in the browser. So let's wait. Now if I click on here, and as you can see, generation, saved generations and user, how beautiful it was, like that guys. Now come to here, create a new git bash terminal, run npm start with cleared cache command, because we actually quit from this server, right? So we need to run this server again. Go to Expo Go application once again. So now we are now good to go guys. Now come to dashboard here. Now it's time to make a request to our database here to get saved generations. So guys, now it's time to fetch all of the saved generations for the user, right? So for now, instead of doing like this, what we can do is we can comment this, and now we can fetch things using use fetch method, like that. And now we are going to make a call to our API here to get all of the saved generations. API user, and we need to keep user dot id here, and okay, keep it user like this. Now this user.id is coming from clerk id, so it was behaving like a clerk id. And here we are going to get data comma loading comma error here, like that. We are going to get these three states from this use fetch function here. So now what we are going to do is we can go to API and we can create a new folder here or file here. Just user types user slash id plus api.ts here, like that. Now here it was a get function, right? Export const get equals to an asynchronous function which was taking request as request. And in Expo, how you can get id param here? So by doing like this, id equals to, which was equals to record, and that was coming from our Expo, and it was like string comma string here, like that. And we are going to call this function like this and try catch block. So if there was any error, first of all we are going to make sure to console log it. Later we are going to return response reason. We are going to send a data in data field here. If there was any error, we are going to show the error here, comma status. We are going to keep the status here as well as a 500 here, not here but here. Now save this file. Now in the try block, it was so easy to get saved generations of the user. How you can get that? So const
user equals to, so const saved generations, right? Generations equals to await prisma dot saved generations dot, we are going to find unique, because we are going to find unique id here, because we are going to find the saved generation by its id here. So we are going to get all of the users saved generations. So for that, what we are going to do is prisma dot saved generations dot find unique. So we are going to keep where user id is equals to id which was passed by here. And so this is the error, you can avoid it. Or what we can do is, if there is no id here, we can return nothing. So okay, now save this file. So this is a TypeScript error here. Property ID is missing in type. We can actually call user before doing this. So const, first of all, we are going to get the user from this. User equals to await prisma dot user dot find unique. Where is find unique? Where Clerk ID is equals to ID. So yeah, like that. Now we need to copy this, where user id equals to user dot id, like that. So now we are going to get all of these saved generations here. First of all, if there is no id, first of all we are going to see it. We are going to return a new response here, for example response.json of this. Copy this, come to here and paste it here, and data like error, and we are going to see, like we are going to say like, no user please provide id, like that. Now save this file, remove this, save this file, and yes, I think it was good. Now come to copy here, and here return, we are going to send this data response.json here as data as saved generations, like that. And we are going to set the status to 200. Save this file. 500, 500, 200. Okay. User id string or undefined is not assignable to type, like this. Okay, what we can do, we can keep it id here. Yes, it was looking great. So we are going to see if it was working or not. Keep it like this and save this file. Let's see it was, if it was working or not. Now come to here. So we are going to show if there is any loading, we are going to show the loading. If there was any error, we are going to show the error here. So if there was loading, for now only, we are going to keep activity indicator. Later on this course, we are going to see how we can make a custom loading component. Now here we are getting the data as, for example, saved generations. Copy this. Now come to here. Now after this, if the saved generations dot length length is greater than 0 or equals to 0, then only we are going to, okay, dot length length is greater than 0, we are going to show the generations, otherwise we are going to show this component here. Now save this file. Now let's see if it was working or not by clicking on here. So it was going to load, so let's wait. Now click on skip here. Okay, we are having an error here. So now, so after doing that, here as you can see, user.generations not exist on type on this Prisma user. All you need to do is come to here and you need to include generations here, right? Which was set to true. Also, you are going to include saved generations here, which was set to true here. Now save this file, and what you can do is you are only going to pass saved generations here. So if you are linking to any other models, all you need to do is come to here, you need to include, you need to pass this thing here as well. So to include saved generations model which was set to true. Now if I saved this, now if I go to this dashboard, now I am going to have data here, right? Now we can start our server right now. npm start with clear the cache command. Now come to here, clear all, press and clear all. Now it was going to load. Just before this URL, make sure to keep slash here. It was so important. I am always forgetting this, so don't forget about this. Okay, now come to here and click on behind image AI, as you can see, and yes, it was going to bundle it and it was going to load it. As you can see, it was loading, and yes, now click on skip here. Yes, it was loading. Now come to here. So what we are doing here, we are going to find the user and we are going to include the saved generations here, and we are passing this saved generations only to this response here. Now we are going to require that, and here if I come to here, there are generations here, but now if I log this console log of data, for example, like that. Now save this file. Now if I save this file, as you can see, it was an empty array without having anything on it. We can check it right now. Data dot len length length is greater than 0, then only we are going to see. So what we can do is we can keep data here. So what we can do is, so we are having an error. Why? If I keep my cursor here, data is of type of unknown. So to do that, what we can do is in use fetch, we are going to do like this. We are going to type user. So this user is coming from Prisma client, guys. Now if I click on enter, this is the interface that was coming from the Prisma client, because when we created the user model, it will also generate the type, the interface for that model, right? So in this case, we are not going to use user model type here, because we are going to use saved generations model here, and we are going to keep an empty array here like this. Now if you come to down here, on that case, we can keep like this data dot length. So we are going to do this here. If data if data is existed, then only we are going to call this function, and we are going to check this thing here. Okay, now save this file. Now if I come to here, and as you can see, there are no saved generations at all. So now we worked with API as well. Okay guys, in the next lecture, we are going to see how we can create this create screen here. Okay, see you on the next lecture, guys. Later we can work with generations here. Okay, so yes, see you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you.
So welcome back, my friends. So as you can see, we had developed the dashboard screen here. Now if I go to Expo Go application here, now I'm going to run my app here. So now first things first, in this dashboard, what we are going to do is just beside this dashboard opacity, we are going to create on press event here. So when we clicked on here, we are going to redirect users to the new screen called as create. So for that, router dot, this router is coming from Expo router dot push, we are going to push them to slash root no tab, and here we are going to keep no tabs slash create here. So we are going to create this create screen here, so don't worry about that. Now save this file. Now what we are going to do, under the app root no tabs, we are going to create a new file called as create and create.tsx. And now here we are going to develop our create screen here, which is the actual logic of our app. Now what we are going to do, we are going to click on behind image AI to load our app here. So yeah, now it's time to create create.tsx here. Now if I come to here, .nfe,
to create a thing like that and save this file. Now come to here. Just after this, you're going to keep y app root. Okay, we are here under the tabs, guys. That was not the case. So what we are going to do is we are going to cut it from here and we are going to keep it under the no tabs folder here, like that. And here app root no tabs slash create here. That's the main thing. And yes, now save this file. So first things first, it was containing very huge lines of code and I'm going to explain one by one. Okay, so don't worry about that. So first things first, what we are going to do is we are going to require some things here like view, text, touchable opacity, activity indicator, dimensions. Press all Z to the wrap our code like that. Model here, image, text input, and finally alert. It was coming from React Native. Now save this file. After this, we are going to import React, we are going to import use callback. It was coming from React here. So yeah, make sure delete this and keep like this. Callback. We are going to import callback, use effect, use reference, and finally use state here. It was coming from React. Now after that, when they clicked on download after editing their image, we are going to ask them permissions to allow or deny, right? So for that, we are going to import everything as media library here. That was coming from Expo media library, and we are going to install this Expo Media Library package. So as you can see, provides access to users media library. That is the main thing here. And as you can see, weekly downloads as well here, 98,000, just like that. Now you need to copy this command here. Come to here, open another terminal on your VS Code, right click and click on enter to install it. So after the installation, we are going to import file system here, right? So we are going to import file system here. After this, we are going to import slider here that was coming from another package as well. So import slider that was coming from React Native community slash slider here, and we are going to copy this thing here, and yes, of course we are going to install this. So you can ask me that why we are going to use slider in this screen here. So user needs to scroll to right side to increase or to reduce the options he having, like font size, text sliding, or like that. Now what we can do, we can copy this command, right click on it and click on enter. So it was going to install. Now after that, we are going to import everything as image picker. It was coming from Expo image picker, and here as well we are going to do like this. Go to here again, back. Now search for this package here, click on here. So as you can see, npm has Expo image picker here. Provides access to the system's UI for selecting images and videos from the phone's library or taking photo with the camera. So this is the preferable way, guys. It was so simple and I always prefer to use this package because it provides us the beautiful UI for us and the latest updated UI for us for selecting images and videos. So yeah, now copy this command here, and as you can see, there are so many weekly downloads as well. Now come to here, right click on it and just enter. So it was going to install it. After that, we are going to import everything as file system that was coming from Expo file system, like that. so we don't require to download this, it was already downloaded. Now after that, so we are working with canvas here in this screen, guys. So if you ask me what is the need of canvas, it provides a blank visually driven environment for creating user interfaces and building applications with minimal or no coding, offering flexibility and customization. So let me give you a beautiful example here, canvas.com. If I go to here, now if I click on create design and select, for example, logo here. So when I select logo here, so yeah, this is the thing here, guys. So as you can see, this is called as canvas here. So where user can come to here and he can make changes to this canvas here. Like he can add heading here, he can add like image here, for example, he can add elements here, like that. He can add whatever he wants. So this is all called as canvas here, right? So we are going to initialize this canvas in our app, guys, right? So for that we are going to import. So user will come to our app, they will click on create. When they click on create, first they will see canvas occupying 50% of the screen of the height. Okay, like that. We are going to import canvas image as canvas image that was coming from native canvas, and we are going to import this canvas thing here, canvas package here. Okay, come to here, search for this, click on here, npm, and copy this React Native canvas, a canvas component for React Native, like that. So before we are copying this, make sure to install this also. Okay, these two packages, copy everything, come to here and right click on enter, npm install React Native web view, like that. npm install React Native canvas here, like that. So that's it, guys. Now after this, okay, React Native canvas, I think we need to run this thing here, npm I save as dependency at the rate of types for this package. Click on enter. Some of the packages require types slash in order to actually get rid of this error here, like that. Now after that we are going to import a color picker here that was coming from React Native wheel color picker. So we are going to use this package to control our colors here. Now copy this React Native wheel color picker. So if you come to down, you will see how it works, but I know how it works. All you need to do is copy this command, come to here and right click on it. So now it was going to install React Native wheel picker here, like that. So after that we are going to import scroll view here, and that was coming from React Native here. So now we are going to import safe area view that was coming from React Native safe area context. After that we are going to import ion icons that was coming from expo slash vector icons. So what we can do, import ion icons that was coming from the rate of React Native, or what we can do is expo slash vector icons. So make sure to keep I as small, like that. Now after that we are going to import custom button here as well, which we created here, like that. And finally we are going to import upload that was coming from icon here, lucid React Native icon, like that. Now save this file, guys. In the resources itself, for this file I am going to provide you the code here. All you need to do is just copy one by one. So first, now you need to copy this type here. I am going to explain each and every code step by step in this file, so don't worry about this. Okay, just paste here and I am going to explain what this function and how this function works. Okay, all you need to do is just paste the things one by one. So first we are having this text layer here, and it was having id, which was type of string, text, which was type of string, x position, y position, font size, font weight, color, opacity, rotation, as like this. Now after this type, just below of this, so now what we are going to do is we are going to rename this to create image. You can do like that. Okay, so you can rename this to whatever you want, but I renamed this to create image. Now here we are going to initialize some use states here. Okay, all you need to do is just copy it and paste it here. So first things first, we are having image URL. After we are having text layers here. After we are having selected layer ID here. If you are wondering why and what's the need of them, so first use state is responsible to hold the image URL of the processed image here, the final image here in the canvas, what you see in canvas. Okay, so this second one is text layers. How many text layers are there? So user can click on plus and they can create another text layer like that. Okay, now coming to the third, we are having selected layer ID, on which text layer he was in. We are going to check it. Okay, we are going to check it by this use state. So when they clicked on that, so user is having multiple text layers and they can click on one of the layer and they can work on that layer. Later he can switch to another text layer. So on that case, we are going to grab the selected layer ID here. Okay, and we are going to show them what are the values and properties that are existed before he was accessing that layer like that. Now here we need to do one thing here. Now save this file. We need to create one file here. Under the hooks, we are going to create a new file called as use image segmentation. So if you're wondering why and what's the need of this file, basically when the user uploads the image, it was going to take that image here and it was going to process the image and it will send that image to our backend, our remove bg API here, to remove the background for that image. Later after that it will process the image, because it will take the time, and it will returns that image again to this screen here. So that is the reason why we are using use image segmentation here, and that was coming from hooks here. So how can we do that? So yeah, to do that, all you need to do is not a JSX function here. So just keep in mind, now we are going to import use state here that was coming from React, and after we are going to import everything as file system that was coming from Expo file system like that, and we are going to import use user that was coming from Clerk here, guys. So what we are going to do is import use user. Okay, just click on this and it will be imported like that. Now we are going to export this function called as use image segmentation here like that, and it was going to have a use state here of is processing and set is processing. So if the image is contacting with our remove bg API, on that time it will take some time to remove the background here. So on that case we are going to show them the loader, right? So on that case we are going to keep it the loader in this use state here. So by default it was going to have false as a value here, boolean value. Now after that we are having processed image URL. After completing the processing of that image, remove bg API will send us the processed image URL as a written here. On that case, we are going to grab that URL and we are going to keep it here under our use state here, like that. And it was having a use state here, use state, like that. Now it was going to have either a string or null as a value, all set to wrap the things like that. Now after that, we are going to import user here that was coming from use user. Now we are going to make an API request here, guys. Okay, an API request to our backend here. So now here is the thing. We are going to make a function called as process image, which was an asynchronous function, and it was going to have image URL here, and it was having a type of string here, like that. Now here, first of all, we are receiving base 64 image here, guys. Base 64 image, which was await. We are going to do like this: await file system dot read string async, and here we are going to keep image URL, comma, the encoding here was file system dot encoding type dot base 64, like that. Now save this file. After this, we are going to set is processing to true here, because from this step we are going to make a call to our API request here to the remove bg API. So for that, we are going to keep try catch block here, and here under this try block we are going to keep response here. Keep response is equals to, we are going to fetch it here, right? So what we can do is await fetch API. We can call this fetch API and make sure to keep slash here and open braces and API slash image segmentation, like that. Now after that, we are having this option object here, and it was going to have a method of post, and we are going to send the headers here as well, and content type here, which was application of JSON. We are going to send it as JSON here, and we are going to have a body here, right? Body as JSON dot stringify. We are going to send image, which was base 64 image here. So when the user selected image, on that case we are going to turn that image to base 64 image here, and we are going to send it to our backend here, right? We are going to send Clerk ID here, which was user.id here, and like that. Now save this file. Now after this fetch here, we are going to make sure that if there is no response dot okay, if it was not okay, if the response is not okay, on that case we are going to throw a new error here. What is that error? It was called as http error here, and we are going to send the status here as well. Status as, we are going to open this, and we are going to send it as response.status, like that. Now save this file. Now after this, we are going to get the result here, right? Const result. What you can do is come to top here. Instead of this, you can keep fetch here, okay, like that. Const result equals to await response dot json here, like that. After, we are going to get the layers left here, or credits left. We are going to get it from this credits left, this object here, this result object here, and we are going to get base 64 data here as well, and which was coming from result.data. Here we are going to keep a URL here to save the file to the user's file system. So we need to name that image here, right? On that case, const URI, which was equals to, we are going to keep template literal strings here and open this file system dot documentary directory here, like that. And after this curly braces, we are going to keep processed here. So you can keep your name, that's not a problem here, but I am going to keep it like this, guys, png. So yeah, we are making sure that we are always keeping this png as a extension, because the remove bg API will always send us the format in png like that. After, we are going to make this thing here, await file system as string asynchronous, and we are going to write it. So we are making sure we are getting this URA from it, URA of the image, and we are going to write that image in the user's file system. URI, comma, base 64 data, comma, open object here, encoding the file system dot encoding type dot base 64, like that. Now save this file. And finally, we are going to set processing image URL to I here, like that. And after this, we are going to return URI, which is URL, and credits left here, like that. And here, if there was any error, first of all, we are going to make sure we are going to log them, and we are going to return null here. So after that, finally, if it was succeeded or failed or anything, we are going to set is processing to false here. So like that. Now save this file. So yes, guys, that's the main thing here. So now after this entire function in this object here called as use image segmentation, we are going to also making sure that cleanup, we are going to send it as, we are going to send cleanup here as well. Clean up, which was an function here. If we are going to check it like processed image URL, if it was, then we are going to call this file system dot delete async of processed image URL here, like that. And we are going to set processed image URL to null here. So we are also sending this cleanup here, right? So we are cleaning that image URL as well, like that. Now return here. Finally, we are going to return processed image here, processed image URL here is processing here, and finally clean up here. So yeah, we are going to send these 4 states here to the to our create.tsx file here, like that. Now after this, we are going to import them. Const, which was like that, an empty object equals to use image segmentation here. And finally, we are going to import processed image URL, cleanup, and finally is processing, that was coming from use image segmentation. So after that, we can keep track of remaining credits, guys, right? So what we can do is come to here, save this file here, come to here, save this file. Now here we can keep a state for tracking the remaining credits and set remaining credits here, like that. Now save this file. Under the use image segmentation, we returned here the credits here is processing processed image URL. So what we can do is for the credits left here, we can do one thing here. We can keep another use state for this credits left comma set credits left, which was a use state. By default it was going to have 0 here, copy this, set credits left here, come to down here, and after this thing we are going to make sure to keep like this guys, we are going to make sure. And finally we are returning this credits left. Now save this file, come to here, and after this is processing, we are going to acquire this credits left from here, right, like that. And at initial stage it was going to have credits left as a initial value, like that. Now after that, also we are having a function for full screen here, so user can view his edited image on full screen here. And after that we are having an use state for canvas image URA here, like that. And we are going to keep canvas reference here, and we are going to use useref, and we are making sure that it was a type of canvas. At the initial state it was having a null property. After, we are going to get the width and height of that individual mobile phone which was using by the user here. So for each and every individual phone there will be different height and width here, and we are going to take them like that. Now after that we are going to make sure that canvas height is screen height into 40 percentage. So the canvas height is 40 percentage of the total height of that individual screen here which was holding by the user. Coming to the text layers reference, use reference of text layers, like that. After that we are going to open use effect here, and here we are going to write text layers dot current text layers reference here, okay, dot current here equals to text layers. And when the text layers change, we are going to keep it like this under the use effect. Now it's time to make so many functions here. So what I'm going to do is, in the you can find it on my GitHub page here. So yeah, I'm going to paste all of my functions here. Okay, so I'm going to explain the things, so don't worry about that. I'm going to explain the things here from the scratch, so don't worry about that. Come to top here, just come to top, and here after this use effect there are so many functions here, and I am going to explain these functions one by one. Now first we are having this handle add text layer here, so we don't require this use effect. So let me open this. So as you can see the text layer here, so first things first, we are going to initialize the text layer here by making these properties here. ID, we are going to keep it as random math ID for each and individual layer here. We are going to keep unique ID by making this function here, math.random. We are going to get the random ID here, random number that could be anything from 0 to infinity. And for the text, at the initial stage we are going to keep it as new text layer, and this text should be on x-axis of 50 and y-axis of 50 here on this canvas. Font size, it was going to have 48 as a default value, font weight as a default value of 400. Same goes for the color, opacity, rotation. Now we are going to set the text layers. We are going to spread the text layers, common new layer. So we are holding so many layers here, right? When the user clicked on new text layer, we are going to set a new layer to this state here. So we are spreading the text layers in this array, and we are going to keep the new layer, making sure that the previous state is not getting grid, okay, like that. Now finally we are going to set selected layer ID to this new layer.id here. So when the user clicked on that individual layer ID, we are going to set this selected layer ID to that ID, so he can make changes to that ID as well, like that. Now if you come to down here, so this is the function it will do. Now coming to down, we are having this update layer function here, which it was going to take ID here and updates here, like that. So now come to down here. First of all, we are going to set text layers here, and we are going to take the previous value as a layers here, and we are going to map through each of them, and we are going to get individual layer here. And if the layer dot id equals to id that was passed here, then we are going to update the layer here by spreading the values like that. So we are updating this layer here. We are calling this update layer when there is a change by user. Okay, like that. Now open this function here, draw on canvas. If you ask me what this function does, yeah, it was pretty huge function here. It was using use callback function here. So as you can see, use callback will return a memoized version of the callback that only changes if one of the inputs has changed here. Okay, like that. Now it was having an asynchronous function here, and it was having layers, which is text layer of what we can say, it was containing array here, so it was acting as an array. And in the curly braces, we are going to make sure that if canvas reference dot current is not there, or if there is no image url, or if there is no processed image url, we are going to return nothing here, like that. And here for the strike block, we are going to keep the context here. Now we are going to get the, so draw on canvas. So as the name referring us, it will draw us the thing on canvas here. So context equals to canvas reference dot current dot get context of 2D here, like that. Image here, we are going to keep a new canvas image on this canvas here, like that, and also image 2 here. So the first image is responsible to get the image from the removebg API here, and the second image is responsible to keep the background image like that only without modifying them. So let me explain what our app does here. It was very important to know. Okay, now so let me explain what our app will do. Okay, I'm going to go to Canva here. So let me explain the things here. So okay, assume that this is the image that was uploaded by the user. Okay, so for example, yeah, okay, what we can do is, yeah, so here is the background of the image, and here is the image of that person or anything. Okay, assume that this is the body of him. Okay, so remove bg API will returns only this image here. It will detect the subject and it will remove the background here, and you are only going to see this returned image here by the remove bg API, which is the removed background version, right? But here on our app, it will returns here, it will returns to our app here, but by default only our app will keep our background image here. That's the beauty of our application. So we are making sure that we are having layers here. Now this image is having layers, so background is now one layer, and this detected subject is now a layer, right? Now if the user typed anything here, for example like this, for example hello, like this, we are not going to keep it here like this. We are not going to keep it like this. So let me change the thing here. We are not going to keep it or red here. So what I can do is I can click on here, and yeah, so now when the user enters here, we are not going to keep the text like this. This is not our app will do. Instead what it will do means, right click on it. Here we are having layer here, click on send to back. This is the thing our app will do, guys. This is what our app will do. So now here it was called as a background, Here it was called as detected subject or the image that was written by our remove bg. And here for this we are going to keep the text here like this, hello. That's the main context of our app, guys. This is how our app will works. Okay, so now let me come to here. So the first image is holding the returned URL, image URL that was given by removebg, which is the detected subject only without having background. For the second image, we are having background. So we are making sure to keep background here on this canvas like that. And here we are going to keep width and height as screen width and canvas height here, which we defined earlier in this screen here. Now, if you come to down, we are going to have original base 64 and processed base 64, and we are going to call this promise, and we are going to make sure that it was going to do the same work here, image URL and processed image URL like that, and it was converting those to base 64 here. After, we are making sure that it was loaded here, the first image and the second image here, by making this thing here like that. Now after that we are going to keep image source here. So processed base 64, which was coming from the removebg API, and the original base 64, we are going to make sure to keep the original base 64 image here. So for the background image, we are going to keep it image 2 here. For the processed image, which was given by the removebg, we are going to keep it like this. Now we are going to make sure that image and image 2 are both are loaded. After that, we are going to keep the ratio here, screen width divided by image 2 width and canvas height divided by image 2 dot height. Same goes for the display width and height here for this image 2. And before actually drawing into our canvas, we are remove everything on that canvas, and now we are going to drawing the image here, right, like that. So first things first, we are going to draw image 2 here, which is the background of that image. Okay, and we are going to draw that image with the image URL canvas image here, screen width divided by display. And coming to the second image, we are going to keep the position here like that, and the width height like that. These are the properties here. Now coming to down here, so now we are going to make text layer here. So as I mentioned before, using Canva, so we are going to write a text layer just on this background here. Okay, we are going to keep this layer here. So before just this background, we are going to write this text layer here like that. So it will act like a second layer here, intermediary layer here. So context.save, context.translate. So first of all, we are going to save the context here or canvas here. He is going to have rotate option. He is going to have options to change the X position, Y position. He can change the font here. He can change the font weight, font size here like that. Now also he is going to change the color here, color of that font, opacity of that font, opacity of that text here, and like that. Finally, we are going to restore the canvas here like that. We are mapping through individual layers here, and here finally, just below, just above this text layer, we are going to keep the processed image URL here, which was written by remove bg, and we are going to keep that bg here like that. So if there is any error, we are going to show that error. So this is the callback function, right? So if the image URL or processed image URL or screen width or canvas height is changed, it was going to trigger this function. So yes guys, that's how this function works. After this, we are having capture canvas image here. So it will captures the canvas image here, so nothing fancy here. Like that, after we are having toggle full screen here, so user can click on full screen to go to full screen and he can view his changes here as well, like that. Now after this, we are having a use effect here, drawing canvas, processed image layers and text layers here. So when these three functions are changed, we are going to trigger this function draw on canvas here, which is a function. So we are going to call this function by text layers here, like that. So we are making sure that we are updated. Okay, after that we are having handle slider change here. We are going to get the value and property of text layer. So yeah, it could be maybe anything from this text layer, and we are going to get the value of that property here, like that. So when the user changed the slider here, we are going to capture that value here and the property here. Okay, so what is the property here? We are going to update the layers by that. If the layer.id equals to selected layer id, we are going to return that layer with this property and with this value here, which is in text layer values here, whether it could be x position, y position, font size, font weight, anything. Now if you come to down, finally we are going to set the text layers to that updated layers here. Now just behind this, we are going to make sure to call, we are making sure to call this thing here. We are updating the canvas here. Later, we are going to request animation frame here. After this function, we are having handle image upload. So when the user goes to create screen, the first thing he is going to see is a button calling to upload the image. So when he clicked on that, our image picker will comes to action and it will grabs that image here. So if it was not cancelled, on that case we are going to call this process image here, which is coming from the use image segmentation, and we are going to pass that to this function here, pass that url to that function here. Later we are going to set image url to this url here. We are going to set image url to not processed image url but the background of the image url. So yeah, okay, after we are going to show the alert like image processed successfully. Later we are going to keep remaining credits as this response.credits left, like that. If there was any error, we are going to show the error in console logs, and if it catches any error, we are going to show the error like this. Now after this, we are having download function here, guys. So when the user clicked on download, so the file system will comes to action here. So first of all, we are making sure that if the canvas is not having any image url, on that case we are going to show an alert like having a title of error and a description of please process an image first. If the image is there, the processed image is there, we are going to first of all call this function ensure canvas has latest state here, like that. And we are going to get canvas image data by keeping data url here and base64 data here, like that. Now we are going to keep the file name here as edited dash image dash date.now.png, like that. Create a unique file name for this file here, for this image here. Later we are going to keep the file URI with this file name here. And finally, we are calling this write function via file system. So we are calling this file system to write a file with file URI and base64, and finally an encoding here, encoding type dot base64, like that. Now after this, right after writing the data file to the file system, we are going to save to media library of him. So yeah, here is the thing, guys. So when he clicked on download option, he is going to see a pop-up whether to access. It was going to show us permission required. Yeah, so if the status is granted by the user, on that case we are going to create asset here on his file system, on his media library with this file URI here, and under the downloads folder he is going to see his asset here. And after this thing we are going to show an alert to him like success and image saved to photos app, or what we can do, image saved to library, like that. Now otherwise we are going to show an alert here if he was denied the request. On that case we are going to show him an alert, permission is required, please enable photo library access in settings, like that. So in the catch block we are going to log the error if there was any, and as well as we are going to show the alert message to the user as well, like that. After, we are going to have a selected layer here. So we are going to find the text layers by the ID here, which is selected layer ID. So we are on the active layer here, so we can work on that layer very easily, like that. After this function, this is the function we are having here, and handle delete layer. User is also having ability to delete the layer which he created, right? So he can click on create, he can click on delete as well, like that. Now expand this and handle delete layer, like this. So we are going to get the layer ID. From that we are going to use the filter method and we are going to remove the selection here, like that. So that's it guys, that's it for these functions here. Oh my god, it took me for about 1 hour to explain the functions here. See you on the next lecture guys, where we are going to concentrate more on UI here. Okay, thank you guys, see you on the next lecture. So now guys, it's time to make an API here. So under our app API, we are going to create a new file called as image plus api.ts. So yeah, we are going to make, so what we can do is go to use image segmentation. So as you can see, image segmentation, so we are going to make sure to keep image segmentation plus api.ts, like that. Now here, so we are working with API here, right? So now if we go to image segmentation here, use image segmentation, this is post method, right? So now what we are going to do is, first of all, we are going to import Prisma that was coming from Prisma, and we are going to have a method of post here. So yes, we are going to do like this. Request that was coming from request here, and then here we are going to open try catch block. Under this try block, we are going to receive image comma clerk ID here. Now if I go to here, as you can see, image clerk ID, like that. That was coming from request.json, like that. Now here we are going to get buffer here, and we are going to make sure we are getting buffer. This is the method from image here, and it was the type of base64. Now after that we are going to create a blob here from this buffer. Okay, const blob equals to new blob, and it was a function, so make sure to keep equals to here buffer, and we are going to keep buffer here under this brackets, and here open curly braces, and type is equals to image of jpeg. We can name it as jpeg here, like that. Now after this we are going to create a form data here. So here const form data equals to new form data. We are going to create it here, and we are going to append this form data. So make sure to keep form data, not from data. So yes, like the form data, and we are going to append this to, we are going to size, we are going to keep size as auto here. So we are preparing this form data to send this data to our remove bg API. Okay, form data, and we are going to append this to image file here, and we are going to make sure to keep blob here again, and it was having image.jpg file here, like that. Now after that, it's time to send request to our remove bg API to get the data from it. So how you can do that? It was very simple, guys. To your browser and search for remove bg API, and as you can see, remove bg API documentation, just click on here, and as you can see, it removes the background automatically with one API call. And as you can see, our application will send this data here to here, and it will process the data, and it will comes like this. A beautiful example here as well shown here. So now what we are going to do is come to here and make sure to sign up or log in with this remove bg here. Okay, so I'm going to click on sign up here. We are going to have 50 free API previews here, which is more than enough for us here. So make sure to sign up here. Okay, so I am continuing with login here because I already have an account here in this remove bg. So now after doing that, click on here and click on my account here. Now here you are going to see 50 of 50 APIs here. Because I used one of them, I am getting 49 of 50 API keys per month here. So as you can see, it was like that. Now we can change subscription or buy credits here as well. So when we click on here, we will be redirected to this page. So if you are planning this application in a large level, what you can do is you can purchase the credits here, and when you choose like that, it will shows more and more credits here, like that, and it will reduce the price here as well based on the uh, amount you have chosen. Now come to back here. Now go to API keys here. So here under this API key, click on new API key and give it a name here, and copy the API key here, just like that. Now head back to your VS Code, go to .env here, and here you can keep it your remove bg API key, rem bg API slash key equals to like this. Now save this file. Now copy this, come to here. Now it's time to make a request to our remove bg API here, guys. So how can we do that? So const response equals to await fetch method here to call this method called as https slash slash API dot remove dot bg slash v1 dot 0 slash remove bg here, like that. So we are going to make a call, a request to this response here. When we made and when we given the data to this URL, it will reduce us the API keys by one here, like that. Okay, so yeah, after that we are going to keep method here as post here. So we are having 50 free credits here, which is far more than enough for us for now. Here we are going to keep x dash API dash key here, and we can keep it as here, like we can grab it from here and we can keep it here, remove bg API as string here, like that. Now it's time to keep the body here, and we are going to send this form data here, like that. So after that, what we can do is, just before this, to view all of our things here, we can make sure to keep console log here. sending a request to remove BG API like that, and we can keep like that. And after this, what we can do is we can keep a response here, CLG response status, and we can keep it like this, and we can send a status here as well, response dot status like that. So now again we are going to check if the response is not okay. On that case, we are going to keep error, sorry, error text equals to await response dot text that was coming from response, and we can log it here. So this response is coming from remove BG API. So if we are out of the credits, it was going to show us the error here like that. And again, we are going to throw error here on that case. So for now, we can keep, or we can throw an error here. So make sure to keep template literal string here, and here we are going to keep response.status with response.status text here like that. Now after this curly braces, we are going to get the processed image as blob here. So here it returns us the image here. Now we are going to receive that image as a blob here, so we can convert it to base64. So now we are going to get result blob here, right, equals to await response dot blob, and after we are going to keep it here in array buffer, and we are going to get it from buffer dot from array buffer. What we can do is we can remove this, we can remove this and await result blob dot array buffer. We can call this function. Later we can keep a console log to track all of the changes it was doing. Okay, received processed image blob here like that. Now we can convert this blob to base64 string here. Const result is 64 equals to buffer dot from array buffer to string here, sorry, to string of base64 here like that. Okay, now we are going to update the database here. Const user equals to await prisma dot user dot, we are going to find unique here where we are receiving clerk id here on the response, right? So we can do like this, clerk id equals to clerk id, and we can select plan here which was set to true. Of course it was enum, but as well we are going to select it, a id here which was set to true here, and credits left here which was equals to true here. We are only selecting these three here, okay, like that. We are only requiring these three fields from this database here, so we can actually do better in performance. If there is no user, on that case we can throw a new error calling like user not found like that. We are going to update the user here. Const updated user equals to await. We are going to call this prisma dot user dot update method where clerk id equals to clerk id, and we are going to pass the data here as well. Credits left, we are going to decrease this number decrement by 1 here. How beautiful it was. Prisma is giving this opportunity for us. So it will takes the data in credits left key field, and it will decrease the value by 1 here like that. Remove this here, and we can keep credits used here. We can keep it here, and we can increment by 1 here. And after this, dot dot dot, we are spreading the values here. User if the user is having a plan of free here, on that case only we are going to keep credits left here, right? So credits left to, we are going to decrement by 1 here. The data is like this, and we are spreading the values. We are checking if the user is having free plan. If he is on the free plan, okay, what we can do is, instead of keeping these brackets, we are going to open these brackets here, and we can keep it like credits left here. Credits left, we are only going to reduce this credits left by 1 when the user is having the free plan here, right? Like that. Now after this, save this file, save this file here. We are going to decrement by this. After this data, we can do like this. We are going to select, we are only going to select credits left here, which was set to true here. So we are making sure that we are updating the database and we are selecting the data which is credits left only under this whole document, like that. Now here we are going to return a response here .json. We are going to use this data here. We are going to send the data here to result base 64 and credits left here as well. Credits left, and we are going to send it like updated user dot credits left. We are only having this value because we are only selecting this value, like that. Now after that, we are going to select, we are going to have a status of 200 here. Now save this file. If you are having any of the errors, we are logging it and we are returning this response in JSON here. Now save this file. Welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can create this screen here. So first things first, what we are going to do is, if we go to our dashboard screen, we are having this create button, right? And here we are having create image. Now it's time to create image here, guys. So for that, what I am going to do is, first of all, I am going to import this safe area view, and it was going to have a class name of flex of 1 pg as white. So it was going to occupy both height and width here, and as you can see, now it was having full width of background of white. Now here we are going to have a scroll view here, which we have already imported, right? In this, we are going to keep content container class name as flex as grow. Okay, flex as grow, and padding bottom of 24 pixels here, not 24 pixels but 24 here, like that. Now here we need to display canvas to the user here, right? So they can actually view and they can make some changes here. So here we are going to open a view here with having a class name of justify of center, like that. Items of center here, we are going to make it center, and border bottom should have, and it was going to have border of gray 400. And here for this style, we can keep height as canvas height here, like that. All Z to wrap the things here. Now here in this view, if it was processing, we are going to keep it here. So this is the thing that was coming from image segmentation here. If it was processing here, on that case, we are going to show an activity indicator here within view. Later in this course, we are going to see how we can create a loader component here. So don't worry. So for now, we can keep class name here, which was absolute. Inset of 0 here, justify of center, items as center, background of white here, and bg opacity should be having opacity 90 here, like that. In this view, we are going to render activity indicator here, and it was going to have a size of large here, a color of, not here but here, a color here, which is our theme color 7E60BF, like that. Now save this file. After this activity indicator, just below of this, we are going to render a text here with the class name of margin top of 2, text gray as 700, text as base here. Now here, we are going to render a text like processing image with keeping 3 dots here, like that. Now after this view, if it was processing, we are going to render this component here. Otherwise, if there is processed image URL that was which was written by remove bg API, on that case we are going to open an element like this, and here we are going to render canvas here. This canvas is coming from React Native canvas, which we downloaded. Okay, now here we are going to keep a reference as canvas reference here. So here we are going to render a style here, and it was going to have a width of screen width, height of screen height, and a background color of the F4 F6, a light gray background, like that. Now after this, we are going to render a touchable opacity here, and it was going to have a class name of absolute. From top it was going to have 3, from right it was going to have 3 here, and here it was going to have text primary 100, padding of 2 here, background of white divided by 80 here, and it was going to have a rounded of full. Here we are displaying the full screen option here, a full screen button here. Okay, like that. So rounded full. Now here we are going to keep on press event here. On press, we are going to call this function called as toggle full screen, like that. Here we are going to render an icon here, which was coming from ion icons, and it was going to have a name of expand here, and a size of 24, and a color of 7E60BF, which is our theme color again. Now save this file. So if the processed image URL is already there, we are going to display this. Otherwise, we are going to display the initial value of this, okay, which is to upload the image. So user needs to click on upload the image, like that. So here we are going to have a touchable opacity here again. Make sure to keep it like this. And here it was going to have a class name of background of primary, which is dark color, padding y of 3 here, padding horizontal of 6, padding horizontal of 6 here, rounded of large, shadow of medium, flex row here, and finally a gap of 5 pixels here, like that. In this touchable opacity, we are going to make a text here with the class name of text as white, text as large, font as a semi bold here, like that. Here we are going to display upload image as a text here, like that. And it was going to have an icon here, upload icon, that was coming from React, that was coming from Lucid React icons, and it was going to have a class name of size of 3 and a color of white here, like that. Now save this file. After this view here, we are going to display a full screen model here. This model is only visible when is full screen state is set to true here, right? For that, we can display a model here, and it was having a visible property, which is full screen here when it was set to true, and a transparent, which was set to false here, like that. Now here in this model, again, we need to pass another prop here. Animation type, which was slide here. And here we are going to display a touchable opacity again. Touchable opacity, which is a button in React Native and having a class name of absolute. Okay. Touchable here. And having a class name of flex of one, justify as center, items as center, background as black here. In this touchable opacity, we are not going to render directly a button. Instead, we are going to render a view here. In this, we are going to render a touchable opacity. And it was going to have a class name of absolute. From top, it was going to have 10. From right, it was going to have 5 here. And it was going to have padding of 2, background as white here, divided by 80, a rounded as full here, a z index of 10 here. In this touchable opacity, when we click on it, we are going to again call this function called as toggle full screen to close this. So when we are on this model, we are going to show that image here with close button here, right? So for that, we are going to render ion icons and we are going to name exit icon, exit, like that. And it was going to have a size of 24 and again color as this property here. Copy this and come to here, paste it here like that. Save this file. Now after this touchable opacity, we are going to render our canvas image URL here. Canvas image URI, if it was there, we are going to render an image here with source having URI object calling like canvas image URI. And it was going to have a class name as full here, height as full here. And here we are going to have resize mode of content like that. Now save this file. Otherwise, if the canvas image URI is not there, we are going to render a text here with having a class name of text of white. And it was going to have text base here. No canvas image available like that. So after this view, after this model, we are going to render the controls section here. Now in the resources itself, you will find this section, which is control section. Now I'm going to explain what are the things here. Okay. Processor image URL like that. Now save this file. I'm going to explain the things here. So if I write code like this, it will take hours and hours. It will consume like that. For that, I'm going to explain the things here. So for the controls section, if we process the image URL and if the remove bg returned us the image, on that case, we are going to keep a view here. Under this view, we are going to keep a text of having a text layers. What we can say a text layer here, or what we can do, we can keep it as text layers. Yeah, that is better here, text layers here. And here just beside of this, because it was having flex of row, we are having a button to add a text layer here. So in this view, we are having justify between. So this text will appear on the left side, this touchable opacity on the same row or on the same line. On the right side, it was going to display add text layer button here. When we click on it, we are going to call this function handle add text layer. After this view here, we are having scrollable view where we are going to display all of our text layers available. Okay. And yes, of course, this scroll view is having a horizontal prop here for this scroll view. And now it was having a class name of margin bottom of 4 and we are hiding this horizontal scroll indicator. So via passing this prop as false here. Now after this, in this scrollable view, we are going to render all of our text layers here that was added by our user, right? So text layers dot map, we are going to have each layer here, and for this touchable opacity we are rendering all of them.
So this is the button here and layer here, okay? Touchable opacity. Because we are actually mapping through, we need to keep key here in order to avoid some of the errors like layer.id. On press, we are going to set selected layer ID to layer that individual layer.id here, so we can work on that layer itself. Okay, and it was having a class name, and we are making sure that if it was selected on that case, we are going to show bg primary as 100, text as white here. Otherwise we are going to show bg gray as 200 here. And now for the style, it was going to have a minimum width of 100. In this touchable opacity, we are going to display another touchable opacity here, because we are keeping here relative, we are keeping here absolute for this to delete the button. So this touchable opacity is responsible for when we click on it, it was going to delete that layer here. Okay, class name, it was going to have like this bg red of 500. On press, we are going to call this function handle delete layer, and we are passing this layer id here, and it was like that. Now in this, we are going to render ion icons name as close icon here, and it was going to have a size of 16, color as white here. After this delete button, just in this touchable opacity, we are going to render a text here having a class name of like this. If it was active, we are going to show as text as white, otherwise we are going to show text as black color here. And number of lines is 1. So if we do like that, use it to truncate the text with an ellipsis after computing the text layout, including line wrapping, such that the total number of lines does not exceed this number. That's the thing it will do. So this is the thing it will do, and yes, it was going to render layer.text or new layer here. After this text, we are going to display another text here just below of this, and we are going to display this text in text gray 400. If it was selected, we are going to render text as white color. In this, where we are going to display the thing here, text layers of index of layer plus 1, like that, on which layer we are currently in, like that. After the scroll view, we are going to render the selector layer. So when we selected one of the layers here, we are going to keep that layer here, and here in this view we are going to render a set of selected layers here, editing selected layer dot text here, like that, and we are going to display content here. Okay, here we are going to keep text input here. So from now onwards, we can work with the things here. So user can type whatever he wants in this input here. It will be applied to that canvas here, right? So it was having a class name of this, a value of selected layer dot text. On change text, we are going to call this function called as update layer with this selected layer ID and updates here like text. It was coming from like this, and having a placeholder of enter text name here, like this. After this text input, we are going to render so many sliders here. So for that reason, we are going to open curly braces with having array here, in which array of objects are there. We are going to keep prop as x here, label as x position here, minimum it should have 0, maximum it should have screen width. Same goes for the y, but for the maximum it was going to have canvas height here. Font size same here as well, minimum should be 12, maximum should be 100 here. Font weight here, minimum should be 100, maximum should be 900, and opacity here and rotation here, like that. So here we are going to map through prop, label, minimum, maximum, step, which was by default it was equals to 1 here, right? So we are going to map through individual things here, and we are going to keep it here. Now here in this instant return statement, we are going to keep view here, text here. We are in this view, we are going to keep a text label as like this, and select a layer, prop as key of text layer here,
we are going to make sure to keep here the TypeScript annotations like this, and here prop here rotation like this. If the prop is rotation, we are going to keep it like this. So these all values are controlled by the slider component here, right? X position, Y position, font size, font weight, opacity, rotation, these all are controlled by the slider here. So which user can slide to right or left to see changes on the canvas. Okay, and it was going to have a minimum value of minimum here, which was coming from here because we are mapping through, right? Like that. Maximum value of maximum, step of step, value as like this as a number. On value change, we are going to take that value and we are going to call this function called as handle slider change here. Minimum track tint color should be like this, maximum track tint color is should be like this, which is our theme colors actually. Now after this view, we are finally rendering color picker here, so which user can choose the text color here. So we are going to keep color as selected color dot color here. So when we change this, it should be changed here. So on color change completed, we are going to update the layer which was in canvas here by passing this selector layer.id and color to this function update layer. Later, it was going to have thumb size, slider size, no snap, which was set to true, row, which was set to false, and swatches, which was set to false here, like that. Now, if we go to our thing here, and as you can see, we are having this upload image here as a initial screen here. How beautiful it was. After this scroll view as well, we are going to open another view here. So this view is responsible to keep download and save buttons for the user. So user can download their image to their file system when they click on here. So this is the view which is fixed in bottom of the screen here. So we need to show like that, having a class name of absolute. From the bottom it should have 0, so it should be sticked on bottom. From the left it was going to have 0, from the right it was going to have 0 here, and bg as white. Border it should have top here, and border gray 400 here, padding horizontal of 2, padding vertical of 3 here, like that. In this, where we are going to display a view here and having a class name of flex of row, gap of 2 here. In this view, where we are going to display custom button component here, like that, and the text variant is default here, and a title it was going to have download here, and here on press we are going to call this handle download function here, and it was going to have icon left here, and where we are going to display on icons here, and it was going to have a name of download line, a size of 24, a color as white, like this. Make sure to keep it in strings like this. Now save this file. Now after this icon left, we are going to keep class name here as flex as 1 and bg primary as 200 here. Now save this file. Just after this custom button, we are going to display another custom button here, which is default. We are going to have a title of save here. On press, for just right now, we can keep like this console log, and we are going to keep it like this. Save pressed. For example, for now only we can keep like this. Later we can change it. Now here for this icon, what we can do is cloud upload outline and size of 24, white of this thing, and here we are going to keep bg primary 100 here. Now save this file. That's it for this screen, guys. Now it's time to test our screen whether it was working or not. So when we click on download, it was going to ask us to download or not. It was going to ask user whether to accept or deny. If he clicked on deny, he was going to be asked again until he clicked on accept. If he clicked on accept, the file will be downloaded to their file system, and after that he's going to have an alert showing that image saved successfully, like that. Now come to here, click on skip here. Now it was loading. Now I'm going to press on create, and here is the thing, I'm going to upload the image here. Okay, upload. Why it was not working? I think go to upload image here, upload image. So yeah, here is the thing, guys. So I actually forgotten to keep on press event here. So what we are going to do is, for this we are going to keep on press event here. On press, sorry, not here. After this string we are going to keep on press here. On press, we are going to call this handle image upload, like that, and it should be disabled when is processing is set to true here. Now save this file, as well as copy this prop here, come to down here, or this button here as well. It should be disabled is processing. Same goes for this button here as well. It should be disabled when is processing is set to true. Now save this file. Now come to here, and as you can see, please process an image first, like that. So yeah, when you click on this as well, it was going to check it. Now when I click on upload image, and as you can see, it was like this. So I worked with this application before, so that is the reason why I am having these things here. So now on this Unsplash, I have downloaded this image here. So now on the Unsplash, I downloaded this image here. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to head back to Expo Go application. We are going to do like this. We are going to skip this. We are going to create. Now we are going to upload this thing here. So we can actually crop this like this to the full screen. Now click on crop here. Now it will send this image to remove BG API, and it will brings back that image with removed background here. But here, as you can see, we are having background, and it was came immediately. And as you can see, it was working as expected here. So it removes the background here, but keeps the background here. We are keeping this background on the canvas, but it got me this only this thing here and not the background. Now what we can do is we can click on add text layer here. So when I clicked on here, and as you can see, the text here was on the middle of these background and these detected subject here, like that, guys, like that it was going to work. Now what we can do is we can actually scroll to down, and we can change the settings here as well. Now what we can do is we can remove this, and as you can see, it was applying to the canvas here. How beautiful it was. Now I can remove this and say, like, for example, good boy, like that, and as you can see, it was reflecting here immediately. How beautiful it was. Now what we can do, we can increase the Y position here like this, or suppose I keep like this, and as you can see, it was not overlaying this detected subject here. This is the main and very good thing about this project here. This is what our project looks like. Now what we can do, we can actually reduce the opacity here as well, and as you can see, it was reducing the opacity. Now I will keep to 1 here, keep this to 1, like that, and it will render this thing here according to our opacity. Now I can increase the font weight to, for example, 700, and it was going to apply here as well. Now I can move this exposition to right one more time, and it was going right here. How beautiful it was, like that. Good boy. So now it was coming out of the image here, right? This text is coming out of the image. Now what we can do is we can reduce the font size here to 35 here, for example, and we can move the exposition to right, again right here 111, I think 111 is far more than what we expected. And yes, it was exposition. Good boy. And to keep it Y position, so if we increase, it will goes to downside. And if we increase it one more time, and as you can see, the dog is also covered here. How beautiful it was. The dog and the man here was also having a subject here. But this is the background, guys. Okay, this is the background. Now I can change this color here as well to white here. How can I change? Now I can move this slider to the right side like this, and now if I come to here, and as you can see, it was having good boy here. Now if I want to choose red color, all I need to do is move the cursor like here, and here it was having like this. Now I can reduce this Y position to, for example, 30. Okay, 46. Okay, 56 is thing. Yeah, good boy. It was looking perfect, guys. How beautiful it was. So yes, guys, that's how it will works, guys. Now what we can do, we can actually add one more layer here as well. If we added like this, the new text layer will be added with the same thing as it did. Now it was having active here. Now if I click on here, we can as well change the settings. But for the settings here, we can change here the settings here as well. For example, my boy, like that. If I do like that, it will be applied here as well. Now if I click on Y position here, as you can see, it was actually affecting here as well. So this is how you can create, and actually you can create multiple text layers here as well. And if we do like that, so it will be applied, and we can change the settings here, and we can download them. Not only we can add the text layers by clicking here, and as you can see, it was having scroll view here. So for that purposes, we can scroll to right, and we can click on here to choose one of our layer, and we can edit the settings here as well, and we can download them. That's the beauty of this application. Now we can delete this layer, delete this layer, and delete this layer here as well, because it was looking perfect for me. So if the user satisfied editing, what he can do is he can click on download here to download this image on his media. Now here, as you can see, when I click on download, it was going to actually gives us a pop-up here saying that to allow Expo Go, meaning the application name here. When you deployed this app on Play Store, and when you deploy this app on Play Store, it will definitely change this name to that app name what you kept. Okay, like that. Allow Expo Go to access photos, media, and files on your device. It was going to ask it. Now if I click on Denny, it was giving our app will prompts this prompt here. Please enable photo library access in settings. Now if I click on OK, if I click on download here again, now here it was going to ask again. Allow Expo Go to access photos, media, and files on your device. If I click on allow, okay, unable to copy file into external storage. So there is an error here. Okay guys, we can fix it on the next lecture. So this is how our app works. Now when we click on save, we are going to save this image on our Cloudinary database on the cloud. So when we click on save, it was going to save this canvas image URI in the Cloudinary on our bucket. Okay, on our admin bucket, on our dashboard. So we are going to see it on the next lecture, and we are going to fix this download thing here as well. So yeah, we are going to actually do like that. So see you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can work with Cloudinary and how to work with save here. Now when the user clicked on save here, it was going to trigger a React Native model here asking to enter the name of the generation. After entering the name, when he clicked on submit, that image which he was edited is going to be saved under our Cloudinary here, and we are going to show that image on here. Instead of this, we are going to show them in cards here. So yeah, it's time to create like this, guys. To do that, I actually used DeepSeek to actually give me the code for this. So it gave me the code here. So first things first, it gave me the code for saved generations here. So now what we are going to do is we are going to go to this. Let me expand this. Let me close all and let me go to schema.prisma here. Now after doing that, it was telling me to add a name field to your saved generations here. So as you can see, here is the thing. Now copy this, come to here under the saved generations. After this ID, we are going to keep name here. After doing that, so we need to save this. After, we are going to go to click on command prompt. We are going to create a new terminal here, and here npx prisma db push to push all of the changes to the prisma here. And after doing that, it was the second step is create image.tsx. So it gave me code for create image.tsx here. So yeah, if you are seeing like this, what you are going to do is just exit from VS Code here and open the VS Code once again. Sometimes it will complaints like that. Now on that case, we need to restart our VS Code here like that. Now here again, push the changes to the Prisma. That's very important factor here. Don't forget that npx prisma db push, and it will push us changes to our prisma here. Now here under this create screen here, what we are going to do is root no tabs create.tsx. Now here we need to make some changes here, and as you can see it was generated the prisma client here. So yeah, now we are going to import use user and react native model that was coming from this package we used before. Now yeah, we can import them here like that. Now after doing that, we need to come to here. Just after this, we need to initialize some states here with use user hook as well like that. Now save this file to indent it, to indent the code. Now we need to add this function here, handle save press. Copy this, come to here. Now after this handle download, we can paste here handle save press here. So what is this handle save press here? If you ask me, first of all, it was going to check if canvas is having any image or not. If not, it was going to return nothing here. If it was having an image here, on that case, first of all, we are going to get the data URL here via from that URL here, from that canvas here. Later we are going to save that image here, and we are going to set is save model visible to true here, so we can actually trigger this model here. Now copy this thing here, which is the function handle save generation here. Now after this function, we need to keep this function here, handle save generation. So first of all, it was going to check if the generation name is not there, or it was having 0 characters, or if the image to save is not there, or if there is no user. On that case, we are going to show that alert message to the user that error, please fill all fields here like that. Later, we are going to make sure to keep it here like this, make sure to keep it in brackets here. After, it was going to make a post request to this thing here, save generation. So we need to create this file here under our under our project here, and the method is post headers. The content type is JSON here, and we are passing here the body, image data, name, clerk ID here like that. If the response is not okay, we are going to throw a new error like failed to save generation. Otherwise, we are going to show that an alert message to the user like success generation saved successfully like that. Now we are going to set is save model visible to false and set generation name. We are going to set the generation name again. We are resetting the generation name to an empty string, and same goes for image to save here as well. If there are any errors, we are going to catch them. We are going to show them in alert box here. Now save this file here, guys. Now come to here. Now, as the DeepSeek recommending, we need to add this code here, guys. We need to add this code here, guys. Copy this React Native model. Now come to down here. After this view, just below of the safe area view, we can add this like that. Now here in this React Native model, we are only going to show this React Native model when is save model visible is set to true, and the text is having save generation, and like that a text input to enter the value here, the value of the generation name, the user's preference here, and when he clicked on submit button, we are going to trigger this function called as handle save generation, and we are also going to keep a custom button to cancel here, so he can click on cancel, so the model will be cancelled like that. After that, we are going to update this custom button which is title having save here. So as you can see, this is the button here. We need to replace with this code here like that. Now save this file. Now it's time to create an API routes, guys. So what we are going to do is, yeah, save generation, copy it under this app API. You need to create a new file, save generation plus API.ts, because we are working with Expo API routes here. We need to make sure to keep this extension here plus API.ts like that. Now copy everything here from here, paste down here. Now come to top, and it was, oh my god, it brought me next response here. Just delete this. Now here we need to make sure to keep response here like that. So response like that. Now here we are having some of the errors here as well. We need to make sure to rename those two response here. Now save this file. Now if you come to top here, as you can see, we are initializing the Cloudinary with this config. Now it's time to go to your Cloudinary dashboard, guys. So all you need to do is go to Cloudinary. If you are a new user, make sure to click on sign up and sign up with your Google or any provider. Now after doing that, we will be redirected to this page here. Now go to programmable media here. Okay, let it load. So yeah, Cloudinary name. What you are going to do is copy this, come to here, go to .env file here. Now here what we are going to do is Cloudinary cloud name. Copy this. So press alt here, select here, select this and select this. So it will copy three of them. Copy it, come to here and just paste down here. Now we can keep here equals to sign, equals to sign, equals to sign, and copy this Cloudinary name, keep it here. And for the Cloudinary API key here, so click on go to API keys here, and here for the API key you need to copy this API key and you need to paste down here. Same goes for the API secret here as well. Click on here. So make sure you're going to go to Gmail to verify the confirmation code here. Copy it, come to here, paste down here. Oh my god, make sure you're copying correctly. Come to here and paste down here, click on approve. Now you need to copy this API secret, come to here and just paste down the API secret here. Now save this file. Now come to here, as it was suggesting me to download the Cloudinary here. All you need to do is copy here. Now come to here, npm I right click Cloudinary, click on enter. So Cloudinary package will be installed onto our project here, guys. So after doing that, what we are going to do is, so yeah, make sure to keep Cloudinary here, and that's it. That's what we need to do here, as the DeepSeek was suggesting us. And yes, now there are no errors here. All you need to do is create a new git bash terminal. Now run our app here. by typing like this with clear cache as a command. Now come to here, make sure you're actually clearing all. Go to Expo here once again like that. So let's wait it here, guys. Let's wait here. So if you ask me to explain this save generation API here, first of all, it was going to have a post request and it was going to get image data, name and clerk ID from request.json here. If there is no image data or name or clerk ID, we are going to return a response here in error object like missing required fields and with the status of 400 here like that. And after finding that, now if you scroll it to down, first of all, it was going to find the user by its clerk ID which was passed here using this prisma.user.find unique where clerk id equals to clerk id like that. Now if you come to down here, if there is no user, we are going to return a new response to them with this error called as user not found with the status as 404. Now after this, finally we are going to upload the images to our Cloudinary here by making this request await cloudinary.uploader.upload this image data to this folder here called as saved generations like that. Now after that, finally we are going to get the response from the Cloudinary here after saving the data, and we are going to save this to database. Const saved generation equals to, we are calling this await prisma dot saved generations dot create. We are going to create a new document here with this data called as user id. So user id is nothing but user dot id here, and image url equals to Cloudinary response.secure URL. As you can see, when I hovering on this, TypeScript is suggesting me that secure URL. It was having secure URL and it was type of string. And name is name here like that. So we kept the new field here for our saved generations called as name, right? So like that. And finally, we are going to return a response here, which is data and saved generations with having a status of 201, which is created. Now, if you come to down here, if there is any error, we are going to show that error with having a status of 500 like that, guys. Now come to here and just click on behind the image AI. Now it will load our app. So it will be interesting, guys. Now click on skip here. So as you can see, it was rendering this. Okay. Now click on create here. So as you can see, text strings must be rendered within a text here. All you need to do is go to create.tsx here. So as you can see, so remove this thing. Okay. Now save this file. Now come to here. Okay. Why my VS code is so slow? I am getting irritation here. So now the error is not here, which means we are now good. Now click on upload image here. Now select any image. Now here we need to select an image here. Click on crop here. So it was going to process the image here. So it was going to process the image here, and as you can see, image processed successfully. Now click on OK. Now click on add text layer here, and now as you can see, it was here. Now okay, I can make this to here x position and y position here, y position here again, and yes, here as you can see the text is behind this image here. Now okay, what we can do is we can click on save here. When I click on save, this is the thing you are going to see, but the text input, we are not going to do this. Instead we are going to render our custom input here, custom input. Okay, our input field here. So yep, like that, and it was going to have a class name like this, a placeholder like this, a value, and on change text here. Copy, cut it from here, paste it here, and remove this thing here. Now yeah, save this file. Now it will look far more better here, and yes, it was looking. Save this file. Now the user needs to submit here. Now when I click on submit, and as you can see, we are also checking that if the field is having an empty string like that. Now here we need to enter the generation name like good dog, for example, like that. Now when I click on submit, it was going to trigger this API here. Now it was going to trigger this save generation API here, and as you can see, it was actually bundling this, and it was bundled here. Okay, nice. Where is the success message here? Okay, okay, failure to save generation. Okay, here we are having some error here. So we can fix it in the next lecture, guys. Thank you. See you in the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can display the button here, whether he was based on the user's plans. So just below of this, we are going to render a button. If he was on the free tier, we are going to show that go to premium button. Otherwise, we are going to show them he is a premium like that. So on that case, what we are going to do is, first of all, actually fetching this data here, right? Under our dashboard. So data, loading, error, all of this. So what we can do is, we can come to here under this API user ID plus API.ts, and we can include generations and saved generations as well here. Now after doing that, head back to here, and we are going to keep any here as a value for now. Now come to down here, just below of this text in this view, after this hello thing here, we are going to display a button here. So we are going to check whether the data is having a plan of free. So if he is in the free tier like this, we are going to show a button here. Otherwise, we are going to show another button to go to subscribe like that. So now here, if he was in the free tier, we are going to show a touchable opacity, which means a button here like this, and it was having a class name here as well. So now just before this, what we can do is we can keep a view here, and in this view, just below of this, we can render an image here that was coming from React Native, and it was going to have a source here. So make sure to keep source like this, and here we can require this require, and we can keep a string at the rate of slash, and we are going to display crown here, right? Crown image, or what we can do, a diamond image here. App under the assets, I think under the images, diamond.png. Yeah, this is the thing we are talking about. Now, images diamond.png at the rate of images assets slash images slash diamond.png, and it was going to have a container style here, and it was going to have a resize mode of contain here, and it was going to have a class name of width as 10 pixels like that, and height as 10 pixels. Now as you can see, there is very little image here. Just before this, what we can do is under this image we can keep a class name for this, and flex of row gap of 10 pixels here. It looks better now. And what we can do is we can remove this background here, for example, and we can keep it as white. So what we can do is we can keep width as 50 percentage, and it will looks better now. So for this, what we can do is we can remove this. Yeah, that's better. We can remove this, and yeah, it was looking great here, guys. Like this, become a pro member. So 10 pixels is for than enough. We can keep 5 pixels here, and yes, it was looking great here. How beautiful it was. We can click on here to go to a subscribe page here, right? So for that, what we can do is under the app, under the root, under the node tabs, we are going to create a new file called as subscribe.tsx, like that. And it was going to have RNFE here, subscribe, for example, like that. Now save this file, come to here, and here, when we press it on it, we need to go to that screen here, right? So yeah, we need to redirect router. First of all, we need to require router here dot push. We need to push to slash no tabs subscribe here, like that. Now save this file. So yes, it was looking great here. Now if I click on here, you are going to see this thing here. All you need to do is reload the app once again. Click on skip, and as you can see, become a pro member, like that. If he was already a pro member, on that case, we can actually do like this, or what we can do is not equals to free here. Now it will actually switches the things here, right? If he was not free, we are going to display this. If he was free, we are going to display this. For now, what we are going to do right now is, all we need to do is, for example, we can copy this, come to here, and we can paste it here. But here on press, we are not going to do anything here. We are just leaving as it is, like that. And here for now, pro member, like that. That's what we can do here. And we can remove this view here as well, and we can keep this image here. And yeah, I think we can save it. And yeah, it was looking like this. So items, as we can start here. Yeah, we can start it from here, and we can remove this thing, and we can keep it as 30% here. So yeah, I think 35 percentage. And yes, it was looking as it is. For now, instead of yellow, we can keep green here. Pro member. Okay, it was looking great on my opinion. So I am going to leave it as it is, like that. So now what we can do, we can come to here and make sure we are checking it correctly, like that. And yes, it was looking great here. So yes guys, after this, when I click on here, we need to go to subscribe page here, right? So like that. So here we can actually display the things like that. So when he is not a pro member, on that case, we need to show here the pop-up here only once. When he signed it up, when he comes to this page, we need to show actually a thing here. So yeah, it was looking great here guys. Now when I click on here, we need to show him subscribe page here, and it was looking like this for now. Not only this subscribe, but also when user comes to our app at initial stage, before actually triggering this screen here, we need to trigger a model showing them to what are the benefits he is going to get when they subscribe to our app here, right? So that's a very typical SaaS application. So every SaaS application will do like that. So we are going to show that. Okay, all we need to do is we are going to trigger that model, and here as well, when we click on here, we need to show this subscribe here. And these two things are coming from one screen, that is subscribe.tsx. So we need to show them what are the benefits he's going to get when he subscribed to our app, when he landed on this page, when he landed on this screen at the initial stage. Okay, so at the initial stage, when he comes to this screen will prompt this subscribe.tsx by default. He can click on into here to remove that model here, and he can click on here again, and he will redirect it to that model here once again. It acts as a model, but it acts as a screen here. So now what we are going to do is we are going to design this subscribe thing here. So we are going to actually develop this screen on the next lecture, guys. Thank you.
Under this subscribe screen here, we can declare a safe area view having a class name of flex of 1 and bg of white. So it will actually occupy full width and height. And it was having a scroll view, so we can scroll to down to see more content. And for this view here, it was having a class name of margin horizontal of 5. And in this, we are going to display this text here, which should be on center. And just beside of this touchable opacity, we are going to render this X icon to close this thing here like that. So we can click on here to close this thing. After this view, we can render another view here having a style of margin bottom of 5. Or what we can do is we can remove this thing and save this file. And in this, we are rendering image here having width of full, resize mode of content, and we are rendering these images, this asset here. Now let me go to assets, images, subscribe to us PNG like that. It was going to require like that, and having a resize mode of content here. Just below of this, we are going to render this thing here, text as font as rubric, text as base, text as center, width as full, text gray as 400 here, and we are displaying here subscribe and unlock every pro feature like this. After that, we are going to render benefits here having a class name for this view as margin y. We can keep it as 15 pixels here. So here the user can see all of the benefits just below of this, and we are going to render this in table here, guys, like that. All we need to do here was we need to cut down this text here, subscribe and unlock features top here, and we need to keep just after this benefits here like this. And this view is not going to have any class name or anything, so we can actually remove this view here as well. Now save this file. So as you can see, it was looking like this. So after this benefits and description here, subscribe and unlock every pro feature. Now save this file. After this, we need to open a view here, guys, to actually develop this table here. So as you can see, this view is having a class name of margin bottom of 8. So what we can do, we can remove this as well here. Now save this file. A border here, border gray of 100, rounded of large here. It was having a rounded, and overflow was hidden here. So like that. Or what we can do is overflow X auto here. We can show that it was having a scrollable item here, so we can so user can scroll to right to see more options here. So this is the table I asked to ChatGPT to generate it, and it generated for me like that. And having a table container here, having a view of class name of flex of row, and for this bg blue we can keep it as 100 here. And yes, it was looking great for me. And here in this view, it was having a view here, and it was going to render a tire here, right? Like this, a column. We are displaying a column here first of all, and here we are having a table data here. Now if I go to here, we need to declare here table data here, which was an array here, which you can find in resources itself, which was having free and pro tires and their values here. So for the free tire, it was we are only going to accept 5 per month. Okay, they are only going to generate 5 generations here, and they can only save 3 generations to the cloud here, and they can only access to 5 fonts here, and we are going to show them ads here. Now coming to the pro tier, we are going to have unlimited generations. Save generations, we are going to keep unlimited here. Fonts access full fonts, and ads, we are going to set to false here. So we are not going to show ads to the premium users here. And we are displaying all of the benefits, what they are going to get by doing like this. And for the columns here, generations, and it was going to have a generations here, and it was going to have width of 140 here. What we can do is we can decrease this to, for example, 120 here,
and this we can keep 140, and for this we can keep 120 here. Save this file, and yeah, it was looking great for me. And for the ads, what we can do is we can keep 80 here, and yes, it was looking great here. So generations here, key as generations, title as save generations here, fonts as like this, and ads as like this. Now we can come to down here, and here under this table data we are mapping through individual row here, right? And we are going to keep it like this. So like this, guys. So we are going to show them the border here as well. Now after that we are going to render our columns here. We are going to render each and every column in this row here, and we are going to keep here in this view with this column dot key here, like that. And that's it. That's what it was going to do. And under this scroll view it kept the thing here like this, so we can scroll to right side. So the position of this column was fixed here, but here after this we are going to show them all of the benefits they are going to get by subscribing to us here, like that. Now after this everything, I think, yeah, after this table here we are going to render a custom button here, custom button, like that. And here we are going to keep a title here for this, like subscribe now, subscribe now. And as you can see, it was looking like this, guys. Now what we can do, we can keep class name here, class name as margin y of 10 pixels here. And yeah, it was looking great here, right? So yes, guys, that's how we can actually show this pop-up here. So yeah, it was looking great here. Now when we clicked on here, we need to call Stripe payment method here. Okay, so like that. And subscribe now, we can keep here the subscribe value here as well. We can keep, for example, $10 per month is great here. Yeah, it was looking great here, guys. So here for this we can keep BG as primary 200 here. So yeah, it was looking great here. Am I right? And yeah, when user clicked on here, he is going to see Stripe payment method. So he will be redirected to Stripe payment here, guys, like that. So yes, in this lecture, we completed this screen here. When we click on here in this touchable opacity on press, we need to actually do one thing here to actually go to router that was coming from Expo router. We are going to push them to dashboard screen here. So when I click on here, he will be redirected to dashboard screen. Now when he clicked on here, he will be redirected to this screen here, like that. So yes, guys, that's it. See you on the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can actually take users to this section here, this screen here, when they are not actually in pro, when they are in free tier here, right? So for that, what we are going to do is, first of all, we are not changing anything here. We are just keeping here. All we need to do is when user signed in or signed up, we need to take users to this screen here, right? So I'm going to explain how things work here. So first of all, when user signed up here, we are going to keep here a React Native model here, right? We are going to show them this success model here, in which we are going to render a custom button to browse the dashboard here. So when they click on here, they will be redirect users to subscribe screen here, which is here, and not the dashboard screen here, because by default when user signed up, we are going to set tier as free for them, plan as free for them, right? So for that, they will be redirected to this screen here called as subscribe screen, because they are in free tier, right? Now coming to the sign in screen here, and here as well, we are going to redirect users to subscribe here and not the dashboard screen here. If user is already existed, we will redirect users to subscribe screen here. Now if you come to down, but
what we are going to do is we can take this URL here, Control C and Control Z here. So if user is already there, we will redirect them to dashboard screen. But if user is signed in, on that case, we will redirect them to this screen here, this subscribe screen here. Okay, when they completed sign up and status is complete here, when the status is complete, we will redirect users to subscribe screen and not the dashboard screen here. Now I'm going to save this. Now here, come to here to this where we are going to see onboarding screen here. Control B and search for onboarding here. Okay, Control B and search for subscribe here, subscribe screen. We will redirect users to this screen here. So now we are going to check the user here, right? Go to dashboard screen here first, dashboard, and we need to copy this line of code and just paste it here. So we need to use fetch here and as well as use user here. Copy it, come to here and just import it here. That was coming from Clerk here. This user hook is coming from Clerk and we are going to make sure to call this function here. Now, if loading, we are going to show this. If there is no loading, if there is any error, we are going to show this. So yeah, we need to keep it here and we need to import this activity indicator. So after that, we are going to check if user is on free tier or pro tier here, right? So if user, sorry, data dot plan is not equals to free, which means now he is in pro tier. On that case, we are going to return, we are going to redirect them to dashboard here, like that. So yes guys, so we are going to check by the user's plan here. If it was not equals to free tier, then we are going to push them to dashboard screen here. Now save this file. Now if you come to here, you will see like this. Now if I click on be pro member here, if not equals to free, then we are going to redirect them to dashboard screen. So what we can do is we can uncomment this for now and we can click on here and it was like this. Okay, no problem here. The problem here was here. If the plan is free here, on that case, so okay, what we can do is save this file, be a pro member, and it was like this. Okay, so when we are going to check it here, sign in here, okay, and we need to get the data here. Okay, so when they clicked on browse dashboard, he will be redirected to subscribe here and they can click on into here. So they will be redirected to this page here, this screen here called as dashboard. That's okay. Now coming to the sign in screen, when they clicked on here, he will be redirected to dashboard here without any value here. Okay, like that. So we are not going to change this sign in screen anymore. When he clicked on sign up, he will be redirected to this subscribe screen here. When he clicked on sign in, he is not going to redirected to this screen here, subscribe screen. So we are only triggering this subscribe screen when they clicked on browse dashboard button here, when they are sign up. We are only going to show the subscribe screen for once to our user guys. So after that, when they signed in, he will be redirected to this screen here. So they can click on be a pro member to actually subscribe to us, like that. Okay, we are only going to show this subscribe screen at once for our users. If we do for sign in screen as well, on that case, he will get irritation guys. When they are signed in, they can click on be a pro member here. So like that. So now we can remove everything from here. So make sure to remove everything like that. only going to show this subscribe screen to our new users and not the existing users. So for that, we are going to keep it like this. So they can click on close to go to dashboard screen as well here. So if we show this subscribe screen again and again to our existing users, they will be irritated like that. Okay. So that's it for this lecture, guys. See you on the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can actually take users to this section here, this screen here, when they are not actually in pro, when they are in free tier here, right? So for that, what we are going to do is, first of all, we are not changing anything here. We are just keeping here. All we need to do is, when user signed in and or signed up, we need to take users to this screen here, right? So I'm going to explain how things work here. So first of all, when user signed up here, we are going to keep here a React Native model here, right? We are going to show them this success model here, in which we are going to render a custom button to browse the dashboard here. So when they click on here, they will be redirect users to subscribe screen here, which is here, and not the dashboard screen here, because by default, when user signed up, we are going to set tier as free for them, plan as free for them, right? So for that, they will be redirected to this screen here called as subscribe screen, because they are in free tier, right? Now coming to the sign in screen here, and here as well, we are going to redirect users to subscribe here and not the dashboard screen here. If user is already existed, we will redirect users to subscribe screen here. Now if you come to down, but what we are going to do is, we can take this URL here, Control C and Control Z here. So if user is already there, we will redirect them to dashboard screen. But if user is signed in, on that case, we will redirect them to this screen here, this subscribe screen here. Okay, when they completed sign up and status is complete here, when the status is complete, we will redirect users to subscribe screen and not the dashboard screen here. Now I'm going to save this. Now here, come to here to this where we are going to see onboarding screen here. Control B and search for onboarding here. Okay, Control B and search for subscribe here, subscribe screen. We will redirect users to this screen here. So now we are going to check the user here, right? Go to dashboard screen here first, dashboard, and we need to copy this line of code and just paste it here. So we need to use fetch here, and as well as use user here. Copy it, come to here and just import it here. That was coming from Clerk here. This user hook is coming from Clerk, and we are going to make sure to call this function here. Now if loading, we are going to show this. If there is no loading, if there is any error, we are going to show this. So yeah, we need to keep it here, and we need to import this activity indicator. So after that, we are going to check if user is on free tier or pro tier here, right? So if user, sorry, data dot plan is not equals to free, which means now he is in pro tier, on that case, we are going to return, we are going to redirect them to dashboard here, like that. So yes, guys, so we are going to check by the user's plan here. If it was not equals to free tier, then we are going to push them to dashboard screen here. Now save this file. Now if you come to here, you will see like this. Now if I click on be pro member here, if not equals to free, then we are going to redirect them to dashboard screen. So what we can do is, we can uncomment this for now, and we can click on here, and it was like this. Okay,
No problem here. The problem here was here. If the plan is free here on that case, so okay, what we can do is save this file, be a pro member, and it was like this. Okay, so when we are going to check it here, sign in here, okay, and we need to get the data here. Okay, so when they clicked on browse dashboard, he will be redirected to subscribe here, and they can click on into here, so they will be redirected to this page here, this screen here called as dashboard. That's okay. Now coming to the sign in screen, when they clicked on here, he will be redirected to dashboard here without any value here. Okay, like that. So we are not going to change this sign in screen anymore. When he clicked on sign up, he will be redirected to this subscribe screen here. When he clicked on sign in, he is not going to redirected to this screen here, subscribe screen. So we are only triggering this subscribe screen when they clicked on browse dashboard button here, when they are sign up. We are only going to show the subscribe screen for once to our user guys. So after that, when they sign it in, he will be redirected to this screen here. So they can click on be a pro member to actually subscribe to us like that. Okay. We are only going to show this subscribe screen at once for our users. If we do for sign in screen as well, on that case, he will get irritation guys. When they are signed in, they can click on be a pro member here. So like that. So now we can remove everything from here. So make sure to remove everything like that. Only going to show this subscribe screen to our new users and not the existing users. So for that, we are going to keep it like this. So they can click on close to go to dashboard screen as well here. So if we show this subscribe screen again and again to our existing users, they will be irritated like that. Okay. So that's it for this lecture guys. See you on the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back my friends. In this lecture, we are going to integrate the actual logic onto our app. So when user is having 0 credits left, then we are going to show this screen to them. Subscribe to us as a screen here. So how can we show this? So we are going to check if the user is having free plan and if the user is having 0 credits left. In that case, we are going to show this screen here to our users. So this is the logic of our app. So how can we show that? So to do that, first of all, we can come to here, and as well as you can see, we can name it as, for example, 2 here, and credits used, we can keep it as 3 here. So he used 3 credits and he's going to have only 2 credits left like that. Now you can click on save changes here like that. So we are making sure that when it was came to 0 here, and if the plan is having free tier, on that case only we are going to show this screen here, right? So how we can do that? So before every generation, we are going to check this thing here, check this logic here, right? Now, what we are going to do is come to here. So what we can do is under the process image here, let me go to process image, use image segmentation. So credits left here. Okay. So here under this function, we can actually do this thing here. Yes, it was good practice. What we can do is come to here, give it reload. So keep it as 0 here, and for this we can keep it as 5 and update the change here, save change here as well. Okay, like that. Now come to here. Now here we can add, before processing the image we can call this. So set credits left, copy it, come to here where we are actually doing this. Okay, So here what we can do is we can actually make a request to get all the information related to user here, right? Now come to here, use fetch here, come to here, copy this thing here, come to here and just paste down here. Now we need to import this use fetch here, and yes, we are getting this data loading an error here, right? Now come to here. So if the data dot plan is free, and if it was data dot credits left, which was equals to 0, on that case we are going to redirect them to router. So router dot push to subscribe screen here. So if it was loading, can show loading here. So we can do like this. Now I think it will work, guys. Now save this file. Before processing the image, we are checking here that if the plan is free and the credits are 0 here for that user, on that case we are going to push them to subscribe screen here. And as you can see, there are no credits left here for this user. Now we are going to check it. Now what we can do, we can click on back here and we can click on create, click on upload. We can upload the thing here. So okay, we are having an invalid hook here. So come to here and save this file. I think, yeah, we need to save this file. Use image segmentation. So yes, here we need to call it here like that. Now save this file, upload the image, crop. And yes, guys, we are here under our subscribe here, but it was continuing here. We need to make sure to keep written here as a null here, or we can keep it like this. So we are closing this function here. We are exiting from this function here after doing like this. Now save this file. Now it should work, guys. It should work. Now what we are going to do, we need to come to here, refresh this page. Credits used 5 here, 0 here, save here, like that. Come to here. Now click on OK. Now what we are going to do is we can come to back. Now here we can click on create here. Now we can click on upload. When user chosen their image here, so he will be redirected to subscribe page here like that. And as you can see, it was not made a request to our remove bg API here. And what we can do is come to here and remove this alert here. Alert image processed successfully, like that. Backspace and save this file. I think we need to reload this app once again. Now it will work fine now. So as you can see, so credits used is 5 here, credits left is 0 here. That means it was actually exited from this function here, from this process image function here, right? Like that. Now come to here. Now it's time to check, guys. Click on skip here, click on create here. Now user is already used 5 credits here. So user used the 5 credits here and he is actually in free plan here. So on that case, he will be redirected to subscribe screen here. You see, it was redirected us to subscribe like that. So yes, guys, that's how we can actually show this subscribe screen to our users, and that's how we can check the logic here like that. And if you actually reload the app here, as you can see, there are no changes here because we exited from this function here and we actually didn't make fetch request here as well from this function. And here, as you can see, this time we not call it this function here. Now what we can do is come to here. Now
credits used is 4, and he is only going to have one credit left here. Save this change here. Now what he can do is we are going to check it now. Click on create, click on upload. He can choose the image here, click on crop. So as you can see, it requested to our API here, and as well as it requested to remove BG API here as well. Now what we can do, we can click on add new text layer, and as you can see, it was like this. Now reload this thing here, and as you can see, there are no credits left for him because he is in free plan. Come to here, and now what we can do is backspace, click on create once again, click on upload, click on choose thing, click on crop, and as you can see, he will be redirected to subscribe screen here. So guys, not only for the generations here, but also for the save generations. When user clicked on save, we are going to see if he actually saved 3 generations. So if he was trying to save more than 3 generations, on that case, we are going to show this subscribe to us section here as well. So for that, under this create, we are having this save generation here, right? So here, before making this request here, we need to make sure if he was trying to save more than 3 generations. On that case, we need to show them this subscribe screen. Now we need to make sure that, so what we can do is we can keep the logic here as well, save generation plus api.ts. Now after finding the user, if there is no user, we can return this. If there is a user, we can actually do like this. If user dot plan is free, and if user dot generations here, so we need to make sure to include saved generations here which was set to true here. So we are going to check if the user has free plan, and we are going to check if he was having saved generations dot length if user is having free plan, and we are going to check if user is having more than 3 here. If he was having 3 saved generations, and if he was in free tier, on that case we are going to call this router here, router dot push to subscribe screen here, and we are returning nothing here. Like that guys, we can check it here as well under our save generation here. So after getting the user, we are checking the if he was in free plan. On that case, we are checking if the saved generations is already having the length of 3. So he is holding 3 saved generations here. So on that case, we are going to render that. So like that guys, like that we can integrate logic for our app here. See you on the next lecture guys. Thank you. Now to resolve the save error, what we are going to do is we need to actually modify the handle save press and handle save generation functions on our create screen here guys. Now if I click on create here, so we are having an error here when we clicking on here, right? So what we are going to do is, first of all, under this handle save press, which was an asynchronous function, we are going to check if the canvas is not having an image. We are returning nothing here. Otherwise we are opening a try catch block in where we are going to keep data URL here, where we are going to convert this canvas reference to data URL here. Later we are going to actually converting this to base 64 data by splitting the data URL like that. For temporary usage, we are actually saving the image in his directory guys, in his image directory. So we are saving this file image here. So now we are going to save this image here to their file system, and with this name here called as temp image, and we are going to keep the date.now function .png here, and we are making sure that we are going to keep the file on their file system by keeping this file system.documentary directory plus file name here like that.
Now after that we are writing this file here on their image library. Later we are going to set canvas image URI as file URI here guys, like that. So we can actually get this file URI and we can save that file URL in our Cloudinary database. And we are going to set eSave model visible to true here. So when he clicked on here, handle save press, we are going to call this function here, handle save press. So it will trigger us the model here, and when he entered the name of the generation, this is the function it was going to trigger after entering the name and clicking on submit here. So we are going to check if the generation name is not there, or if there is no canvas, or if there is no user, we are going to show them alert here telling that error, like that. Now after that, finally after that, we are opening try catch block here. Under this try block, first of all we are going to convert this file URI which we received here, which we set to this canvas image URI here. As you can see, we are going to convert this file URI to base 64 here by writing this code here. Later, now we are going to send this response to our save generation API here with the method of post headers of content type as application slash JSON here, and we are going to send the body here as well. Now we are going to send image, a name here, generation name, Clerk ID here, user.id. So if we come to here, so we made changes here as well. So in this post request for this save generation plus API.ts, we are making sure that we are getting everything from front end here. So if there is no image or no name or no clerk ID, we are going to return this error here, missing required fields. If everything is okay, we are going to continue with this function here. First of all, we are going to convert this base 64 data to buffer here by splitting the image like this. And after, we are going to make sure to convert this base 64 data to buffer here, like that. Now after, this is the code which you can find on the update. Now after, we are going to find the user by clerk ID here. So in order to save the image URL under our Cloudinary, first of all we are making sure that we are getting the clerk ID from the front end here, and we are going to find the user by making a query to our Prisma ORM here, where clerk ID equals to clerk ID, and we are going to include saved generations here, which was set to true. If there is no user, we are returning user not found as an error here. Otherwise, we are going to check here by the plan here. So if user is having a plan of free tier, and if user dot saved generations dot length is 3, then we are going to push them to subscribe here. So we are making sure that before saving our image to Cloudinary, we are actually making sure that if the user has free plan and user is having 3 saved generations, on that case we are redirecting users to subscribe screen here. So yeah, like that. Now after that, if he was not, then it will continue to this function here. So this function will uploads our image to the Cloudinary here, like this. So cloudinary.uploader.upload stream, under this folder called saved generations, we are making sure that we are actually uploading this image here with image buffer command here. Later, we need to get the data from the Cloudinary response, right? In order to get the response from the Cloudinary, we can get the data like Cloudinary response dot secure URL here, which was given by Cloudinary here. So we are going to save this generation here. Await Prisma dot saved generations dot create with this data where user ID equals to user dot ID. So we are making a relation here, and we are actually passing this image URL as well. which was coming from Cloudinary, and we are setting the name here as well. Finally, we are returning this saved generation as a data here as a status of 201. If there is any error, we are going to make sure to console log it, and we are returning an error like this having a status of 500. Now what you are going to do is save this file. Now if you come to here, after making and request to this generation, if the response is not okay, on that case we are going to actually throw an error. Otherwise we are going to show a success message here, alert success, and we are going to keep description as generation saved successfully, and we are going to make sure uh, we are closing this model, and we are going to keep generation name as empty screen, which means we are actually resetting our states here. Later finally we are deleting this temp file which was saved under his file system, right? Await file system dot delete async of canvas image URI, like that. So yes guys, that's how we can actually work with this. Now what we can do is we can come to here. Now we can upload the image here. Click on here, click on crop, and it was going to send the request to remove BG API, and yes, it got the data here. Now I can click on add new text layer here, and I can remove this too, for example like hello, like that. Now I can move this exposition to right side, and as you can see the overlay is working perfectly fine. Now I'm going to click on save. Now I need to enter the generation name here, for example like testing. Now when I click on submit here, it was going to trigger this API here, and later it was going to give us success message here. And as you can see, success generation saved successfully. So we can keep loading state here to show the user that this is loading. Now we can click on OK. Now when I click on back, when I click on R here under this terminal, as you can see, after this we can click on skip. As you can see, generations came here, which means we are having generations here, right? So yes, now it's time to make a card component here to display all of the users generations. See you on the next lecture guys. Thank you. Welcome back my friends. In this lecture we are going to see how we can integrate Stripe under our project. So to do that, we need to go to stripe.com here, and if you're having an account here, just click on sign in here, or if you are a new user, you need to click on register here. After registering into Stripe, you will be redirected to dashboard of the Stripe here. Now we need to come to here, and we need to search for developers. So yeah, and we need to select API keys under the developers here. So as you can see, it was loading. So now we need to copy publishable key here, and now we need to come to here, and under our .env file we need to make sure to keep our env here. So let me come to here and click to copy, come to here, and here we need to make sure to keep expo public stripe publishable key here, and we need to paste down the code which you had just copied. So as you know all of you that Stripe is going to accept international payments here, but for the India it temporarily disabled the services here. So I am actually originated in India, so I am going to walk through the entire process what you are going to do in stripe.com, but for my case it was not going to work at the end. So for as we know all of you that Stripe is international company, and it was going to accept international payments seamlessly from the users. So Stripe is really very popular for accepting these subscriptions and payments from the users. So after this publishable key, we need to copy this secret key here. Now come to here. Now just after this, we need to make sure to keep Stripe secret underscore key equals to,
and we need to paste down the code which we had just copied from Stripe dashboard here. As you can see, it was in test mode, so it was not going to accept the real payments here. Because we are developers, we can work with the test mode at the initial stage. Now what we are going to do is, you need to just follow my tutorial here, just follow my walkthrough here. So now under the app, under the root, under the node tabs, we are having this subscribe.tsx here, right? We need to make sure to install Stripe here at first. So for that, what we are going to do is, first of all, we need to make sure to install Stripe here under our project. So first of all, we need to make sure to import this Stripe here. So make sure you're keeping all in like this, npm install Stripe here, and we are going to install a special package for the React Native itself called as stripe slash stripe dash react. So make sure to keep the correct name here and native, like that, and you can click on enter here. So it was going to install. We need to come to subscribe screen here, and we need to import Stripe provider here. So first of all, we need to import something from that was coming from at the rate of slash at the rate of Stripe here slash Stripe React Native, and we are going to have Stripe provider here. We need to make sure to import Stripe provider. So now come to down here. So we are going to wrap the Stripe provider here for this entire component here. So cut it from here, and we need to make sure to keep Stripe provider like this, and under which we can keep our children here. Now here we need to pass some important props here, such as public publishable key here, and that was coming from process.env dot, and come to here, and as you can see, expo public stripe publishable key, just copy it and paste it here. And as we know all of you that it was having a value, so we need to keep exclamatory mark at the end. We are sure that it was having a value, so we can keep here exclamatory mark. Now after that, we can keep a merchant identifier. So doesn't really matter, we can literally keep anything we want. So for now I am going to keep merchant.uber.com. So this Stripe provider and all of this code is available on the Stripe documentation here. You can follow Stripe documentation here as well. So for now we can keep URL scheme here. So first of all, we need to make sure to go to app.json and come to down here, and here for this scheme we have kept behind image AI, right? So we need to copy here, come to here, and just paste it here like this. Now save this file. That's what we can do here under this Stripe provider. But now come to down here. Now here is the thing, come to down, come to down, and instead of calling this custom button directly, we can keep this thing in payment here, which we are going to create it. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create a new file under our components called as payment.tsx, and which we can do like this, and in which we can keep our custom button here like that. Now save this file, come to here, and just make sure to import it correctly like that. Now after this thing here, what we are going to do is, we need to go to payment.tsx. So now here is the juicy part. We are going to keep title as this, and here for this button we are going to keep an on press event here, and we are going to open payment sheet that was coming from Stripe here, right? Now copy this, and so when we clicked on this button, we need to trigger a model, a payment sheet that was coming from Stripe here. We can actually come to here, and we can initialize our function here, const open payment sheet, which was an asynchronous function like that, and it was an arrow function, and yes, it was like this. Come to top here. So yeah, in this screen here, we are going to make sure we are having user object that was coming from Clerk here. So for that, what we can do is const user that was coming from user hook, and that was coming from Clerk here. So now come to down, we need to pass some required props to this payment here. So that is the reason why I am doing like this. Come to down, and here for this payment, we are going to pass the full name here, which was equals to user dot full name, like that. And for the email is, we can do like this, user dot email addresses. We can keep all z here to wrap it correctly like that of 0. And we are going to get the first object in this array, and we are going to get this email address field here. And for the amount here, we are going to charge $10 here, right? So for that, we can keep 10 here as a value. Now save this file, come to here. Now here, so here we need to destructure the things here. So first of all, full name, email, comma count here. And it was, and they are going to have values like this. Full name, which was type of string, email, which was type of string again, and amount here, which was string here again. Or what we can do, we can keep amount here like that, string or null or undefined here, string or null or undefined. So we can keep it like that. Same goes for the email here as well. Copy this thing here and keep it here as well. Now save this file. Now we need to initialize our payment sheet here that was coming from Stripe here, right? So we need to make sure we are destructuring some of the values that was coming from use Stripe here. And here we need to initialize payment sheet and present payment sheet here as well. Later, we can have our thing here that was coming from use auth, that was coming from Clerk here, from Expo, and const user ID here. So we need to get user ID, which means the Clerk ID here. Okay. Now save this file. So later, what we can do is we can keep another use state here for success and set success here. And by default, it was going to have false as a value, and it was going to have boolean here type. Make sure to import use state here. Under the resources itself, you are going to find the code for initialize payment sheet function here. So all you need to do is just paste it here like that. Now come to top here, come to top. So I'm going to explain what this function does here. Okay. Now, as you can see, we are going to initialize the payment sheet here. First of all, we are destructuring the error here. If there was any error, we are going to show that error to our user. And here we are initializing the payment sheet that was coming from Stripe here, and merchant display name, we can keep it anything here. For example, like we can keep example.inc. And here for the intent configuration, we are going to keep mode as amount into 100 here. So what we can do, we can cut it like this and we can keep it here parse int. We are going to make sure we are actually keeping number here into 100 here. By default, Stripe is going to take cents as a value. So in order to take the correct value which we actually sent here, we need to make sure to keep multiply by 100 here like that. And we are going to keep currency code as USD here because we are accepting payments from US dollars here. Now after this, we are going to have our confirm handler here, which was an asynchronous function. So we are going to get the payment method and intent creation callback here from this confirm handler function. And here now what we are going to do is we are going to actually create three new API files here under our project, right? So we are going to make sure to import fetch API here, that was coming from like this, and here as well email is possibly null or undefined, we can keep it like this so the error will go away. Now first of all we need to make sure to actually create these three API calls here. API is responsible to get the payment intent here from the Stripe here, right? So we are going to create this API here now. So what we are going to do is under the app here, under this API, we are going to create a new file here. So make sure to keep Stripe under the brackets slash. We are going to keep create Stripe plus API dot ts here. Now click on enter. So yes, as you can see under the app, under the API, under the Stripe, we are going to call this function here, right? So now what we are going to do is, first of all, we are going to import Stripe that was coming from Stripe here. So make sure to keep Stripe here like that. Now after that, we need to create an instance of Stripe here. So for that, we can keep const Stripe as new Stripe, and we are going to call this process. We are going to keep the secret key here, right? Process.env dot. We can go to env here and we can grab this thing here, copy it, come to here and paste it here as well. And we need to, we are guaranteed that it was there, so we can keep exclamatory mark here. Now because it was an API, we need to create an endpoint here. This is post endpoint here, export async function post, which was an request here like that. And this is coming from request here that was coming from Expo. And here we can keep try catch block here. So now what we can do is we can destructure name, email, and the amount that was coming from our body here. So await request.json like that. So we are going to make sure if we are not having name or email or amount, we are going to make sure to return a new response here, and we are going to keep json.string5. We are going to send an error here saying that missing required fields like that. And we can keep here the status here as well. So yeah, after this we can keep status as 400 here like that. Now save this file. So we are making sure if we are not having any of this, we are calling this error here, right? Right. After we are going to initialize the customer here, we can keep it like that. Now we can keep does customer exist like that, and we are going to call this by stripe dot customers. We are going to use this list method with this provided email here, which was passed here, right? Right. Now if it was having a customer and it was going to have a length more than 0, so on this case we are having the customer here, and now we need to keep customer as this data here like this. Otherwise, so he is the new user, right? On the case, we are going to keep new customer here. We are going to call this stripe method here, stripe.customers, and we are going to create the new customer here with the name and email provided like that. Now, finally, we are going to keep customer as new customer here like that. After, we need to get the effect key here. So This is the code that was actually provided by the Stripe in its documentation, guys. So if you can go to the Stripe document and you can get all of this code here. But what you can do is you can simply copy my code on the GitHub, which I provided on the resources, and you can follow me along with my explanation here, right? Right. Wait. Stripe ephemeral is here, and we are going to create it by this customer here, customer, which was equals to customer dot id, and we are going to keep the API version as 2024, the sixth month, and we can keep it like this. Now save this file. So now after this, we are going to make a payment intent object here that was coming from Stripe. We are going to create it. So how we can do that? Const payment intent equals to await. We are going to make sure to call this Stripe payment intents. We are going to create a new one with this amount that was passed here. We are making sure that it was having, actually we are converting this string to number, and we are going to multiply with 100. Later we are going to keep the currency here, which we are going to accept as USD. The customer here, which was customer.id, the payment method here, which we can pass body.payment method ID here. So if we can pass the payment method here as well. So we can keep it payment method here as well, right? So yeah, like that. Come to here and payment method like that, comma, automatic payment methods. We can keep it as enabled as true here, comma, we are going to allow redirects never, like that. Now finally, after this, we are going to log that values here with ephemeral key and customer.id here. So we can view all of our changes. Finally, we are going to return this response here in JSON method like that. And we are going to keep the payment intent as payment intent, ephemeral key as ephemeral key here, a customer as, we are going to set it as customer.id here. And finally, we are going to keep the status as 200 here. And here for this error, we can keep it any for now. And first of all, we are going to make sure if there was any error, we are logging it. And after, we are going to return this response here dot JSON. We are going to send it as error here, and we are going to set status as 500 here. Now save this file. So yeah, that's it for this create Stripe API TS file here, which it was going to give us payment intent, ephemeral key, and customer ID here. So after getting them, we are going to check it here as well. We are logging here as well with this payment intent like that. So we are basically actually restructuring the values here, and we are going to log in these values here. So after that, we are going to check that if the payment intent dot client secret is actually there. On that case, we are going to actually fetch another API call here, and we are going to get the result from this API endpoint here, which is having a method of post, headers as content type as application slash JSON here, and we are going to pass the body here like this. So after getting them, what we can do is we can pass this to this body here. So payment method ID as payment method dot ID, payment intent ID as payment intent dot ID, customer ID as customer, client secret as payment intent dot client secret. Now if you come to down here, so yeah, it's time to actually create this endpoint here, guys. All we need to do is just Beside of this, we can create a new file called as pay plus api.ts here. And here in the resources, I'm going to provide you the code for this file here, which you can copy and paste down. And I am going to explain the things here from the scratch, so you can follow me along with my explanation. So it was actually it was very easy, and I'm going to explain this file here. So first of all, we are going to import Stripe, and we are initializing this Stripe instance by providing the secret key to this Stripe instance. Later, because it was a post function, we are making sure it was a post function. Later in this body, it was going to get payment method ID, payment intent ID, customer ID, client secret. That was coming from body here. We are checking that if there is no payment method ID or intent ID or customer ID or client secret, on that case we are returning this response here with this error calling like missing required fields with the status as 400 here. Now if you come to down, we are going to make sure that to keep payment method here. So to get the payment method, we are going to call this Stripe method, stripe.payment methods dot attach with this payment ID which we had passed here, comma customer as customer ID here, like that. For the result as well, we are going to actually confirm this payment intents with this payment intent ID and with this payment method here, which was pay. We are calling this await payment method, and we are getting this ID here, which is an unique identifier for the object. Later, finally, we are returning this response here as success as true, message as payment confirmed successfully, and with this result. If there is no error, if there is error, we are going to show them, we are going to log them here, and we are returning this response here as a status of 500 as a message as error here, like that. Now save this file. Now if you come to payment here, so yes, like that. So after calling these two API functions, actually what we can do is we can keep everything in one API call if it was not working. Okay, we can check it that also. Now come to down here. The result, it was given by this because we are actually returning a result here, right? If the result there, which means it was successfully created, we are going to make sure to create our subscription on our backend. So yes, so this is the logic here of our application. So user is going to switch their plans from free to pro here, right? Now save this file. Now what we can do is we can create another file here under app, call it as subscription slash create here, right? API subscription slash create dot, sorry, plus API dot ts here, like that. Now here in the resources here again, you are going to find the resources here. You are going to find the code for this create plus api.ts file. Now I'm going to explain the things here, so don't worry about that. First of all, it was a post request. It was going to take user ID, show ads, and plan that was coming from request.json here, JSON here. Now, as you can see, we are passing this user ID, which is actually a clerk ID. Now we are switching this show ads function from true to false here because he is a pro user now, right? So we are going to actually call this method here as well. We are going to send the plan here as pro to this API here as well. So we are going to make sure to call this Prisma dot user dot update, where we are updating this clerk ID field with this user ID, and we are going to pass the updated data here, data as show ads comma plan. We are updating only two fields here which is necessary, like that. Later we can send this response here as a user here and as a status of 200. So if there is any error, we are going to log them and we are going to send them to our front end here as well. So make sure to keep 500 here, not 200, and save this file. Now, yes, like that. Now
what we can do is we can actually call later after this function, we can call this intent creation callback here, and we are going to keep client secret, in which we are going to get the result dot client secret here, like that. This function, after all, what we are going to do is, so we are going to collapse them. So here in this initialize payment sheet, we are going to keep a written URL as like this, guys. So we are making sure that after the successful payment, we are redirecting users to dashboard screen here, like that. Now here in this function open payment sheet, we can do one thing here. First of all, we are going to make sure to call this initialize payment sheet here. So the stripe, so the stripe will trigger here, and there was any error that was coming from present payment sheet, we are going to take it, and if there was any error, we are going to show them to our users, like in this alert here, alert dot alert of error code equals to error dot code here, and after that we can keep description here as well, error dot message. Otherwise we are success here, so we are going to set success to true here, like that. Now save this file, guys. Now come to down, so it will triggers this function here. So now after this we are going to show a React Native model here, right? So if he was successfully completed his payment under our Stripe, we are going to show this React Native model to our users here. So I am going to, so you can take this React Native model in the resources here. Now come to up, click on here and make sure to import React Native model that was coming from this package. And it was only going to visible when success is set to true. And when we click on backdrop press, we are going to take success as false here. In here, which we can render a view here and having a class name of like this and an image here. We are importing this image here, order success here, right? We are importing this order success PNG here, like that. So now if we go to our assets, images, we are going to see there is a file here called as order success.png, like this. So yes, it was like this. It was referring that file here, and it was having a class name, width of 28, height of 28, which was 112 pixels, margin top of 5 here. Now just below of this image, we can keep text here as congrats, you are now a pro member. Just below of this, which we can render a description, thank you for your purchase, you are now a family of pro members, like that. Now if you come to down here, we are going to show a custom button here again, but this time we are going to show them title here, back to home here, like that. So when we are pressing on it, we are making sure to close this model here, and we are actually sending users to dashboard screen here, like that. Now what we can do is we can save this. Now come to here, and yeah, that's what we can do here. That's how it will works here. Now what we can do, we can run our server by clearing the cache here and click on enter. So it was going to run our server here, run our app here. So let's wait. Initialize our project here. So let's wait. Now it's time to test our application. So now as you can see, guys, when we are out of credits, this is the screen we are going to see. Now we can click on subscribe now, $10 per month here. When we are going to click on here, and as you can see, it was going to trigger this model here. How beautiful it was. This was coming from entirely from Stripe here. So now we can enter a test card number here. This is the test card number, and we need to enter the month and here, month and year here. And for the CVC, we can enter anything. Now for the country,
I can choose my country here. Yep. Yeah, click on here and click on pay here. So when we are going to click on it, it was going to trigger these APIs here like that. So as you can see, is the data object that was coming from this create API TS here. So we are logging here T and customer.id here. So because I am in India, I think this is the reason why it was processing here, because Stripe has disabled the services in India. So I am getting this processing here as a loader here, as a thing here. So let me know in the discussions for this lecture if you are not from India and if you are encountering this processing text here as well as like just me. So let me know on the discussions for this lecture here, right? So this is how we can work with Stripe here. Because Stripe has disabled the services, I cannot proceed to further here. But after this processing, it will closes down this model here, okay, this Stripe model here, and it will trigger this React Native model here, which we created here, right? With this view in which we are going to display an image calling like an order success image, showing order success image, and a text of like this, and description of like this, and a button here, custom button here as well, where user can go to dashboard screen here. Not only we are collecting the payments here, but also we are updating our database here as well. Now here under this create plus api.ts, under this subscription folder, we are making sure that we are updating the user here as well. So we are going to show ads, which we are going to set it as false here. That was coming from the body here, and plan here with this clerk ID, right? Like that, guys. So yes, it should work for you. If it was not, let me know on the discussions for this lecture, guys. Right? Right. See you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you. Welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see that how we can create a custom loader here. When we need to show the loading state here, what we can do, we can call this custom loader function here. So for that, what we can do is under our components, we can create a new file called as custom loader.tsx here. It was so simple to create, and what we are going to do is we are going to make sure to import RNFE here to get the boilerplate in this file. After getting that code here, we are setting that to custom loader here, which it was going to accept props as loading here, which was set to boolean here. Now in this return statement, we are actually going to pass this React Native model here. So we are going to show this loading state in model here, right? And we are only going to show this React Native model, which is this loading state, when this loading is set to true here, is visible equals to loading, like that. And here under this React Native model, we can literally render any JSX here. For now, what we are going to do is we are going to open a view here in which we are going to have a class name of background as white, padding as 7, padding vertical of 9, minimum height it was going to have 50 pixels, it was going to have flex of row, gap of 10 pixels, items as center here. In this view, we can render activity indicator here having a size of large and having a color of our theme color. And finally, we are having a text to show the loading here. So we are going to keep a text here to show that it was loading here as well. So just beside of this activity indicator, we are going to render this text here having a class name of large text here, and we are going to show loading here like that. Now where we are going to call this. So under our create.tsx here, when we are actually saving this, so yeah, under our create.tsx file here, in this handle save generation, before actually calling this function, we are going to set save loading to true here. So make sure to keep loading to true, save loading to false here to keep initialize that state, that use state. And here in this try block, we are going to keep save loading to true here like that. So after deleting this temp file, so we are going to set save loading to false. If we are having an error, we are going to set save loading to false here as well. Now, if you come to down here, so yes, in this case here, we are going to show a class name here. So when it was disabled, we are going to keep bg primary as 200 divided by 50 opacity here. So we are going to disable this custom button when it was loading here, right? Like that. Now after that, under our dashboard.tsx, so if we are having a loading state here, instead of returning this, we are going to return this custom loader here and having a loading value set to loading here as a value, right? Right, like that, guys. Now yes, what we can do is come to down here, and yeah, that's it. That's what we need to do in this dashboard.tsx. Come to Expo, go here, click on here, and it was going to load this. And as you can see, the loading state here, how beautiful it was, guys. Now when I click on skip here as well, you are going to see a loading screen here as well, like that. Now it's time to actually show the users the saved generations in this dashboard here. See you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can list all of our saved generations. So as you can see now, if we go to dashboard here, we are having this right now here. First of all, we are actually fetching it from here, and beside this, we are going to create a new use state here called as saved generations, and we are going to set saved generations here like that. After, we are calling this use effect. If data dot saved generations, if it was there, then we are going to set saved generations to this data here. So when the data changed, we are calling this use effect, right? Now after that, we are calling this handle delete generation here, and it was taking generation ID here. Basically, when we deleted the generation, so when the user clicked on delete icon, that generation is going to delete, right? So on that case, we are going to show this, we are going to trigger this function. So this function is responsible to actually filter out the generation here from the UI, from the front end here and not the back end here, right? So after that, now we are also going to make sure we are deleting on the backend as well, so don't worry about that. Now if you come to down here, all are same. All you need to do is come to down here. Now here in this, what we are going to do is we are sending here the saved generation card here. So we are seeing that if the saved generations dot length is greater than 0, that means we are having data. On that case, we are mapping through individual saved generation, and we are going to keep generation here, and we are calling this a custom component here, saved generation card. So like that. Now what we need to do is we need to go to here, and first of all we are getting this ID, name, image URL and on delete functions here, and in the form of props. And first of all, we are only going to use auth here to get the clerk here, like that. And we are going to get the clerk ID from use auth here, hook. This is a hook. And here we're also going to have another use state here to actually show confirm pop-up here. So when user click on delete, we are going to show the React Native model for him to confirm deletion here, right? So this is the file you can find on the resources itself. Now let me continue with my walkthrough here. Now here it is the handle delete function. Now after doing that, here is the handle delete function where we can actually have an asynchronous function here. and try catch block here, and it was going to send us the response to this API here in the method of post here. Of course we are deleting it, but we are making the request in the form of post here, and the headers are here like this, and we are sending this body here, clerk id and id here. So clerk id is for the user id and id is for the specific generation here, right. Now if response is not okay, we are going to throw a new error failed to delete generation, otherwise we are going to call this function. So we are passing this on delete function and we are calling this id here. So it will call this function here. Now if I go to top here, we are going to call this function handle delete generation, and it will calls like that. So on delete, it was going to trigger this function here with this id here. So after triggering it, what we need to do is we need to refetch this data here, so to show the correct data here. So what we can do, we can keep refetch here. So this is the function, it was in use fetch, and we can refetch it like that after deleting the generation, right, to get the latest generations here. Right now save this file. Now if you come to here, we are going to set show confirm message to false here, so we are not going to show the model here, right, like that. Now if you come to down, here is the basic generation card here, in which we are going to render an image, a name of that generation, a touchable opacity, so which user can click on that to delete that. So as you can see, trash 2 as an icon here, that was coming from Lucid React Native, and we are only going to show this model when show confirm is set to true. And in this we are going to render a text here, delete generation, and as you can see, we are also going to render description here. So for description, what we can give is we can give text gray as 400 here, so it will look much better than that. So now in this view here, we are going to keep detachable opacity to cancel it. So when the user clicked on here, we are going to hide the model here, and as well as the touchable opacity to delete. So when we clicked on confirm here, so to delete, we are going to trigger this function here. So now if I come to here, API saved generation, let me go to that. So here is the thing here, guys. On our backend, we are having this post request, and we are getting this click ID and ID from the body here. We are seeing that if there is no click ID, we are going to return a new response. Now we are going to find the user by this click ID. If there is no user, we are going to trigger this response here. So we are going to see if the generation is there. So we are going to see it by prisma.savedgenerations.find unique method, where id equals to saved passed id here to the body, right. So if there is no generation, we can keep it like this, generation not found, like that. If the generation dot user id not equals to user dot id, on that case we are going to trigger unauthorized function here, unauthorized status here, like that. And finally, if everything is okay, we are deleting this saved generation here where id equals to id. Now finally we are returning this response as success and status as 200 here. If there is any error, we are simply logging them, and as well as we are returning them as like this with the status of 500, which means internal server. Now you can save this file. Now if you come to here, now if I click on here, okay, get started. So as you can see, a beautiful loader, and as you can see, a beautiful generations here. Now we can scroll to down to see more generations here, like that, guys, how beautiful they are. Now what we can do is we can test here. So what we can do is, yeah, it was looking ugly for me, I can click on delete here. Now when I click on delete, and as you can see, there is a model, React Native model triggering here. So now what we can do, we can click on delete here. So when we click on delete, it immediately deletes the generation, and again it was refetching the data here because we kept refetch here. So that's how we can actually show the generations and delete the generations for the user here, like that, guys. So yes, that's it for this entire lecture. Thank you. So guys, I found out where the error is triggering. when we are dealing with Stripe here, when we are actually sending data to this create Stripe API, we need to keep payment method here. So make sure to keep payment method as payment method that was coming from conform handler. And in this file, we are receiving this payment method here. Now, if you come to down, yes, we are going to keep payment method here like that. I can go to my Expo Go application here. So let's test it out, guys. So click on here. So it was going to bundle the things. Click on skip here. Click on be a pro member. Click on subscribe now. It was going to trigger this thing here. Make sure to keep dummy card number here. And yeah, I can actually choose anything here, for example United States. And for the United States, I will search for zip code here. So for example, like New York. Yeah, we can copy this. Copy. Now come to here, and for this zip code we can keep it this zip code like this. Now I will click on pay here. So it was going to process it, and as you can see there is an error here. So now come to top here. So as you can see, Stripe invalid request error. I am receiving this because I originated in India. If you are not from India, I think this might work for you. So yes, guys, that's how we can actually work with Stripe here. See you in the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back, my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see that how we can add this sign out button for our user. When user clicked on here, this icon, he will be logged out. When user clicked on here, he will be asked to confirm it. So if he confirmed it, now let me come to down here, and if he clicked on sign out, he will be signed out from this application here, right? So for that, what we are going to do is we need to come to header.tsx here. So this is the thing. So this is where we are going to work now. Now we need to import ion icons, use auth, and React Native model here. After that, in this header, we need to actually call this use auth hook to get this sign out method from Clerk here. And we are going to have a use state here, which was called as open and set open. By default, it was set to false here. Now, if you come to down, just after this logo here, after this view, we are going to display a touchable opacity here, in where we are going to display an ion icon named as logout, and it was having a size of 30 and it was having a color of black. When we clicked on it, we are going to set open to true here. So we are going to open this React Native model here by actually setting this use state to true here. So just below of this touchable opacity, we are rendering React Native model, and it was only going to be visible when this state is set to true here. Now, I actually copied this content here from this saved generation card here, like that. You need to just copy it because we already do this thing here before. Now we need to come to here, and in this view, we need to paste down the thing here, which you copied from saved generation card. But this time, we are going to ask a title like, are you sure to log out? And a description like, you will be logged out if you confirmed, like that. And when we clicked on this cancel button, we are going to set open to false here, meaning that we are actually closing this model here, right? Now, after this touchable or this sign out button, when we clicked on it, we are going to call this function here that was coming from Clerk, a function that signs out the current user, returns a promise that resolves when complete, like that. So that's what we can do it here. So when we come to here under our LD player, now we can test it. We need to click on this sign out icon here. So it was going to trigger this model. We can click on cancel to cancel. If we click on sign out here, so guys, here is the thing. So first of all, we need to require this is signed in hook that was coming from useauth and that was coming from Clerk here. And after all of this logic, at the last we are going to see that if there is not user, so we are going to use an exclamatory mark. If not signed in, we are going to redirect users to sign in screen here like that. So it was going to work now. Now what I am going to do is I am going to come to here and enter my details here, and I will go to my dashboard here. Click on sign in here. After doing that, when I click on sign out button and when I confirm it, it pushes me to sign in screen here. So like that guys, it was working perfect here. So now what we can do, come to here and type a message like integrated sign out button in header like that, and click on commit here. So yes guys, see you on the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome back my friends. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can actually increase the UI of our application. So in the create.tsx here, so first of all, when he clicked on save here, we are going to check that if the user comes to create screen and when he clicked on save here, without having any canvas here, we are going to show him an alert here like this. Please load the image as a title and please process the image first as a description here like that. After that, here for the button here, what we are going to do is for the button, let me click on cancel. For the button here, and when we click on it, it was going to load the image, right? On that case, what we can do is we can update this to load the image and add text layer here. We can add a text like this. Now after that, we can come to here, just come to down here. Now here we are going to send another prop to this custom button component which was loading here. Now if I do like this, now if we go to custom button here, just after all of these props, we added a new prop here called as loading here. Now if you come to down, after this title, after this icon, right, we are going to display that. We are going to check if it was loading. On that case, we are going to render this activity indicator having a small size, white as a color, and having margin bottom of 5 pixels. Now if you go to top here, for this button props, just click on control and click on here, so you will be redirected to here, and here we are having loading here, and we can keep it as optional prop and we can keep it as boolean here like that. Now what it will do, now come to here. Now as you can see, we can actually save this generation here, testing generation, for example, like that. Now click on here and here as well, testing generation, for example, like that, and click on submit here. When it was submitting, and as you can see, it was loading, and here just below of this custom button, we added a little check here as well. If it was not loading, on that case only we are rendering this custom button called as cancel here. So yeah, we have made some change here. If the loading is not set to true, then only we are going to show this custom button called as cancel here. If it was loading, we are not going to show this button here to our user, right? Like that. Now what we can do, we can come to here, and as you can see, success generation saved successfully. Click on OK here. Like that, you can work here. Now come to here and give a message like update, updated screen, I think create screen here, and loading values like that. Now click on commit here. That's it for this lecture. See you on the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome back my friends. So we had some issues on our previous lecture for Stripe, right? So for that, I have came to this URL here, which you can find on the resources itself, where we are going to see the documentation of the Stripe. All you need to do is come to here and we need to select React Native. After that, we need to install these two packages on our project. So yeah, we actually completed this step here. Now after that, we need to initialize this type here, right? So for that, we need to come to here. So under the layout here, so we need to require this Stripe provider that was coming from this package. Now come to down here. Now just after this gesture handler root view component, we need to make sure to wrap our entire Clerk provider to entire Clerk provider by providing the Stripe provider here, and we need to pass this required prop to this component here, where we are going to send the publishable key. So make sure you're having a Stripe publishable key under your .env file, and we need to close this Stripe provider here as well, like that. After doing that, we need to come to down here, and as you can see, this is the what our backend will looks like. Now what we are going to do is, under our Stripe here, you need to create a new file that was called as payment-sheet plus api.ts. So yeah, here I'm going to provide you the code in the resources itself, where we are actually initializing the things here. So first of all, we are initializing the Stripe instance here by actually calling this. So process.env.stripe secret key here. So we need to pass here the Stripe secret key here. So make sure you're having this Stripe secret key under your .env file. So yeah, and we know that it was existed, so that is the reason why we kept this exclamatory mark here. Now here under this post, we are having this try catch block here. Under this try block, we are having this amount here, right? So yeah, we are having this amount here. Now we need to require this amount from our front end here, right? After requiring that, we need to make sure we are calling this customer here. Await stripe.customers.create. We are actually creating a new customer here. Later we are going to copy this everything here. So actually this is the code here which I had actually converted from Node.js to this Expo code here. So after doing that, we need to have ephemeral key here, where we are calling this stripe.ephemeral keys. We are creating this ephemeral key here with this customer ID and with this API version here. So make sure to keep it like this. So this might be outdated for you. So this is the date here, guys. So if you're viewing this tutorial on 2026 or anything about like that, all you need to do is come to here, documentation. So if you're having any issues, make sure you're following documentation of any package. It might be Stripe, it might be Expo, it might be anything. All you need to do is come to the documentation of that package, and you need to follow through, because they will update their documentation. So you need to follow their documentation to get the updated code and the real code here, like that. Now we are creating this payment intents here, so where we are actually converting this amount that was coming from here to pass integer. So we are making sure that it was number, and we are multiplying by 100 here. By default, Stripe is going to take the cents in value, so we need to make sure to pass here like that. And we need to pass here the currency, the customer, which was customer.id here, and automatic payment methods, we need to enable this like that. Later we are going to send this response here, json.stringify. We need to send this payment intent.client secret ephemeral key here. We are going to send this ephemeral key.secret customer ID here, publishable key here to our front end. So yeah, it was having a status of 200, of course. So if we are having any error, first of all, we are going to make sure to log it, and later we are going to send a response here like this. So having a status code of 500 and a message of error.message, and having a status like this. So yes guys, now we need to save this. Now what we are going to do is come to down here. So yeah, this is the thing which we are going to work on our front end, right? So for that, on the front end, we need to come to payment.tsx here. So click on close others. Yeah, here you can find the changes here. Let me come to here. So here you can find the changes. So the imports are exactly as same, so we don't need to do that. We don't need to modify these imports. Now coming to down here, we are removing this. We are removing this intent payment sheet and present payment sheet that was coming from Stripe, and all we are going to do is we are initializing the payment sheet. So all we need to do is we need to require this init payment sheet, present payment sheet that was coming from Stripe. Later we are also going to get the loading here, which was by default was set to false. So we are actually deleting this function here, initialize payment sheet. Now after that, as the documentation recommending us, we need to copy this thing here, fetch payment sheet params, and we need to come to here and we need to paste it here. But here we are going to actually make a request to our Expo API endpoint, so which we created just right now. So it was a payment, it was a method of post here, right? Like that. So we need to keep the headers, content type as application slash JSON here. Body, we need to send the body here as well in the form of stringified version of JSON. We need to send the amount here. And after that, we are having this thing here, right? So we are going to get payment intent ephemeral key and customer that was coming from our backend here. So response.json, like that. And finally we are returning these three values here for this function here, which was fetch payment sheet params, like that. Now after that, as the documentation recommending us, we need to copy this entire function and we need to keep it here as well, just below of fetch payment sheet params here. So yeah, we need to actually, so we are getting these three values from this fetch payment sheet params, right? So we need to get it from there, and we are initializing the payment sheet here with this merchant display name. So you can keep any name you want. So for my case, my name is Raghunath, so I kept here the Raghunath as a value. Now here, customer ID, so we need to send the customer here as well. So as you can see, it was written it as the customer here, right? Like that. So customer ephemeral key secret, we need to keep it like this, and same goes for the payment intent client secret here as well. Now after doing that, we are going to keep another prop here as well, allows delete payment methods, which was set to true, and default billing details we can keep name as John D, for example, like that. Now here, if there is no error, we are going to set loading to true here, like that. Now if you come to down here, after this thing, after this entire function, we need to create another function here to open the payment sheet here. So yeah, as it was recommending us to go to down here, so this is the function. So yeah, we need to acquire this, we need to call this present payment sheet here, which it was going to return us the error. If there was any error, we are going to show the error code here. Otherwise, we are going to set loading to true here, and we are actually calling another API endpoint on our application to subscribe the user. So if there is no error on that case, we are going to call this API here. So we need to make sure to subscribe our user, right, on our application, right, like that. Later, so after calling that, if it was succeeded, on that case, we are going to set success to true here. Finally, we are going to set loading to false here. So if we do like this, if we keep set success to true here, so if you come to down, it was going to trigger this React Native model called as is visible, which was set to success here. So it was only going to trigger when this success state was set to true here, right? So in which we are going to display this thing here, congrats, you are now a pro member, and this description here as well. Now if you come to up here for this custom button, so here we are actually calling this open payment sheet here, right? Now we are calling this method here, which was an asynchronous function, and we are going to call this await method here, await initialize payment sheet, we are going to call this. Then and again we are going to make sure it was an asynchronous function, and we are calling this open payment sheet function here, like that. Now it's time to actually go to our app API, and here under this subscription we are having this create plus api.ts. So what we can do, we can come to down here, so under the API slash subscription here, so subscription create here, right, slash create, like that, subscription slash create here. So make sure you're going to keep the cart endpoint here, like that. Now save this file. So we are sending this Clerk ID here as user ID in the form of user ID. Okay, we can keep it as user underscore ID here, like that. And after, we can keep ads here
we can keep show ads, which was set to false here. And finally, a plan here. We need to send this plan here as well, which is pro here. Now save this file. That's it. That's what you need to do here, guys. Now let me test it here. Okay. So yeah, hope this works. Now click on this behind the image AI application. So it was going to load. Yeah. Now we can click on skip here. It was loading again. Now I can click on be a pro member, and now I can click on subscribe now. Now when I click on here, as you can see, it was going to bundle this payment sheet here, in which it was going to trigger this what we can say, this thing here like this, and we can enter the dummy description here as well, dummy numbers, and here we can keep anything here, and we can click on pay here. So it was going to process like this. It was going to take its time here. So because I am originated in India, it was going to show an error like this. But if you're not from India, you're going to see that React Native model like triggering here, and it was showing a title like congrats, you're now a pro member. You're going to see this model. For my case, because Stripe disabled the services for India, it was actually triggering an error like this. So yeah, that's how you can actually integrate Stripe onto your package, guys. So if there is any loading here, on that case, if loading on the case, we are going to return this custom loader here, I think. Yep, custom loader. Sorry, like that. And we are going to pass this loading here as well. We are going to pass this loading here like that. So if there was any loading, we are going to show this custom loader here. That's it, guys. So we are going to set loading to true here. So it was going to show you a custom loader, and it was going to trigger this, in which it was going to take this. So first of all, it was going to create plus api.ts. So what it will do is it will finds the user, and it will updates the user's plan here and show as field here like that. And finally, it was going to send us the data in the form of user like that. So yes, guys, that's it for this entire lecture. See you on the next lecture, guys. Thank you.